bow our head and put ourselves in the presence of the Lord. Thank you, Lord, for gathering us here today in seminar. May we inculcate our minds and the lessons learned today and apply them with the guidance of your love. May we realize that everything happened because of your all-abounding love. We thank the people who made this seminar a success, our reliable resource speaker, the diligent organizer of this activity, the generous administration, and all willing participants who had attended this noble endeavor. May we be able to pass on to other people the knowledge and the lessons learned. May we do so with the teaching that you taught us to love our neighbor as our own. In Jesus' name, amen.
Kanina pa.
Okay na po.
Okay, so good morning everyone. Welcome to our second day of our free bookkeeping seminar. And before, ilan na yung nag-attendance?
47 yung nag-attend.
Okay, so before that, I would like to call on our yung mga attendees po na nag-sign in. We have Alvis Paula, Auntie, Alodia Victoria, we have Bakotok Tonet, Balendres Ivy Joy, Balmanya Maria Teresa, Bercasio Idnalin, Bobos Marie Chris, Cabantok Heidi, Kabatuan Marilyn, Constantino Aiza, Di Silva Marvin, Duterte Angeline, Duyag Brendalyn, Evangelista Elvi, Florentino Maria Cristi, Formoso Alessandro Rey, Gallardo Leslie, Guerrero Lady, Gonyo Lara Joyce, La Manila Megan, Lopez Diana, Lucas Novilen, Amanalang Roan Jem, Mandapat Marisol Ann, Manlutak Sherry, Melgarejo Jessica, Mercurio Rialin, Natividad Abigail, Paghara Ralph Waldo, Palpalatok Niña Jamaica, Pastorel Ann Camille, Pastorel Edward Jan, Peralta Annalisa, Peralta Tricia Ann, Raciles Sheila Marie, Redona Len Coronado, Sabordo Enrico, Sema Shaira Lynn, Toledada Arlene, Torio Ivy Grace, Valdez Angelica, Yao Lilian. Bilib talaga kay Ma'am Lilian. Ang galing. Zabian Maris Verel, Retada Girly, Luzano Mario, Diqueros April, Lonon Bernadette. Okay? May dadagdag?
May bilog tatlo.
Okay, De La Cruz, Josie, Dongkab Carlin, ito yung taga MDLD, no? Sarmiento, Maria Joalyn. Okay. So, 4750. Okay, so welcome to the second day of our seminar. Today, our program of activities would be bookkeeping using new technology. Why new technology? Because as I told you, we cannot do away with living with the new technology. We have to embrace that we are already on the computer age, and it is the new normal for us to be using these computers. No? And then you will have your different accounting softwares. No? May mga video tayo for you to see how these different accounting softwares work. And then I will discuss in the afternoon the computerized accounting system, rules and regulations, and also the records retention and management. Also, I will discuss the regulations on how to submit electronic records when you are audited. Ito yung tax compliance for those who have computerized accounting records. Okay? The objectives for today's seminar is to learn bookkeeping using new technology, to know the different accounting softwares, to know the rules and regulations on using computerized accounting software, accounting system. Now, these rules and regulations by the BIR, no? How to apply for a permit to use computerized accounting system. And then to gain knowledge about retention and management, no, of records. Because it is very important that once you have the records, how are you going to retain or manage it? Okay? So, same house rules with yesterday. We will discuss the topics all throughout the day, and then after that, we will allot some time to answer your question. Okay. May mga concern sila, ano mo yung aircon doon?
Wala pa naman.
Okay. Okay. So, yesterday we dealt about the manual bookkeeping. Today, we will try to see bookkeeping in another way. And this time, it's bookkeeping using new technology. As I told you yesterday, bookkeeping is the heart of tax compliance. So even if you are good in taxation law, but you don't have compliance in your bookkeeping, you mess your bookkeeping, then at the time of the examination or tax audit, you will be at the mercy of the examiner. Why? Because your declaration in your financial statements are unsupported. Okay, so you can only have a good tax compliance, and you can only have a better compliance in tax audit if you have your records, and your records are intact, and it is done in accordance with the rules and regulations. Okay. So since we're talking about bookkeeping using new technology, we are talking about computer, no? Because the bookkeeping as part of the accounting, we will be using computers, and the computers have several components. No? So what are the components of a computerized accounting system? We have the hardware, no? This hardware are the electronic equipment that includes computers, yung physical na computer, the disk, the drives, the monitors, the printers, and the network that connects them, no? So ngayon di na tayo mahirapan, ang dami ng ating mga service providers as compared noon na iilan-ilan lang, no? Pag down yung connection mo, wala na, tapos na. Ngayon, maraming, kaya meron ka talagang backup when it comes to service providers, no? Hindi pwedeng iisa lang. Why? Pag nag-down yung isa, wala na. If you are having business online, dapat talaga may backup ka, no? So, most system requires a network to link different computers sharing the same information, no? Sa isang opisina kung marami kayo. Like today, uso na yung work at home. So, you are connected sa computer. Although, sa bahay lang, pero you are still working and doing your job through the computer, no? So with a network system, the server stores the program and the data through the network system. So ano yun? Yun yung sila, sabi nila na ngayon na cloud-based, no? Nasa internet na, pati yung pag-store mo ng data nasa internet na. Okay. Software. Software is the set of programs. Kanina hardware, no? So hardware, may physical siya. Ngayon naman software, no? So set of programs that drives the computer. So yun yung program na nasa loob ng computer. These are intangibles. Bakit hindi sila nakikita? But they are the ones na nagpapagana, nag-work sa computer, no? Accounting software reads, edits, or alters, and stores transactions data. No? So which is important, yung hardware o yung software? Pareho, no? Because the hardware is useless without the software. Software also is useless without the hardware. So pareho silang importante. No? It also generates the reports managers use to run the business. No? So, sino ba yung gagawa na ng report, magpa-process ng data, and then gagawa na ng report, ipindot mo lang, meron na ka ng report nakaprint. No? So, it's the software is working. Many software packages operate independently. No? So there are several software packages. Kaya mamaya after this, yung second topic natin this morning, papakita ni Sir Harry sa inyo different kind of softwares and how they work. No? Kasi kung mapapansin niyo kahapon, puro tayo manual ng books of accounts. So, kung makikita ninyo yung manual, ito yung libro na may cover, may mga pages, iba ang mukha ng electronic records, no? All the while you might be thinking na, ito rin yung hitsura ng computerized accounting system. It's different. That's why makikita nyo mamaya and then makikita nyo rin how the accounting system works. Other parts of the accounting software for automated, no? Kasi just like the large taxpayer ngayon, they are required to have a full computerized accounting system. So everything is automated from the issuance of receipts up to the posting to the journal and then to the ledger and then generation of reports. There is no manual intervention if you are fully computerized, no? So for large enterprises, the accounting software is integrated into the company's database or computerized storehouse of information. Halos mga taxpayers ngayon, especially large taxpayers, it is mandatory for them to maintain a computerized accounting system. Hindi sila pwedeng mag-manual. Company personnel, no? Sabi na natin what are the components of the computerized accounting system. So, sabi natin una is the hardware, and then next is the software, and then the company personnel, no? Kaya nga sabi nila what are the work now that can be replaced by automation. So, kasama na yung bookkeeping, kasama na yung accounting, but still you cannot replace a company personnel, no? Or a staff. Magbawas lang siguro. Mabawasan lang yung staff in a certain company pag nag-automate na sila. Pero nandyan pa rin, no? So another component of a computerized accounting system is the company personnel. Ito yung mga tao, no? So good personnel are critical to success. Employees must be both competent and honest. When we say competent, ano sila, yung they know their work, no? And then kung ano yung assignment, kaya nilang gawin. Competent sila to deliver the result where they are assigned. And honest. Why honest? Because even if it is computerized, but if you give false information, then it will also process the false or wrong information. Okay. So, since sabi ko sa inyo, we will be adapting the computerized system, no? So what are the benefits from the manual? Kasi hanggang ngayon, mas marami pa rin yung nagma-manual books of accounts compared to those using computerized accounting system. So, ano ba yung pagkakaiba? We will compare the manual and the computerized based system. No? So for the manual, small businesses usually began by writing entries into the journals. No? So sulat kamay kasi nga manual eh. No? Sulat kamay into the journals. Why journals? Because journals are the books of original entry. No? So the first that transaction began, we have to record it in the journal. And that is for the manual. How about the computerized based system? The electronic speed of computers and accounting software, ito naman yung sa computerized, gives the appearance that many of the bookkeeping and accounting tasks have been eliminated or are occurring simultaneously. Sa manual kasi, sulat-sulat ka lang, tapos pagkatapos mo magsulat sa journal, i-manual mo na naman yan, you transfer it to the ledgers. Sa computerized based system, very fast. Why? Kasi hindi ka na hindi mo na hintayin or mag-manually ka pa na sulat-sulat sa books of accounts and then transfer it to another books. Simultaneous na ginagawa yan ng computer. After that the transaction is recorded in the journal, it will be posted immediately to the ledger. Diretso na computer na yung nagtatrabaho. Okay. Journals were defined as the books of original entry. In order to reduce the amount of writing in a general journal, special journals or day books were introduced. No? So what are these special journals? Ito yung subsidiary sales journal, subsidiary purchase journal, which is mandatory books of accounts for VAT taxpayer. No? Ano pa yung meron? Yung for the non-VAT, which is yung apat na journal, ledger, cash receipt, cash disbursement. No? Pagka na VAT, 6 yung libro mo kasi kasama yung subsidiary sales book, subsidiary purchase book. Okay. So the specialized journals, example are sales journal, purchase journal, cash receipts journal, cash payment journal. So those are just the examples. Although kahapon when I discussed the revenue regulations with us one, we were able to discuss also special books of accounts for contractors, for job orders, for brokers, for hotels, no? Kung ano yung special books of accounts that they have to maintain. So for computerized based system, the preparation of a sales invoice will automatically update the relevant general ledger account. So yung computer na mismo ang magpo-post doon sa relevant books of accounts. Just like sales, accounts receivable, inventory, cost of goods sold, no? I-post na niya doon sa mga accounts na yan. And then update the customer's detailed information and store the information for the financial statement as well as other reports. Ito pa yung sophisticated, especially doon sa mga supermarkets, no? Nakita yung sa mga supermarkets just like SM with 1,000, how many thousand, 100,000 of items, no? Kasama pa dyan sa computer-based system nila yung inventory management, no? Kasi yung inventory management, it's hard to maintain an inventory na manual sa mga department stores because of the voluminous products that they are selling. So, pagdaan sa computer, yung parang flashlight, no? May item number yan, diretso na yan doon sa list of inventory, nagbabawas na siya. So that at the end of the month, gusto mong malaman or anytime gusto mong malaman yung inventory of a certain item or certain goods, you just command the computer at ibibigay niya. Why? Kasi the moment that one item is sold out, nakadidak na yan doon agad sa inventory. No? So, kasama na yung inventory management and the system. Sa manual, the company transactions were written in the journals in date order. O in date order. Sequential siya. yung pagkasunod-sunod niya according to date. So later, the amounts to the journals will be posted to the designated accounts located in the general ledger. Kaya nga sabi ko sa inyo, kung ano yung mga accounts that you use in the journal, yan din yung mga accounts na gagawin nyo dun sa ledger at doon nyo rin ipopost yung mga debit and credits. No? What are the example of the accounts? The sales, the rent expense, wages expense or salaries expense, cash, loan payable, and others. So its accounts balance had to be calculated and the account balances were used in the company's financial statement. Saan makikita yung account balances? Sa ledger. So anong purpose ng ledger? Why is it that it has the debit and credit of the account? In order to know how much is the balance at the end of the month, no? Or at the end of your reporting period. Because your reporting period can be a month, quarter, a semester, or 1 year. No? Okay. The accounting software has been written. Ito naman sa computerized accounting system. Accounting software has been written so that every transaction must have a debit amount equal to the credit amount. So, sa computerized system naman, wala na yung manual na debit, credit. Yung computer na ang debit, credit to the corresponding accounts. No? So, electronic accuracy eliminates the errors that had occurred when amounts were manually rewritten and calculated. Ito yung mga error na hindi intentional, no? Eliminated na yan ng computer. Kasi yung intentional, nag-input ka sa computer din ng mali, mali din yung gagawin ng computer. No? So the result, the debits will always equal the credits. So the trial balance would always be in balance. No? Bahala na yung computer dun. Siya na yung gagawa. So no longer will hours be spent looking for errors that occurred in a manual system. Especially pag ikaw ay isang accountant at medyo pagod ka na. Minsan may mamimiss ka na accounts, may mamimiss ka na amount. Diyan na yung problema mo, how to balance, no? And then hanapin mo yan. Minsan, ang tawag ng ibang accountant, forced balancing na lang. Why? Kasi hindi talaga makita. But with the computer, wala ka nang hahanapin na hindi balance because the computer will balance the account. Huh? So, ito naman yung caution or warning, no, for the accounting users. While the accounting software is amazingly fast and accurate in processing the information that is entered, the software is unable to detect whether some transactions have been omitted, have been entered twice, or if incorrect accounts were used. No? So especially those that are intentional in the part of the persons in charge. So, hindi yan ma-detect na tax ng computer. Fraudulent transactions and amounts could also be entered if a company fails to have internal controls. No? So internal control in accounting is very important. It doesn't mean that you are using a computerized books of accounts, then you can discard, no? Or you will not follow anymore the accounting standards. Still, you have to abide by the standards set by accounting. So sa manual, handwriting the many transactions into journals, rewriting the amount in the accounts, and manually calculating the account balances would likely result in some incorrect amounts. Bakit? Kasi along the way, kung gumagamit ka ng computer, ng calculator, no, minsan may pindot ka na ibang number, no, na hindi mo napapansin, then it will give you an incorrect total. In computer, how handwriting the many transactions into journals, rewriting the amounts in the accounts, and manually calculating the account balances result in some error. Mali ito Kinopya lang yung manual. Kasi sa computerized accounting, you can do away with the handwriting, no? kasi hindi na siya handwritten. So, lessen na yung incorrect amounts because the computer will give you the correct total. No? And then sa manual, to determine whether errors had occurred, the bookkeeper prepared a trial balance. No? So, manually. A trial balance is an internal report that lists the account name, the account balance in the appropriate debit column or credit column. So itong report that is generated sa manual, no, ito yung trial balance and the financial statements. This is also manually done. Kasi nga, manual yung pinag-uusapan natin. Pero pag computerized na yan, very fast, no? Very fast and accurate yung ginagawa ng computer. Siya na yung gagawa ng trial balance, siya na yung gagawa ng financial statement at a very, very high speed, no? Pag pindot-pindot ka lang mamaya-maya, hintayin mo, nandyan na yung reports. Okay. So after locating and correcting the errors, the bookkeeping phase was completed and the accounting phase began. No? Kasi gagawa na ng adjusting entries and then gagawa na ng mga reversing entries, no? And then, ready na ulit, magkuklose na ng books of accounts, ready na ulit for the next accounting period. No? So, sa computer, ano na lang yan, hindi mo mapapansin bakit simultaneous na lahat. No? So, in the manual, adjusting entries were necessary for the following reasons. No? So, ito yung mga reasons which we discussed also yesterday kung bakit kailangan mo mag-adjusting entries. Why? Because there are accounts that are omitted and there are accounts na magkakaroon ka ng error pag hindi ka mag-adjust. Why? And what is the effect that in the written earnings can be overstated or understated or it will affect another account pag hindi ka nag-adjust ng entries mo. No? Okay. So, additional revenue and assets may have been earned but were not recorded. No? Kaya nga nag-a-adjust ka ng entries kasi may kulang somehow. In the adjusting, you may also reclassify the account. No? Additional expenses and liabilities may have been incurred but were not recorded. Hindi na record. No? Some of the amounts that had been recorded by the bookkeeper may have been prepayments which are no longer prepaid. No? Akala mo yung prepayments mo 1 year pero nag-accumulate na pala, na-spend na yung 3 months, so you have to adjust. Depreciation and other non-routine adjustment needed to be computed and recorded. No? Especially yung depreciation. Ano pa yung isang very technical ngayon? Yung you compute the input tax nung purchase of capital goods over 1 million na prorate mo siya for 60 months, no? So, sa accounting, marami kang gagawin dyan. No? Ipo-prorate mo, hindi mo pa i-recognize. Okay. So, after all the adjustments were made, the accountant presented the adjusted account balances in the form of financial statements. No? So, kung may mali ka dyan sa recording mo, sa posting mo, it will be carried on up to the financial statements. Why? Kasi yung mga balances mo, doon yun manggagaling sa books mo and records. So, kung may mali ka doon sa records mo, dala yan hanggang sa financial statements mo. Okay. So, sa mga computerized accounting naman, the adjusting entries will require a person to determine the amounts and the accounts. Without adjusting entries, the accounting software will be producing incomplete, inaccurate, and perhaps misleading financial statements, no? Kung hindi ka mag-adjust sa computer. After the financial statement for the year are released, the software will transfer the balances from the income statement accounts to the sole proprietor's capital account or to the stockholders' retained earnings. Ito na yung magkikreate ka ng temporary account na income and summary. No? Income summary account. Allows for the following year's income statement account to begin with zero balances. So, magkuklose ka na ng entries mo. So, ano yung i-close mo? Only the income statement account. Kasi yun lang yung temporary account. So, it will be closed to zero. Mag-reverse ka ng entries mo. And then, start ka the following year, zero na. No? Kasi yung mga account doon sa income statement, hindi pwedeng i-carry mo yun the following year kasi that pertains only to the particular taxable year. No? Kagaya ng sale, pagdating mo ng following year, iba na yung sales mo. But for the balance sheet account, halimbawa, property, plant, and equipment, same pa rin. Kaya i-carry over mo lang yung balances or the account. No? Okay. 5 minutes break lang po, CCR lang. Huwag mo lang Okay, so let's proceed. Let's now go to the different accounting softwares. No, so we have different accounting softwares that will cater to your needs. You can choose, no, if you are uh, bookkeeper or if you are an accountant, you may choose your accounting software because right now there are so many accounting softwares as compared noon na bago-bago pa lang yung computer. Kakaunti pa lang yung accounting softwares and very expensive. Right now may mga accounting softwares na free, no? So you can just download. So ngayon tiyagaan na lang sa internet. Everything you want na sa internet na, no? Okay, so what is an accounting software? It is the fundamental application that allows organization to record the flow of money for internal and external review and auditing. So, in short, yung software, yun yung nagpo-process, no? Yun yung gumagana, yun yung nagka-calculate, nag-i-edit, yun ang nagtatrabaho sa computer. No? Kasi ang hardware, nag-store lang siya eh. Kung baga sa bahay, yung hardware, yun ang bahay. Sino yung nagpapatakbo ng bahay? Yung mga nakatira doon. Yun yung software. No? So, it is the primary tool for assessing the financial health of the organization and for meeting legal compliance through such core financial tools as ledger, accounts payable, accounts receivable, purchase orders, stock or inventory, and billing. So, mamaya, mapapakita sa inyo ni Harry how this software work. Halimbawa sa accounts receivable, sa accounts payable, no? Kasi ang work ng computer per module, halimbawa general ledger, paano siya gagawa doon? Simultaneous na kasi, no? From the, halimbawa, nag-post ka na account mo sa journal, diretso na yan, ipopost na niya sa ledger, no? And then, sabi ko na nga, kung inventory yan, diretso na siya, magpo-post na siya sa inventory. Hindi mo na siya mapansin or ma-feel kagaya ng manual. Kasi, diretso na siya. Makikita mo na lang yung effect doon sa financial statement, sa report. That's why, during my stay in the BIR, no, nag-i-evaluate kami ng computerized accounting system. Hindi mo na i-evaluate yung isa-isa how it is being processed, no? Kasi hindi mo na siya maramdaman yun ang process. Saan ka maghihintay? Ang ginagawa namin, we simulate one transaction and then i-input mo yun sa computer and then mag-generate ka ng report. Why? Kasi doon mo na sa report makikita yung resulta, paano niya pinrocess, no? Pero yung titingnan mo isa-isa how it works, hindi na. Kasi mabilis na siya masyado. At saka software yan. Hindi mo siya makikita. No? Modern implementation of the application expands to payroll modules. No? Or minsan, stand-alone yung payroll or nakaseparate talaga yung payroll. No? Minsan yung iba nag-outsource payroll lang, especially if yung payroll nila such that ang dami talaga employees. No? And then electronic payment, no? Timesheet and expenses among others to gain a wider foothold in the market. No? So lahat yan. Kaya nga sa large taxpayer being large, it is mandatory for them to maintain a computerized books of accounts. No? Dati, that requirements is still required in 2009. Pero ang dami pa rin hindi nagko-comply. No? They're just paying penalties every year. Ngayon, nagbago na. Yung mga alibis nila na matagal ang BIR mag-approve. Ngayon, kahit hindi pa approve, yung software mo, gamitin mo na, computerized ka na. No? All you have to do is to make an affidavit of what system or software you are using and then submit it to the BIR. No? Ganun na siya, parang in-accommodate yung mga existing na computerized accounting system so that hindi na sila makapag-alibay na matagal ang BIR. Kasi sa totoo lang, sobrang tagal ng BIR mag-approve ng permit to use computerized accounting system. No? So why use accounting software? So why is it that gagamit tayo ng accounting software? These are the reasons. Excuse me. Simplification. So accounting systems put finance control in the hands of non-accounting audience. No? Designed to give numbers. Bakit siya simplify? Siyempre, doon sa manual, susulat-sulat ka pa ng kamay. Sa accounting system, wala na. So simplified na yung trabaho. Encode ka na lang and then let the computer work. No? So, and then ano pa ang advantage? You can access it through your desktop computer, through your cell phone, no? And you can access the information anytime, anywhere, 24/7, no? So yun yung advantage ng computerization. Cost savings. Why cost savings? Siyempre yung process na manual, gagawin ng 5 tao. Pagka nag-computerize ka na, 1 tao na lang gagawa, no? Or 2 or 3, no? Depende sa volume ng transactions ng isang taxpayer. But pag nag-computerize ka, mas marami ka talagang matipid. No? Full financial transparency. Why full financial transparency? Kasi along the way, yung error ma-lessen because wala nang manual intervention. So, alam na alam mo na kung ano yung in-input mo, yun yung lalabas dun sa report mo. So, meron siyang financial transparency. No? Na hindi siya ma-compute na ma-inaccurate or along the way during the process may mawawala na account. Okay. Accurate forecasting. No? Because this data or this information that na-accumulate ng isang entity, once na you compile that, no? Nandiyan na yan. May record ka na. You can use it in your decision making. You can use it in forecasting or in predicting your future transactions. That can be your basis. No? So it is one of the main advantages of accounting software. No? Because ma-understand mo yung detail, yung pattern, yung trends ng financial performance mo. At makikita mo kung magkaroon siya ng depression. Bakit nag-deviate ito? Bakit nagbago ito? Makikita mo na yung trend. No? May idea ka na kaagad. Accounting software gives numbers a meaning, helping you understand where to cut expenses or where to invest more. Kasi doon pa lang sa figure, makikita mo na, oh, itong expenses na to, bakit ang laki-laki nito ngayon? Halimbawa, wala ka namang purchases, bakit yung delivery mo same pa rin o mas mataas pa? No? So makikita mo na kaagad kasi very fast at available na sa iyo yung information. Yung makompare ko noon, no, during my time na naging CPA ako 1985, wala pang computer, mano-mano lang, no? So there is also delay on the information. That is yung during the time that the owner or the business, the management will make a decision, wala pa silang available na information where they can base their decision, no? Kulang. That's why ang management mangangapa pa or sometimes inaccurate yung magiging decision mo or hindi effective because of the absence or delay in the information. Pero ngayon hindi na. Why? Kasi automatic yan. Kung may dashboard ka pa nga, meron ka pang parang monitor na ano yung gusto mong makita na data dito, nandiyan na kaagad. Halimbawa, minomonitor mo yung expenses. O, makikita mo, bakit itong expenses na to tumaas? Bakit ito naman bigla wala na? No? So, for decision-making purposes, it is very important. No? Okay. With a clear overview of your current financial status na monitor mo, especially kung nakalink ka rin sa bangko, o may pumasok ba akong sales, may pumasok ba akong mga payables, ang dami, nababalanse mo lahat na activities mo. So you will find it easier to develop smart strategies and allocate resources the right way. So yun yung important ng on time, nandyan sa'yo yung information mo because that can be your basis for decision making and for good management. Productivity. Should a business owner have to choose a single suite of digitized services? No? Kaya nga yung book ko na 10 tips to avoid tax problems, kasi ginawa ko yun mga 3 years ago na, no? So, pinalitan ko yung pang 10 tips ko. Pang 10th, no? Ano yung nilagay ko doon? Update your digitized knowledge. Why? Kasi ito na, you cannot do away with the computers. Yung noon na sabi ko mo, continue lang ako, mano-mano, maliit lang naman to. Mas kumakain pa siya ng oras, mas hindi siya effective. So, ngayon, para sa akin, talagang mandatory na talaga that you have to computerize. No? It will affect your productivity. Mabagal, no? Kasi one of the feature ng computer is it is very fast, no? So, yung environment mo, yung world mo is very fast, ikaw slow pa rin. So, ano yun? Hindi ka naka-align with the world you are living with. So, pag hindi ka naka-align with the world you are living with, what happened to you? Mahihirapan ka. No? Mahihirapan ka. Sa communication nga lang, kung hindi ka makarelate, no? Hindi mo maintindihan. So, mahihirapan ka if you are not aligned with your world. So, sa mga nababasa kong mga article, sino magta-thrive ngayon ng mga tao? Those who are flexible and those who are adaptive. Pero kung nag-stick ka pa rin doon sa dati, alam mong wala na, ay, nako, multo na lang yung ano mo doon, yung inaasahan mo doon. Wala na yun eh. So, if you think na, okay pa na, manumano pa ako, kaya ko pa to, maliit pa lang. Then, time will come, habang lumalaki ka, you have to change. Otherwise, mahirapan ka mag-survive, no? Because your productivity will also be affected, no? So, should a business owner have to choose a single suite of digitized services to improve, no? Kasi sa computerization natin, pwede namang component, not fully automated. Ang mandatory lang is the large taxpayer. Pero doon sa mga ibang taxpayers natin, pwede ng component. Ano when we say component, the essential or the most basic are the journals and the ledger na kailangan i-computerize mo yan pag nag-computerize ka, books of accounts. No? To improve performance, the first option should definitely be accounting software. No? So if you want to improve your productivity, you're a bookkeeper, you're an accountant, you will not do away with computerization. The systems drill deep inside the most cumbersome day-to-day task of companies. No? Collect, organize, analyze the most sensitive data, and what is most important, make smarter use of their money. Excuse me. Tax compliance. No? So, when you buy a system, sabi na natin, you have to computerize. Take note also that when you buy a system, it must be tax compliance. But ang sabi ko naman sa inyo, there are so many accounting softwares now available with many different features. Dati kasi, nung bago pa kami nag-evaluate ng mga system, ang problema palagi sa mga system, binili na nila, and then it is not compliant, especially dun sa rate ng withholding. Kasi if you have some expenses, di ba, it is mandatory for us to withhold in some account. So, anong problema? The software cannot make an accurate withholding of the account. Kasi iba yung ginawa siya, halimbawa sa UK, iba yung rate ng withholding doon. But now, there are computer software that are capable of multi-tax rates, no? So, i-switch mo lang, choose mo lang, may option ka lang, lalagay mo na yung ganitong klase ng rate ng withholding, kaya na ng system pagganahin. And also, another problem is yung currency, no? So, pagka UK, iba yung currency doon, US, dollars, sa atin, peso. So, iba yung currency. Sold na rin yan ngayon. Bakit? There are accounting software na capable of using multi-currency. No? I-switch mo lang, i-option mo lang, lagay mo lang doon sa option na peso, may peso na rin siya. No? So, computers makes our work easy. No? Ang laki ng if you try to think yung mga invention na katulong sa buhay ng humanities, no? Ang dami. Yung isang nakita ko kasi nung ako ang paang nanganganak, hindi pa masyadong uso yung mga pampers, yung wipes na ginagamit ng mga bata. Ano yung noon mano-mano lang, gagamit ka ng lampin na yung tela, no? Pag nagdumi yung baby mo, nandoon lahat, tapos maglinis ka lahat, so messy noon. So ngayon iba na, wala nang kahirap-hirap ang mga nanay. Why? Pag tulog ng anak, nakapampers dyan, hindi na magkalat, hindi na magdumi kung saan-saan nandun na organized na. So dati wala po yan. No? So, just like computer also, na dati messy yung ating records. With the computer, nandun na, mabilis na lahat, pati yung ating tax compliance. More so with our tax compliance. Kasi, lalo na ngayon, even our tax compliance are also computerized na, no? So, ang dami ng services na we can avail online. So, improve relationship with customers. Why improve relationship with customers? Because Halimbawa, financing companies ka. Dati, pag nag-process ka ng loan, it will take 2 weeks, 1 month, no? Balikin mo yung client mo kung na-approve. Yan sa approval pa lang yan, ha? Na-approve ba o hindi? Nasubukan ko yan because nag-attempt din ako na mangutang sa bangko noon, no? Yung maghintay ka pa lang na ma-approve ka o hindi ka ma-approve, sobrang tagal na. Although, there are banks also na mabilis, no? Especially pag may kakilala ka, magsabi ka doon, no, recommend mo naman ako doon sa manager. Yun, mas mabilis yun. Pero, ngayon, di na kailangan yun. Why? Because, since computerized na, in 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, release na yung loan mo. No? So, very fast. So, ano yun? Improve relationship with customers. Yung isa pa yung sa mga airline companies, no? Sa mga transportation companies. Ang hirap magpa-reserve, kung kukuha ka ng pila-pila ka doon ang haba, no? Para kumuha lang nung check-in, no? Pag nag-check-in ka sa mga flights. Ngayon, di na. Pwede ka na mag-check-in on the web, no? So, pagdating mo doon, di ka na pipila. No? Dire-diretso na. So that improve customer relationship. Kasi yung hassle sa pagpila naiiwasan because of the help ng computer. No? Yung mga billing and invoicing, no? Delays, tapos miscommunication ngayon. Hindi lang, meron ng automatic na mag-i-inform sila sa taxpayer, meron ng billing system, no? And then may computer pa na very polite, no? After that, nagsasabi pa na thank you yung computer mismo. No? So, improve service to the customers. Nakakatuwa. They are also easy to personalize on the business behalf, no? Kasi pwede mong ipa-customize yung customer service mo. And thus make company performance appear more professional and credible. So nakakatulong talaga ang computer sa business. Security. Ano yung issue ng security? No? Yung hindi nanakawin, hindi infiltrate, hindi sisirain yung data mo. No? So financial data is the company's most valuable information and must be prevented from falling into wrong hands or getting lost by mistake. No? Kasi bakit most valuable information siya ng company? Kasi yung information na yan, kung mapunta yan sa hindi dapat, gagamitin nila against the business or sometimes it will be used against the business, then the owner later on will be out of business kasi ginamit na ng competitors yung kanyang data. No? So that's exactly what accounting and finance systems do for their users. Prevent accounting from being jeopardized in any way and keeping an extra copy in case you need to retrieve them. No? Kaya nga meron tayong tinatawag na data warehousing. No? So in most cases, you will get to build your internal security structure and decide who will have access to sensitive data. That's why ang computer may admin. No? So lahat ng transaction, lahat ng data na papasok, kontrolado yan ng admin at kasaka kung sino yung bibigyan niya ng access, especially sa mga sensitive na information or data. Okay. So what are the types of accounting software? Sabi natin kanina, yung softwares natin, maraming klase yan. No? So what are the types of accounting software? Okay, so sa accounting software kasi, pwedeng sabi na natin na by module, no? So there is what we call as billing and invoicing system. No? So minsan nakahiwalay yan sa buong system or sometimes naman naka-interface, nakasama na siya. No? So billing and invoicing systems complete company's basic day-to-day tasks, including check writing, informing customers about their due payments, nagre-remind pa siya sa customer. No? So, important to preserve control over the accuracy of accounting figures and make service look more professional and credible to the end recipient. No? So, Sa side naman ng company, yung billing and invoicing help document financial activity and yung authorization and validation, no? So, nakakatulong yan sa company for good internal control. And yun yung security ng information, no? Payroll management system. Itong payroll management system, especially kung yung user mo ng system mo is, limbawa, 40 companies. No? So, iba-iba yung payroll na ginagamit. Kaya, gamitan mo na siya ng software, no? Payroll management system. And paalala ko lang, dapat yung payroll natin such that compliant din siya with our withholding system. No? Kasi pag sinabi natin na payroll, salaries ito eh. No? So yung salaries natin, mandatory yan that we have to withhold the withholding tax on compensation. So dapat kaya yan ng software ng payroll. No? Kasi nag-computerized na tayo. If you are looking to preserve control over account payables and account receivable, look for payroll management system that will handle it all. At hindi lang pala tax compliant ang payroll no system. Meron pa yung ibang mga deductions that should be incorporated on sa system. Ano yun? Yung mga SSS natin, no? SSS, pag-ibig, PhilHealth, dapat nakaka-capture din yan ng rate at saka yung deductions ng payroll system. No? Para nakakompute na how much is the pay for a certain employee during the payroll period. Okay. So the tools were developed to perform array of different tasks, no? Including calculating employee salaries, cutting deductions, depositing the salary directly into staff members' bank accounts, no? Yan yung makikita mo ngayon. There are so many accounting softwares developer. No, so pagandahan sila ng software. No, meron software na sabi nila meron silang interface with banks, no? Na araw-araw makikita mo yung cash balance mo, ano yung pumasok, ano yung mga nabawas, no? For easy monitoring. Alam niyo dati, this banks records source niya ng dispute or crime between the person in charge ng cashier at saka yung may-ari. Bakit? Kasi sa tagal, no, bago ma-monitor, ang dami na nagawa ng cashier, bago ma-monitor, bago makita ng may-ari or ng audit team. So ngayon, hindi na. Why? Kasi everyday makikip track mo na. No? So, the computer will secure your financial transactions, cut expenses, and help prepare detailed reports. Yan yung advantage ng computer. Enterprise Resource Planning System. This is just one of the system, no? One of the most important accounting software categories. Combines all system used for product planning, material, purchasing, inventory management, control, distribution, accounting, marketing. Ang dami, no? Ang dami niyang functions. Finance and human resource, no? And then, yung latest daw, yung customer relation management and business intelligence, no? So, the company can learn from its own practices and prepare better strategies in the future. Yun naman talaga ang purpose, no, ng recording. You can make it as your basis for a good decision making. You can formulate good strategies to help improve your business kasi nandyan na yung information available to you anytime. Okay. Time and expense management system, no? Expedite billing cycles, improve expenses on the go, and configurable enough for any business to adjust them to operation base. Masakit yung tiyan ko, Hari. Patayin mo muna yung aircon. Ang lamig. Doon. Anong number ba yan? Ha? Ay, sus. Patayin mo muna, tapos ano mo lang, 25 mo. Ang lamig, super. The biggest advantage is being able to produce detailed graphical reports on how time and resources are being used in its company. No? Okay. So what does accounting software do? Sa dami-dami ng mga softwares, no, that are invented or developed for different purposes, no? So isa lang yung accounting diyan kasi ang mga magagandang softwares ginagamit sa communication, ginagamit sa engineering, ginagamit sa medical, no? Halos lahat 'yan gumagamit na. Kung mapapansin niyo yung mga machines na iniimbento ngayon, ang dami na ginagamit sa mga pampabeauty, pampatanggal ng mga wrinkles, mga kung ano-ano diyan, no? So run also by software yan, dinidevelop ng mga developer, no? Pinoprogram yan ng mga programmer that helps. So isa lang yung accounting software na advanced na rin ngayon na na-develop, which really helps, no? So what does accounting software do? Sa accounting, the main component system and you should be looking for first principles. So we have to think about this accounting as general ledger, no? Fixed assets, ito na yung property, plant, and equipment, accounts payable, receivable, bank reconciliation, no? So very important. Although halos yung mga accounting softwares ngayon, yung mga basic na kailangan natin, meron na na-develop na nila, no? Billing and invoicing, no? So kasama talaga 'yan pag computerized tayo. Especially sa large taxpayer na fully computerized. So billing and invoicing is a must, no? Mandatory. Optional doon sa hindi large taxpayer. Pwede nila kasing karamihan na based on the actual practice, karamihan ng billing and invoicing mano-mano pa. Kahit naka-computerize na sila sa basic, sa journal, ledger, cash receipt, cash disbursement, pero yung billing and invoicing sometimes pa. Ano mangyayari kung i-encode mo pa yon para papasok sa system, no? Budget forecasting, no? So, common bundled module. Ibig sabihin ng bundled, kasama na module yan sa accounting system. No? So, it calculates, interprets finance performance for the current year and help estimate the budget of the upcoming one. So, companies can prepare their estimates and set up feasible and optimistic sales targets. No? Kaya nga, budgeting and forecasting, napaka-importante ito sa use management because they are used for forecasting. Ito yung gagawa ka ng mga critical assumptions mo when you decisions, no? So very important po. Management of fixed assets, no? The management of fixed assets, especially if you are an asset intensive company, so yung management of fixed assets na built-in na rin siya doon sa software, no? So ano yung important sa management of fixed assets, especially yung disposal, and then yung acquisition, and then yung depreciation, no? Natatag lahat yan nagagawa lahat yan ng computer. Okay. Payroll management, no? So ano yung sabi ko sa inyo na very important when you purchase payroll system or software for the payroll, no? So dapat keep track siya with the compliant requirements. Ano yung compliant requirements? Ito yung mga deductions natin sa withholding, and then yung deduction sa SSS, no? Deduction sa PhilHealth at saka sa pag-ibig dito sa atin, no? Yan yung dapat meron yung payroll system mo. And then the project accounting, no? So project accounting software is packed in separate system. Naka-separate siya, hindi siya kasama dun sa yung mga recording natin, journal ledgers, no? Represent accounting version of vertical industry software, no? Vertical industry software kasi naka-separate siya pero kailangan mo siya. They are most welcome by construction operators and software developers. Bakit? Kasi nakikip track niya yung project mo, nasaan ka na, ano na yung accomplishment mo. No? So, very important sa construction and the developers. Where both cost and applicable rules differ from one project to the other. Kaya nga itong construction, even in the treatment of their employee, no, or of their workers, iba sila kasi iba yung operation nila. Yung contractors, per contract yan. Kaya halimbawa, nag-hire ka ng workers mo on a per contract basis. Kasi hindi mo naman sila pwedeng i-maintain na wala ka ng kontrata. So, saan ka kukuha ng pangsweldo mo? So, itong mga contractors na to, per contract basis. Kaya iba yung kanilang sistema din sa pagre-record. No? Fund accounting sa mga non-stock non-profit organizations naman to. And even sa mga cooperatives. No? Nandoon naman yung makikip track mo yung donation, expenditures, yung mga grants, no? Government Accounting Standards Board, regulations, and a special suite of financial reports. Yan yung meron akong na-evaluate noon na non-stock non-profit. Nag-purchase siya online, something like 150,000 po yung software na ginamit nila sa non-stock non-profit. No? Matagal na yun, more than 10 years ago na yun. No? Siguro ngayon mas mura na. Saan niya binili yun? Online lang, 150,000. No? Inventory management. Ito yung pinaka-importante if your line of industry or your activity is retailing. No? So, nasaan ang buhay mo? Nasa inventory. Why? Because all your money will be invested on inventory because inventory is your source of income. If you don't have inventory, then wala kang pambenta. Pag wala kang pambenta, then wala kang negosyo. Then wala ka na. No? So inventory management is important for those who are on the retail or manufacturing companies. No? Kasi manufacturing companies din, full of inventory yan eh. Bakit? Tatlo nga ang inventory ng manufacturing. Ano yon? Yung purchase niya ng raw materials, tapos yung work in process niya na inventory, at saka yung finished goods inventory. So, tatlo. Okay. So, inventory management is a specific toolkit developed for stock control and where you will find all the necessary tools to give your business a higher shelf life product line. No? So, you will be able to control availability and movement of your products. Avoid all sort of delivery issues such as overstocking or understocking. Anong problema mo pag overstock ka or understock? You will miss both opportunities. No? Kasi understocking, pag may buyer, wala kang ibibigay. Overstocking naman, kung perishable yan, i-expire na or na-damage na yung goods. No? So, there is both disadvantages in overstocking or understocking. What should you consider when getting an accounting system? No? So, very important. Ano yung i-consider mo? Kasi ang mahal na accounting system, so you might be losing a lot of money pag mali yung nabili mo. No? Ano yung nangyari based on my experience? Bibili ng accounting software, tapos dadalhin sa BIR, ipa-evaluate, hindi compliant. Anong mangyayari? Dahil nabili na, mag-i-enhance. Magkano yung gastos mo na nag-enhance? Parang bumili ka rin uli ng bagong software. So, ibig sabihin nun, sayang lang yung binili mo. That's why, what are the things that you are going to consider when you purchase an accounting software? So, masasabi ko dyan, dapat compliant na with the regulations ng regulatory bodies. No? Integrated invoicing module. Ano yung integrated invoicing module? Dapat complete na siya, no? Pag mayroon kang basic billing and invoicing functionality, pag issue pan lang ng resibo, diretso na din siya nagre-record sa books, no? Kaya nga integrated. Meron akong isang na-encounter, no? bumili siya ng middleware kasi online seller siya. Tapos using cash register machine. So anong yung binili niya? Yung middleware na that captures the sale online at binabato sa cash register machine niya. No? So yun yung tinatawag natin na middleware. But ngayon, ang dami na yung tinatawag natin na application program interface. Kaya na, hindi mo na kailangan bumili pa ng middleware dahil may mga built-in na yung bibilhin mong software kasama na. No? Customization, ano? Kasi wala daw one size fits all, no? Accounting system. Kaya yung iba nagpapa-customize, they're hiring a programmer and then ginagawa na lang yung dine-develop na their own software according to their specification. Ease of use. Siyempre, that's one thing that you are going to consider when you purchase this accounting software. Why? Yung madali siyang gamitin. Security. Your data or information should be secured. Hindi siya open or kahit sino na lang pwedeng mag-access. May built-in siya na security mechanism. Connectivity. Of course, kailangan mo mag-connect to the internet service provider so that ikaw ay maka-connect ka with the internet. So, kung sino man yung customer mo, ma-reach out mo. Kung yung cloud-based reporting ka, so ma-access mo yung mga reports mo. Mobile usage. So, anytime, anywhere, pwede mo siyang gamitin. Android, iOS apps for their users. So, pwede sa cellphone, so ma-access mo siya. Yung report mo. Pricing. Okay, so yung una talaga, ang mahal. Pero as I told you, marami na ngayon, nag-compete sila sa price at saka meron pang mga free. No? So, tingin na lang po kayo sa internet. Reliable support. No? Most accounting software vendor pride themselves with knowledgeable. Ito yung sinasabi natin na post-service. No? Yung binentahan mo na, tapos nandiyan ka pa rin nakalalay para mapaganda yung functions ng binili na software. No? Pero yung iba, meron niyang maintenance. No? Binabayaran pa rin yan sila ng monthly. Okay. What are the examples of the accounting software? Examples, konti lang po ito, but if you try to look at sa internet, ang dami pong accounting softwares na ngayon. No? So, QuickBooks, ito yung pinakamarami dito sa Pilipinas. No? So, easy to set up and use, and unlike spreadsheets, it does the accounting automatically. Automatic na. QuickBooks helps you keep track of the money coming in and out of your business. I understand, no, nagpaalam kami sa QuickBooks and we will show to you how the QuickBooks has some of its component work, no, yung ibang system niya mamaya. Okay. So, all-in-one, easy-to-use place. You always know where you stand and you're always ready for tax time. Why always ready for tax time? Because ready makukuha mo yung total ng tax base mo. Don't worry about losing your laptop or important files. Bakit? Because QuickBooks automatically backs up your data with bank-level security. So, it's always safe and always available from any device. Bakit? Nawala yung laptop mo. Kung cloud-based ka, nandoon pa rin, ma-access mo pa rin sa ibang instrument mo naman. No? FreeBooks, no? This is another software. No? So, kung yung QuickBooks, ito naman FreeBooks. Offers subscription-based product that includes invoicing, accounts payable. So, take note of this kasi ito yung mga parang module, parang component, no? So, includes invoicing, accounts payable, expense tracking, time tracking, retainers, fixed assets depreciation, purchase orders, payroll integration, double entry accounting, industry standard business and management reporting. No? So, ang dami niyang features. All financial data is stored in the cloud. no, sa internet on a single unified ledger, allowing users to access the same set of books regardless of location on desktop and mobile. But of course, itong mga sabi natin na allowing users to access, sila yung mga allowed lang. Kasi yung mga hindi allowed, hindi naman din nila ma-access. That is for security reason. It offers a free API or yung automatic program interface that enables customers and third-party software vendors to integrate external application with FreshBooks. Hindi ka nabibili ng middleware pa, no? Siya na mismo, mayroon na siyang API na pwede mo na siyang ma-access or ma-integrate mo yung records mo sa FreshBooks with your other documents. FreshBooks also supports multiple tax rates and currencies. No? So ito na yung sinasabi ko na dati, mag-i-enhance ka ng system mo because iba yung tax rate mo na sa system. Iba yung currency mo na sa system. Ngayon, pindot mo lang yung option, magbabago ka na ng tax rates, magbabago ka na ng currencies. Oh, so that's how convenient na yung developed softwares ngayon. It also incorporates a payroll feature and a projects feature. Another is Soho. No? Soho Books is a cloud-based accounting solution sa internet, suitable for small organizations. It features contact management, invoices, expenses, sales and purchase orders, project time tracking, and inventory management. No? So, itong inventory management, sabi ko na sa inyo, very important because binibigay din niya yung balance ng inventory mo, no matter how voluminous. Zoho Books comes with automatic bank feeds, collaborative client portal, accounting and taxing, ang dami niyang features, no? Online payments, invoice templates, analytical reports. Organization can automate recurring activities such as billing, payment reminders, no? Siya na yung nagre-remind sa customer. Auto charts and payment thank you notes. So, ito yung sabi ko sa inyo na very courteous pa yung computer. Nagsisay thank you to your customers. Zoho Books allows users to manage multiple timesheets of different projects and tracking of reimbursable expenses. Organizations can also connect bank and credit card accounts. Nakikita ko pa itong automatic na to sa mga email, no? Yung customer service na email, automatic nagre-respond yung system na rin. Is AP, no? System Applications and Products. Ito yung ginagamit dito. Marami din ang gumagamit dito sa Pilipinas, no? Mas mahal nga lang ito. So SAP provides the right foundation for your accounting and reporting teams. Financial accounting solution unifies robust financial accounting functionalities. Ito ginagamit din ito ng mga manufacturing companies. Why? It is somewhat complicated kasi ang manufacturing. Kasi nga sabi ko sa inventory pa lang, 3 yung inventory ng manufacturing. And then, i-add mo pa yung factory overhead and then the direct labor. And then, meron pa siya mga operating expenses. No? And then, may purchase pa na raw materials. So, nakikip track lahat yan ng SAP. No? Record all your financial processes into a comprehensive general ledger. Okay. Support multidimensional reporting and parallel accounting standards. No? Get complete financial accounting by integrating assets, payables, receivables, and inventory. No? If you try to look at itong sinasabi niya na assets, payables, receivables, inventory, ito yung mga mobile or ito yung mga account na talagang bumubuo sa operations, no? Use powerful management accounting tools for orders, project, cost centers, and profit centers. Leverage comprehensive functionality for closing automation, reporting, and audit support. Xero accounting software. No? Xero's single unified ledger allows users to work in the same set of books regardless of location or operating system. Yung face-to-face namin noon na seminars, no bago yung lockdown, ang daming participants na Xero daw ang ginagamit nila. At right now, ito daw yung pinakamaraming gumagamit. Why? Kasi because of the ease of use at saka ang dami niyang features, no? Key features include automatic bank feeds, invoicing, accounts payable, expenses claims, no? Fixed assets depreciation, purchase orders, bank reconciliations, and standard business and management reporting. Xero has more than 200 secure connections with banks and financial service partners around the world. So, talagang pinagtrabaho talaga ng developer itong Xero. A free API, no? Biro mo yung free API kasi yung experience ko, yung middleware, bibilhin mo 350,000 noon. Ngayon, free lang. Free API also enables customers and third-party software vendors to integrate external applications, no? Kasi masakit ang ulo mo pag hindi mo ma-integrate 'yan. Halimbawa, yung invoicing mo, ibang system, tapos hindi siya makapunta doon sa journal mo kung hindi ka bibili ng middleware. Dito sa Xero, ano na niya 'yun, kaya na niya 'yun. No? Xero has integration with 700 plus third-party apps. No? So, naka-integrate siya sa mga apps ng iba. And there are over 50,000 users of Xero's API developer tools. No? Free pa. No? Okay. Bright Pearl, omni-channel retail management platform for inventory management, order processing and fulfillment, contact relationship management, and accounting automation. No, it is UK-based. Sage Intact, no? Alam ko marami din to sa Pilipinas. Has a suite of subscription-based accounting product. Its web-based applications are built on top of its internally developed platform. Sage Intact application includes accounts payable, accounts receivable, cash management, collaborate, general ledger, order management, purchasing, and reporting and dashboards. Casio. Casio is an easy-to-use accounting solution for freelancers, small business owners. Kaya kung ano man yung needs mo, mayroong accounting software that fits your need. No? Independent entrepreneurs to track income and expenses, manage taxes, send invoices, and other accounting functions. No? Okay. So, yung computerized accounting rules and regulations, this is for our topic this afternoon, no? So what we discussed this morning, we discussed about the computerized accounting system and the advantages and sa yung mga different kind of softwares, no? So let's have a 15 minutes break. After that, Harry will show to you the different kind of softwares. And then after that, we will have a lunch break for 1 hour, and then we will resume our lecture at 1 o'clock, no? Ano yung magiging lectures natin this afternoon? That would be about your application of permit to adopt computerized accounting system. And ano ba yung mga requirements, how will you go about it, and then we will discuss also yung compliance requirements ninyo, how to submit electronic records during the audit, and then the record retention management, how are you going to manage your records, no? When we say records, we are talking about electronic records. Kasi iba na yung electronic records compared to the manual, no? Yung manual, puro lang yan printed, no? Pag kailangan mo, pa-xerox mo yung original, meron ka ng xerox ng original na documents and you can use it. Sa electronic naman, iba, no? At iba din yung pamamaraan how to store these electronic records, no? So let's have a 15 minutes break, and then after that, you learn how these computer softwares work, no? Let's have a break.
Welcome to QuickBooks Easy Setup tutorial. We will be going over how to set up your business today and start using it on the desktop 2019. You can also use this tutorial for any versions going back through 2016. So let's get started. The first option we have is to set up the business quickly. We can use the Express Start. This gets the main information in there so you can start recording in your check register or invoicing. What I like to use is the Detailed Start. This way I put in the information once and I don't have to go back to it again. So this way I can set up the items that I need, customers, all in one sitting, which we'll do today. If you do have an existing QuickBooks, you'll go to other options and follow the instructions through there, or if you're converting your Quicken data and other accounting software, you can also look in the help menu to determine the software that does convert up into QuickBooks. First thing you want to do is get started by putting your company name, tax ID, and of course you can get this off your tax return or you're using your Social Security as a sole proprietor, your address, email address, and website, as these also show up on your invoices. QuickBooks gives you an industry type to choose from, and you want to choose the closest to your type of business. This way it sets up your chart of accounts for the most used chart of accounts in your industry. And it makes everything a little bit simpler because they've done all the hard work. We will be using a general product-based business chart of accounts today for you to review, but please select the one that best matches your company. In here, this will ask you for your type of tax form or business entity that uses, such as a sole proprietor, a 1040 form, or if you're a corporation, it's a Form 1120. So this can also be used to help guide you for exporting your books to TurboTax. You want to select the first month of your fiscal year. Some corporations, their first month is July, but in this case, we're going to use a calendar year, which is January. In here, it will set up your administrator password. This is very important because this is the one that can add users and has all access to the QuickBooks. So you want to make sure that you put in a password and keep that confidential somewhere. Now it's asking you where you actually want to add your file to. So it's saying you want to save it in company file on, you could say, your desktop or in your PC on your C drive. Usually it will give you a default folder, so you might just want to use that. Once you've selected the destination for your company, then it will ask you to customize QuickBooks for your business. In doing so, we're going to use both the service and products. I always say, why not get as much as you can in here in case I need to use it. But you can set up just for a service-based or a product only. It also will track your sales tax. If you are, you will select yes. In the sales, it will give you an option to create an estimate, and the estimate can be turned right into an invoice, so you don't have to type it twice. But if you are using estimates, you'll want to select yes. Okay, tracking the customer orders in QuickBooks. That's up to you if you want to use sales orders. Some businesses choose to use that, but that's an option for you as well. And then using statements in QuickBooks for billing. You may have some like a condo fees place that would want to charge a monthly fee, they could use statements for their billing. A lot of people use progress invoicing, and you can still just do an invoice every month and memorize it, or you can use a progress invoicing. That is an option mostly used by contractors. Managing the bills you owe. This is telling QuickBooks that do you like to enter the bills and pay the bills, so you would be creating accounts payable is what it's called. I just hit yes on this. Let's move through it. If you track inventory, we will be going over that in the next seminar, but for right now I'm going to say no, we're not tracking any inventory. And time tracking, if you do have employees that work on jobs of yours, you can track their time in here. And if you do have employees, they have a beautiful payroll system that will give you a full service payroll, or you can actually pay all the taxes yourself and produce the reports. But I have used that for many years. Great program. And then we're going to set up the chart of accounts and see the accounts we want to use, maybe take out some. We also want to select the date to start tracking our finances, so you might want to go all the way back to 2018. And here is where we'll select the income and expense accounts. Over here to the left is an option to check off the accounts that you would use. And in some cases, in this case, they didn't want to use sales discounts. They don't offer that, so they didn't want that extra piece in the chart of accounts. And as you see scrolling down, there are different options again for the expense side of it. Maybe they didn't want to select business licenses and permits, but I certainly would. And then I might add equipment rental as well. So you're not going to find everything in here, but you should find 90% of the accounts you need to use. And this all translates back to, if you want to use this for TurboTax, all these are GAAP approved and move seamlessly over so you can file your own taxes. And then once you've completed that, you get a nice congratulations and go to setup. The first screen, so this is your opening screen here, and it's asking you, do you want to go ahead and set up the detail on adding people you do business with, products you sell, and bank accounts? And I say, yes, we do. So the first one we're going to add is the people we do business with. Now, to the left, it's saying you can import from Outlook, Yahoo, Gmail, or paste just from an Excel sheet. A lot of times, if you're importing the data in, you can use an Excel spreadsheet. Really simple here. This is the coolest thing, I think. When you're in here, you can determine if they're a customer, vendor, or employee. Now, you don't get to put as much information as you'd like, but you get the main information in here and can start using the system. And you'll notice we've got ATEC is a company that is a vendor, so people that we pay. And then we've got customer, which is our customer here. And of course, Tom Wade is our employee. Pretty easy to add all of that, and it adds it correctly into the system. Next up, we'll go to all the products and services you sell. In here, we're just saying that we're a service-based company, but you can also do non-inventory. That means you're not keeping a physical inventory of your parts, but you do sell a gadget. So in here, I want to go ahead and for a line item on my invoices, I would say I do labor, a consulting service, and I'm $150 an hour. I also have my products that I sell, so I'm saying gadget 1, gadget 2, and here's what I sell them for. So I'm adding all my products right here that I sell. I can also add them on the fly inside of the invoice that I'm selling, but it's really nice and simple because I can immediately start using these. And it tells me, all right, you've added 3 items. If they weren't correct, they'd make me go back and fix it. So it's a good way to make sure that you've done everything proper in QuickBooks. All right, last thing we're going to add is the bank account. In here, you want to add all of your bank accounts that will be going and bringing funds in for your business. So I've got my Wells Fargo checking, and the reason why I put checking on there is we may have a savings account. And then I have a PayPal account that also goes and has its own bank statement that I reconcile, and I have a merchant account. So I'm able to add all of these with the opening balance for my checking account. All these seem to get transferred into my checking account, so they all start at 0. But I've added all my bank accounts that quickly. Next thing we want to do is just start working. This is the dashboard or front screen of your desktop version. Very nice clear pictures here. If you want to enter a bill, pay a bill, here's the icons that you would select. We'll be going over that along with creating invoices, receiving payments, and also viewing our check register. These are main points I need to get started. I want to go over one more feature with you because I think it's very important. In these days, we can have a bank feed from our bank. And it's off to the left side of the QuickBooks, and you'll notice there's a little bank here called Bank Feeds. You can actually connect that Wells Fargo account by entering your bank's name here. It would be your login for your Wells Fargo, and it will download data daily, so you can actually use these bank feeds to bring all your information in if you're a really small company, if you're not using any of the invoices or bills. If you're just using a straight register, this is the way to go. So we're going to go into our register right now. There's an icon on here to the right, and this will ask you what account do you want to go into. We're going to go into the Wells Fargo checking. It will tell you at the top. And when we actually added the checking account, we told it the opening balance. So this is just like a check register in, at home that you keep, where you have the payments you've made and deposits brought in. This is the main place I go to make sure everything's recorded properly. I can add my transactions directly from this register. Again, just like your home register, you'll fill out the information, which is the name, the amount, and in this case, we're going to select the expense account, and this would be a cost of goods. I have now added this, and you can see this item at the top here. I can also add deposits in the same register, so I really don't have to go anywhere out into the forms. Here I'm going to select income account because these are the type of income accounts I selected on the chart of account. And now I can see my opening balance along with the transactions I just put in there and the deposit. Again, this shows me my ending balance. Next thing we're going to do is use the forms. We're going to enter bills. These are bills that you owe. A bill form makes you put in the vendor name, a reference number. The reference number then tracks, so you can't duplicate having the same bill number in there. You can set the terms, and the main part you want to get is the account, which in this case, cost of goods. If I have a customer, the customer then can be selected here, and if I need to bill this charge back to them, I can select this box right here. Next, I want to pay bills. In here, I want to select to the left here the bill that I want to pay. It's telling me it's going to come out of my Wells Fargo checking, and I can print a check. I can also just assign a check number. Here's where I can print the check, or I can pay more bills. Next, we're going to go over on how to create an invoice. We select the customer Z Company, and Z Company is the one we just put those charges to. It will say, do you want to select outstanding billable time? If so, it will actually show me the item and bring it in, and I can charge the customer the 40, or I can change the amount. Also, I can add new products. Say I want to add a gadget, it's 50 and it's taxable. I can also put my labor in. I can also put in gadget 2 at 5. And we end up billing the customer with the items we just added. Now I want to receive a payment. In receiving a payment, I'm calling up the name of the customer that gave me the payment. I've selected that it's a check, so therefore I'm putting the check number in, selecting the invoice to the left with a check mark, and I'm only going to pay $100 because the check was only for $100, but it was on this invoice. You can record the whole amount. I'm just giving you the option here. And last thing you want to do is record your deposit. You may have multiple checks you received in a day. Say you receive 5 at $1,000 apiece, you would have a deposit going into the bank for $5,000. So you can record one deposit that matches for your bank reconciliation. When I go to make the deposit, it says, is this the only check you're depositing? And I'll put a check mark right here, and yes. It will then select the deposit account, in this case, the Wells Fargo. Now, a lot of times you may receive, such as like a retail shop will receive a register. So when the client comes in and buys the product, they're buying it right then, and you don't have an open invoice. So in that case, they've created what is a sales receipt, where you can do all the transaction on one receipt. So in here, I want to go ahead and charge this customer sales tax because we did set that up. The main things that I need are the sales tax rate and who I pay it to. And once I do that, I have my sales receipt where the client's coming in, they're buying gadget 1, 2 of them, and it is taxable, and I've set up my tax rate at 8 1/4. This will track my sales tax that I owe for a period of time. Now I can go over to my check register and verify that I have all my deposits in, and also it seems I have a check to print still. There are 2 main reports that I use in here, but there are well over 365. The main ones I use are from the drop-down reports. Company and Financial Profit and Loss Standard is the first one. Profit and Loss Standard is a snapshot in time of your income and your expenses for a net income that you can pull and filter for date, or if you're cash or accrual. The next report is a balance sheet report standard. The balance sheet report, again, is through a snapshot in time, and this shows your assets and your liabilities. So it has your checking account, and again, like I said, we had charged sales tax, so we owe that to State Board. It will keep track of all of that, keep track of again, what's in my Wells Fargo bank and who owes me money. And the company had just paid $100, so they still owed $350. Shows my opening balance I started with. Last but not least, to make sure and double check all the entries in your checking account, you want to go ahead and reconcile. So you'll reconcile your bank accounts, your PayPal, your merchant accounts, and that will be your double check. You'll go through from your bank statement and putting the statement ending date and the ending balance and hit continue. You will select all the items that have cleared the bank statement. The main thing is that you want to come down here and come to zero. This will show you, just like on your bank statement, how many deposits and how many checks, so you can verify where you're off. If not, come to zero, you can hit reconcile, and you are done. And know that your information has been double checked by your bank reconciliation and feel most comfortable sending those reports to a bank. I want to thank you again for taking the time to go through this. Please get started on your own. If you need any help, I am available for personal training. Thank you again for watching.
Hello and welcome to our Xero overview video. In this video we're going to take a look over different parts of Xero, such as the main menu, invoices, bills, payroll and more. By the end of the video you should have a good idea of the functionality Xero offers and whether or not it is right for your business. Once you've finished, if you would like to learn more about Xero, please check out the links to our Xero courses in the description below. And of course, if you got some value out of this free video, please like it or share it or subscribe to our YouTube channel. Finally, I just want to let you know to view this video at 1080p for maximum sharpness. So without wasting any more time, let's get going. Let's start off by having a look over the main menu. Xero's main menu runs along the top of the screen and gives you access to every part of Xero that you'll need to do the bookkeeping for your business. Let's start on the left hand side of the screen where there's a drop down menu, and from this drop down menu we can get access to a few crucial areas of Xero. The first one here is the files section, and in this files section we can store files directly in Xero without having to store them anywhere else. This includes files such as PDFs or images or spreadsheets or whatever else you like. There's a few different ways you can get files into this section. You can upload them by clicking on this button. You can take photos of documents by linking up your webcam and pressing this button. And you can even email files in. And as I said before, this section allows you to store files in Xero on the cloud without having to store them anywhere else. So let's go back to the main menu and have a look at the next section, which is the settings section. The settings section is divided up into a few different subsections, and when you first open your Xero account, you'll need to go into these subsections and set up your business properly. For example, you'll need to go into the organization details section and add details such as the name of your business, the type of business you run, such as a company, and the ABN number if you have one. And if you will be processing pay runs for your business in Xero, you'll need to go into the payroll settings section and make sure everything is set up correctly there before you do your first pay run. Likewise, if you send out sales invoices, you may need to go into the payment services section and set up accounts such as PayPal accounts or Stripe accounts so you can receive money from your customers. So that's a quick overview of the settings section, which you can find through the drop-down menu here on the left. The other items that you need to be aware of in this first drop-down menu are the link here to the app marketplace, where you can go if you need to buy third-party software that connects with Xero that you can use to manage things such as expenses or fixed assets or inventory. And also a link to the My Xero section, where you can go to access the demo company, to reset the demo company, or to change organizations if you're managing more than one live organization. So moving along to the next item in the main menu, which is a link to the main dashboard. If you click this link, you will be taken back to the dashboard no matter where you are in Xero. So now let's have a look at the other drop-down menus in Xero's main menu. The first one here is the business menu, and from here you can see that you can access areas of Xero to do with invoicing to your customers, bills that you need to pay, expense claims, and products and services, which is another name for inventory. On the next menu item, accounting, you can see that you can access your bank accounts, you can access certain reports, and you can go to certain advanced functions such as the place where you go to manage the chart of accounts, your fixed assets register, and also to post manual journals. The next menu item is payroll, and if you have a Xero subscription with payroll, then this item will show up for you. If you do not have payroll in your Xero subscription, this menu item won't show up in your live account, but it will still show up in the demo company. So you can still practice doing payroll in the demo company even if you don't have it in your live Xero account. And here you can see that we're provided links to all the different things that we need to do to set up and run our payroll. The next menu item is for projects. And the final drop-down menu here is for contacts. And in here you can manage the contact details of your customers and your suppliers and your contractors, and you can also create groups of customers that you can use to bulk send invoices. The final part of Xero's main menu are these icons off to the right. The first icon here, which is a plus symbol, just gives you quick links to certain things that you might use quite a bit when you're doing the bookkeeping for your business, such as creating invoices or bills, or going in and managing your contacts, doing quotes or purchase orders, or posting manual journals. And there's also links there to create spend money, receive money, and transfer money transactions. The next button along here is a search button that you can use to search for anything in Xero. And you can see here that it's not available when you're in the demo company, but it will be available in your live account. So if you need to search for anything in your live Xero file for your business, you can click on this magnifying glass here. The next icon here is a link to the notifications area, and this is the area where you will receive notifications from Xero if there's anything that they need to notify you about. And the second last icon here is to get to the help section. So if there's something you need help on, if you want to try and find an article on it, you can type some keywords into here, and you can see if you can find an article on it. If not, you can access the help center down here. There's a link, and if you're really stuck, there's a link here to find a Xero advisor. And the final icon on the main menu just gives you a link to your profile and your account, and also a way to log out. So that was a quick overview of Xero's main menu and how to access all the different parts of Xero from the main menu. So now let's have a look at some of those parts in a bit more depth. Okay, now let's have a look over the invoicing section of Xero. To get there, you just need to go to the business drop-down menu, and there you can see the top 3 menu items relate to invoices. There's invoices, quotes, and the sales overview screen. Let's go to the sales overview screen first. And as the name suggests, this screen gives us an overview of all the sales invoices that we have created and either sent out to the customers or are still waiting to be sent out. So if we start from the top of the screen, we can see there's a few buttons there. This first button you can click on to create invoices, quotes, or repeating invoices or credit notes. The second button you can press if you want to send statements to your customers for their outstanding invoices, to let them know just in one statement all the invoices that they've got outstanding with you. There's also a button here to import invoices, and over on the right there's a search button where you can search for invoices or quotes by the number or the reference number or the customer's name or anything else. So I'll just close that. The next part of the screen is a panel that shows the various stages of invoices and how many invoices there are at those stages. So the first panel here you can see is for draft invoices, and we can see here in the demo company there are 4 draft invoices worth a total of $2,200. The next panel along tells us that there is 1 invoice that's awaiting approval from someone who is allowed to approve invoices. The next panel shows us that there's $16,000 worth of invoices that we're waiting for customers to pay us for, and there's 10 invoices in total, and of that 10, 3 of them are overdue to a value of just over $7,000. You can click through to the invoices in these sections from these panels. So if I click on the draft panel, for example, we're taken to a screen where you can see all 4 of the draft invoices that total $2,200, and you can also see that a lot of the buttons and links on this screen are similar to the sales overview screen. So let's go back to the sales overview screen and continue to have a look at the sections on this screen. So the next section down is a little chart that just shows you the timing of money that you're expecting to come in, which is based on the invoice due dates, and you can see there's quite a lot there in December. And then to the right of that there's another chart showing you the customers that owe the most. So we've got Ridgeway University there owing us more than any other customer. And the final section on this screen is for quotes. There are no quotes created here in the demo company, so I can't really show you around that, but you may use quotes in your business, and if you do, then you can access information on those quotes via those panels down the bottom of the screen there. The next thing I want to do is quickly show you how to create an invoice. So you can do it by clicking on the button here and creating an invoice from here like we saw before, but instead of doing it from here, I'll show you how to do it from the main invoices screen, which is basically the same way anyway. So let's just go up to the invoices screen through the business menu there, and this is the main invoices screen, and from here you can see this is a list of all the invoices. So along here there's different panels that you can click on to see the invoices that are at various stages along the way, just like I showed you before on the sales page. So this panel shows you all of the invoices no matter what stage they're at, and then you can click on these panels to look at draft invoices, awaiting approval invoices, awaiting payment invoices, invoices that are paid, and also repeating invoices. So from here, let's have a look at how to create a new invoice, and to do that we just click on the button at the top of the screen here that's similar to the button on the other screen that we looked at before, and click on new invoice, and this takes us to the new invoice screen that we can use to create an invoice. So let's just do a very quick example. So in the first panel here, we just need to type in the customer's name. So if we just type in A, it'll bring up all the customers that start with A. So we'll choose ABC Furniture. This is the date that we're creating in the invoice. We just need to select a due date as well, so let's do in 2 weeks time. The next box is for an invoice number, which has been automatically generated by Xero, which is fine. And then we can choose different ways of branding our invoices, and there are a few different branding templates set up in Xero, so we'll just leave it on the standard one for now. And if we click on preview, we'll be able to see the invoice at any stage, so we won't do that yet because we haven't finished creating it. And this button here, you can click on this button if you want to upload files to attach to this invoice, and the files will be saved in Xero. So if there's anything that you want to remain with the invoice forever, you can simply upload it through this button. So let's just quickly finish creating our invoice, and we'll do it for services rendered, the quantity of 1, and then we'll just put a unit price of $100 in there. There's no discount percentage. You can see Xero has defaulted to put it in the general ledger code sales. Sales has a default tax rate of 10% GST on income. We're not going to assign it to any region. So there's the total amount of $100 at the end there. And up here you get to choose whether you want the amount to be inclusive or exclusive of tax, or if there's no tax. At the moment you can see it's inclusive of tax, which means that when we put $100 in, that includes GST. So it calculates the GST down the bottom as 1/11 of the $100. If we change that to exclusive, we're saying that the $100 does not include GST. So now Xero calculates the GST on top of the $100, and the total invoice is now $110. So let's put it back to tax inclusive. And then from here, all you need to do is decide what to do next. So if you're an invoice approver, you can go straight into approving the invoice by clicking on this button. Or if you're not an invoice approver, or if you want to save it as a draft for any other reason, you can just click on the save button, or you can click on the drop down here and choose any one of those options down here. So let's just approve the invoice, and you can see there that we get a success message at the top saying that our invoice has been approved for $100. So let's go back to the invoices screen and see where it is. So I'll just click on invoices. So we're back on the invoices screen, and because we approved the invoice, it's in this awaiting payment section, and there it is at the top, ABC Furniture for $100. We didn't email the invoice to the client, so it's not marked as sent like these invoices down here. If we did email it to the client, then that would say sent. If you do want to email an invoice to a client, there's a couple of different ways you can do it. The first way is from this screen. You can just tick on the invoice here and then click on the email button, and it brings up a little send invoice box where you can put in the email addresses. You can put in more than one address there if you like, and then there's just a normal subject line and message area for the email. So I won't send it from here because this is the demo company. And you can also include files as attachments, and you can include a PDF copy of the invoice with the email. So I'll just cancel out of there. I'll just show you, you can also print the invoice from here after you've ticked it, and that will download a PDF version of the invoice in case you want to email it some other way or print it out. And the other way you can do both of those things is if you go into the invoice itself, and you can see there's an email button up here and a print PDF button, and they do exactly the same things as you could do from the other screen. So that's a basic overview of invoicing in Xero. Okay, now let's have a look at the purchasing and bills section of Xero. So to get there, we just go to the business drop-down menu, and these three items in the middle are for purchases and for bills that we need to pay. So the first one we'll have a look at is the purchases overview. And this is a screen that just shows us a summary of the current billing situation for the demo company. So if we start from the top, we can see there's a few buttons here. The main one is this new button that you can click to create a new bill, a new one-time bill that is. You can also create repeating bills, you can create credit notes, and you can create purchase orders. Over on the right here, there's also a search box. So if you need to search for a bill by reference number or a contact name or something else, you can use this search box. Next, we have this group of panels here that shows the timeline of the current bills that are sitting in the demo company. And you can see on this first panel here that we have one draft invoice for $115.20 that's been created. And then as we move along, there's one that's awaiting approval, and there's 12 that are approved and awaiting payment. And of those that are awaiting payment, 8 of them are overdue to a value of $5,600. And as we continue to move further down the screen, we can see that there's a graph here that just shows some dates and the amounts of bills that are due on those dates. So we can actually adjust that chart by just moving this along so we can see further into the future. And the way from the bills they have set up in the demo company here, you can see that there's nothing past due from the 24th there. If we slide along further into the future, there's nothing there, so you can adjust that if you like. And then down the bottom here we have some similar panels to the bills section. These are for purchase orders, so if you use purchase orders in your business, you can have a look here on the purchases overview screen and see what the story is at the moment. So there's one draft purchase order, there's none that are awaiting approval, and there's 5 that are approved. The next thing I'm going to show you is how to create a one-off bill in Xero. You can do it from this screen if you click on the new bill button up here, but I'll show you that you can also do it from the bill screen. So this is the main billing screen where you can see all of the bills that are in the system, whether they're awaiting payment or draft or paid, whatever else. There's tabs along the top here that you can click on to see the bills that are in their various stages, just like you could from that main purchaser screen. So if we have a look at awaiting payment, we can see all the bills that have been approved and still haven't been paid. So let's go and create another one by clicking on the new bill button at the top here. So let's just create a bill for purchasing some office supplies. So I'll type in office here to bring up one of the contacts that we've already got in the system, and we'll choose the due date. You can put a reference number in if you like, and you can also attach files to this bill if you have anything that you might need to reference later on for this bill. So it could be a purchase order, or it could be an Excel spreadsheet or an email or anything else. So let's just put in the description of supplies for the office, and we'll say that we purchased 10 and they were $50 each, and they should go to the printing and stationery account. And you can see that that's automatically set up to have GST on expenses, which will be at a rate of 10%. So because we have this set to tax exclusive, the amount that we've got in here as the total is exclusive of GST. So Xero has added 10% GST onto it to make the total bill $550. If we change that to tax inclusive, it means that this amount is already inclusive of GST. So Xero will calculate 10% of that total, being 1/11, which is $45.45. So you can see the total bill is still $500. So that's the difference between the two. There's also no tax in there, but that's not relevant to this because stationery does attract GST. So once you've got it set up, you can save it as a draft by clicking on the Save button over here, or you can approve it for payment right away if you are authorized to do that. So let's click on Approve. And Xero has given us a success message at the top to say that our bill is approved. If you do need to, you can click on this button here to print a copy of the bill as a PDF. And if you've made a mistake, you can either void the bill or you can just edit the bill. So if you needed to change the amounts or the account code or something else, you can click on Edit and go in and make changes. But we're happy with this bill, so let's go back to our billing screen. And here you can see that we're in the tab for bills that have been approved and are awaiting payment. And here's our bill at the top for our office supplies for $550. So that's how you successfully create a bill in Xero. So that's a one-off bill. If you have bills that you pay regularly, you can create repeating bills in Xero to save you from having to create the same bill over and over again, say monthly. So to do that, you just go up here and you just click on New Repeating Bill, and you can create a bill for your phone bill or your rent or whatever you like. But let's just have a quick look at any repeating bills that are already set up in the demo company. So we'll click on the Repeating tab. And here we can see that there are some repeating bills set up. So this first one here is for the monthly bill to pay Xero for using the software. So if we click into that, we can see that all the relevant details are in, the description and the amount and the GL code. And we can see at the top here that the bill repeats every month, and when the system creates it, it goes straight into the approved bucket, so it doesn't need to be approved by anyone. It's already automatically approved, and it will show up in that approved tab, ready for payment. So let's just go back and have a look at another one. So we'll just cancel out of here. And you can see what I mean here, that first bill is auto approved. If we have a look at another one that's saved as draft, so this particular repeating bill here, so this is for the monthly ADSL or internet connection, and you can see that instead of this one being automatically approved when Xero creates it, it actually saves it as a draft instead. So it still needs to be approved by someone. It'll end up in the drafts tab. So if we cancel out of there and go back to this main page, so that Xero bill will automatically show up here in this tab every month, and the bill for the ADSL will automatically show up in this drafts tab every month, and then someone will have to go and approve it. So that's how you manage repeating bills in Xero. And that's also the end of our look at the purchases section of Xero. So let's move on now to the next section. Okay, let's have a look now at the expense claims section of Xero. To get there, just click on Business in the main menu and go to Expense Claims. So the first thing we'll do is just have a quick look at some of the settings. So if you click on this cog up here, it'll take you to the expense settings section. And you can see here in the General tab, there's an option here to enable receipt analyzing. So if you click that, you will allow Xero to analyze photos that you or your employees take of receipts for their expense claims, and then the system will try to create an expense claim automatically so that you don't have to type in all the information. So we'll just untick that again, and then in the next few tabs you can control who the users are, you know, which of your employees are allowed to submit expense claims, and thirdly, you can control which general ledger accounts people are allowed to send expense claims to. So they won't all be appropriate. So for example, no one would should be allowed to submit an expense claim to the depreciation account or cost of goods sold account. So you can just tick the general ledger codes down here that you feel are appropriate, such as entertainment and advertising, etc. So back to the expense claims main screen here, you can see that there are various stages of expense claims. So in this incomplete section here, you can see that that it contains the expense claims that are in the draft stage still, so they haven't been submitted and they haven't been approved. If they have been submitted but are not yet approved, they show up down here in the in review section with the label submitted. And then if they have been approved, the label approved is applied, and they also Xero also will create a bill for that particular expense claim, so you can pay the person the money that you owe them. So that's an overview of expense claims in Xero. Let's move on now to the products and services section. The next section we'll have a look at is the products and services section of Xero, which is also the inventory section. So to get there, just go to the business menu and products and services. And here we can see that there are a few different kinds of products and services. So if we have a look here, we can see there's some golf balls and there's some t-shirts, and those are all products that have a buying price or a cost price and a sale price with a margin in the middle. So they're physical products. And there's also some services set up here. So services such as development work with hourly rates and day rates. And there's some more down here for project management and some half-day training and desktop network support. So some of these items here are products and some of them are services. They're not all physical inventory. So you can create new items by clicking on this new item button, and you can also import and export some of the data. Now, if you run a business where you do have inventory, you may find Xero's products and services section a little bit basic. So if you need something more sophisticated, such as the third-party add-on, you can go to this main menu and go to the app marketplace and see if you can find something more sophisticated and more appropriate for your business. And I'll just finish off by showing you what these item codes can be used for, particularly for services. So you can see here there's a DevD item code here. So if we do some development work for a client and we want to invoice them, we can go to the invoicing section. We can create a new invoice. And then when we go to fill in the line items, we can click on this item here, click on the drop down, and you can see here, this is where the products and services show up. So if we click on DevD that we were looking at before, that will automatically populate our invoice with all the information that was set up in the products and services section. So even though the products and services section is probably a little basic for physical inventory such as golf balls and t-shirts, it is pretty handy if you have particular services that you invoice people for over and over again. You can just set up the services here. So that was our overview of products and services and inventory in Xero. Let's have a look now at bank accounts. Okay, now let's have a look at one of the more important parts of Xero, which is how to manage your bank accounts. So no matter what kind of business you've got, you're likely to have at least one bank account or credit card or PayPal account or whatever it may be. And they're all controlled from the bank accounts section. So on the main dashboard here, you can see the two bank accounts that are set up in the demo company. There are a couple of panels here to show you the information on those bank accounts, and you can also see that you can click into those bank accounts by clicking on the names of them. If you want to reconcile this main account, you can click on the button, and you can also access a few things by clicking on the three buttons on the right hand side here. But let's go into the bank accounts from the main menu. So you just need to click on accounting and bank accounts, and here you can see the main bank account screen. And the reason I've gone in here instead of from the main dashboard is that there are some extra buttons at the top here that allow you to do a few things, such as adding a new bank account, which you'll have to do when you first set up your business on Xero. So if we click on that, you can see here that there's a process you need to go through to set up a bank account. So here in Australia, it's brought up some of the main banks here. So let's click on ANZ. Then you go to the next screen where you type in your account name and the account type. So let's just say it's an everyday bank account, and we'll just call it business bank account, business account 2. And then you can type in the BSB and account number. So I'll just put some pretend numbers in there. And if we go to continue, you can see we have a new bank account down here. Now, we haven't actually got any transactions in that account because we only just set it up. So you can click on here to import a bank statement, and that's a manual import process. So you'll need to download transactions from your online banking, put them into the template that Xero provides through the process, and then import them to get the transactions in here. Normally what you'd like to do though is set up automatic importing, and that's one of the main benefits of using Xero. So every day your bank transactions will be automatically imported into the bank accounts that you've got set up in Xero. I can't show you how that works in the demo company because it's not activated in the demo company. But if you can get that set up for your bank accounts, it's a real time saver. So let's just have a look at the 2 bank accounts that Xero has set up in the demo company here. And the first thing you'll probably notice is that the main business bank account has this button here saying that there's 28 items to reconcile, while the other bank account says that it's reconciled. So if we go into this one and we look on the reconcile tab, we can see that there's no transactions to reconcile, and that the balance in Xero is the same as the balance in the online banking facility. So if we go back to the main bank account screen, and now we go into the business bank account, so we can either click on this button here to go straight to the reconcile tab, or we can click through the same way we did the other account and then click on the reconcile tab. And here you can see that there are 28 items that need to be reconciled. So on the left hand side we have the bank statement lines, and these are the transactions that are imported from your bank account, whether you manually uploaded them or whether they came through the automatic feed system that you hopefully can set up for your bank accounts. And then on the right hand side we have transactions in Xero, and the idea is that every single bank account item needs to match to a transaction in Xero. So whether that's a sales invoice or a bill or an expense payment to a client or something else, it needs to match, and then you can reconcile it. Xero will always try to automatically match your bank transactions with invoices and bills, etc., that you already have set up in Xero. And when that happens, it shows up as a match just like it has here, and this OK button will appear in the middle, so you can see the button is there for a few of the transactions that have matched and it's not there for others. So there's no matching general ledger transaction for this $15.75 spend at the bakery. Once Xero does match these things together, or you do it yourself, and the OK button shows up, all you need to do is click on it and that item is reconciled. So you can do that one as well, and as you scroll down you can see there's more of them. So for bank account transactions that come through on your feed that do not have a matching transaction in Xero, you need to create them. So you can do that manually by using this create tab here. So if you like, you can just create a spend money transaction for this. So we could say it's the Cooper Street Bakery, and we can say that that might go to, let's say, entertainment, and we can put a description in if we like, but we won't do it here. And you can see now that we've created a transaction, so the OK button appears, and if we click OK, then that item will be reconciled in our accounts. It will disappear from here. So likewise, we've got some money coming in here for $2,000, and we can create some sort of receive money transaction because it looks like it's not matching to a sales invoice. And the other thing you can do is to create bank rules, and the rules will look for certain information in your bank transactions and then try and create a general ledger transaction automatically. So you can have a look at the bank rules by going to Manage Account, Bank Rules, and we can see here that there's only one of them set up here in the demo company in this particular bank account called 7-Eleven, and it's a spend money rule. And what that's going to do is it's going to look for a payee that contains the word 11, and it will try and match bank account transactions and then create a general ledger transaction automatically. So if we go back to our bank feed and just go back to bank accounts, back into the business bank account and into the reconciliation tab, you can see here there's a transaction that does actually contain the word 11 for 7-Eleven, and Xero has automatically created a general ledger transaction to match it to. So we can just straight away click on OK, and that's reconciled. So that's just another way that Xero tries to help you to automatically reconcile transactions, and you can create as many bank rules as you like for whatever transactions you like. So for example, we could create a rule for Central City parking, and then every time Xero spots Central City parking coming through your bank feed, it will try to create a general ledger transaction for you. Then the OK button will show up, and then you can just go through and click OK, and it's reconciled. So let's just go back up to the top here and have a look at some of these other tabs. We can see there's a cash coding tab, and from here you can manually code the transactions that have come through on the bank feed to general ledger accounts, and it can be a faster way of doing it than using the reconcile tab. So it's just a matter of preference really as to which way you want to do it. The next tab just shows the bank statement transactions, and you can see here that some of them are unreconciled and some of them have been reconciled. There's also one that's been deleted there. And then finally the account transactions tab, which shows you transactions in Xero's general ledger. So that includes things like invoices and bills that have been set up. And again, you can see some of them have been reconciled to bank account transactions and some of them are still unreconciled. So that's a little overview of how to reconcile a bank account in Xero. If we go back to the main bank account screen, I'll just point out that if you have other accounts such as credit cards or PayPal accounts or Stripe accounts or anything like that, you still manage them from this section here. So you just go into add bank account, and if for example it's a PayPal account, you can just type in PayPal and then go through the process of adding the PayPal account through here. So that's it for bank accounts. Let's move on now to the next section. Let's have a quick look now at some of the reporting that you can do in Xero. So if you click on the accounting menu, you can see that there is a report section, and this is the favorites section. So these particular reports have been favorited, and they include the business activity statement and the balance sheet, cash flow and profit and loss. So you can go directly to those reports from here because they're favorited. If you want to go and look at a different report, you just click on reports, and from here you can go into any one of Xero's reports, and you can see the reports that have been favorited have a little star next to them that's been selected. So if we wanted to take the balance sheet off that menu, we just click on the star, and now you can see that the balance sheet no longer appears there. So we can put that back, and there it is again. So that's how you favorite and unfavorite a report for the menu. And other than that, really, you can just have a look through and see what kind of reports are here and what you may need in your business. So you might need to expand it out a little bit, and you can see there's financial reports and sales and purchases, inventory reports. There's lots of payroll reports as well, and then some reports for taxation and accounting and fixed assets. So that was just a little overview of the reporting section in Xero. Let's move along to the next section. Okay, let's have a look now at some of the advanced accounting tools and settings in Xero. So to get there, we just go to the accounting menu, and you can see down the bottom here, there's a subsection of the menu with a few quick links to some of the advanced accounting areas. So you can use those links, or you can just click on advanced up here, and that will bring up all of the advanced features and the advanced settings just on the one screen. So just going down the list of advanced features here, and we won't look at them all, you can see there's a tool here to find and recode transactions if you've made a mistake and you need to do that. There's a section where you can go to post manual journals to the general ledger. So we'll just click in here and have a look, and you can see if we have a look at the list of all journals, there's a few in here in the demo company, one of which has been posted, a few of which are still drafts, and one has been voided. So if you want to create a new journal, you just click on the new journal button, and Xero always gives you a message recommending that an accountant or a bookkeeper create journals unless you have experience managing a general ledger. And then you can simply go ahead and create the journal down here. Xero will tell you if it doesn't balance. So if we go back out here and have a look at some of the draft journals, I believe this one here doesn't balance. It's $108 out because of the GST. So you won't be able to post that one until it balances. So when you do get a journal to balance and it's either saved as a draft or you're just creating it at the time, you can either save it as a draft or you can just post it right away and it'll just post straight into the general ledger. So that's a little bit about manual journals. So if we go back to the advanced section, next on the list is fixed assets. So if we go into the fixed assets section, you can see, similar to a lot of the other places in Xero, such as invoicing and bills, there's you can save drafts and then you can register them when they're ready to be registered. So if we just have a little bit of a look here at one of the draft fixed assets, and you can see that we've purchased some desks and chairs and furniture for the office, and it's being coded to office equipment, and there's a purchase price and an asset number, etc. You can also put some other details in here, such as a description, a depreciation start date, choose the depreciation method by rate or by effective life, and then when you're ready you can just click on the register button, and then it will show up in the registered assets list. So there's a few here that are already registered. So if we go into this one, we can just see the details of it. It's an LCD TV, 60-inch TV, diminishing value depreciation at 40%. And we have a look here, summary of the value. We can see it's still in at its book value of $6,500. So once you've got a couple of registered assets, or even just one, at some point you will run your depreciation, whether you do it monthly or if you just do one run at year end. You just click on this button and it will calculate and run the depreciation for you. And of course, if you want to add a new asset, you can do it this way. And there's a few other ways you can do it as well, but I won't show you those right now. But you can just press this button to create a new fixed asset. So if we just go back into the advanced section while we're on the topic of fixed assets, there's also under advanced settings, there's some fixed asset settings that you'll need to set up before you actually register any assets. So if we just have a quick look in there, and we can see that what we need to do is create the asset types for a start. So you might remember we just had a look at one that was coded to office equipment, so that's already been set up here in the demo company, and the general ledger accounts that the asset goes to and the accumulated depreciation goes to and the depreciation expense goes to. It's all been set up, and there's a default depreciation method here as well. So you can set up asset types, you can set up motor vehicles or heavy equipment, whatever you like in here. And then there's a few GL accounts that you can select here if you're going to dispose of an asset, and there's some tax reporting settings as well that you can set up to do with pooling. So you need to set those up before you start adding fixed assets. So that's what I wanted to show you on the advanced features side. So on the advanced settings side, we've already looked at the fixed asset settings, but there's also some other settings that you need to go through when you're first setting yourself up in Xero. One of those is the financial settings. So obviously in Australia we've got GST, and you'll need to go through and set up your GST method and put some other details in here as well, such as when you calculate your GST and pay it. Same with your PAYG withheld and your PAYG income. And there's a few tax defaults here that you can tinker with as well, and lock dates for if you need to lock your accounts for posting to ensure that people no longer post to them once you're finished with particular periods. It's all in here. So the next one down is another really important one, which is the chart of accounts. So different businesses will have different charts of accounts. So you'll need to set one up that's appropriate for your business, but it's all in here. The assets and liabilities, etc. Each one has a different tab, and you can add GL codes, and you can delete them if you haven't used them. If you have used them, you may be able to archive them instead by just ticking there and clicking on the right button. So if we just have a look at when you add an account, you can see that there's a few things you need to fill in. Obviously the account type, so if it's a current asset, pick a unique code, give it a name, a description, and then you'll need to choose the way that it has tax calculated on it or not. So we won't set one up. I was just showing you where to go to do that. So that's a bit about the chart of accounts, except I should also point out that you can import a chart of accounts if you have one set up in another system and you want to bring it over to Xero. You can import it. And if we have a quick look at the tax rates, we can see here that there's some basic GST tax rates set up for the Australian version of Xero, with GST on expenses and income set at 10%, and all these other codes it's 0%. If you need more tax rates, you can click on change to advanced tax rates here, and I'll just click on it, and you can see now that the list of tax rates we've got is much longer, and particularly there's a few additional tax codes that have come through for things like exports and capital imports, etc. So depending on what type of business you run, you may or may not need to use those. So let's just go back to the advanced settings section and have a look at tracking categories. Now, tracking categories is basically Xero's version of cost centers or profit centers. So you can set up different categories, and you can have different categories within the categories. So this one, you can see here in the demo company, there's a region category set up, and there's east, north, south, and west coast. And I'll just quickly show you one way that you can use those. If we go into invoices, for example, and we just have a look at this first invoice here. If we edit the invoice, and you can see here there's a region column with nothing selected, but we can assign it to one of those categories that we saw before. So we could assign this to east side, and the next line, for example, could be assigned to the north side. We can update that so it saves. And all that means is that when you go to do some reporting later on, you can report by region, because you've got it set up as a tracking category and you've used it here. So yeah, so that's how tracking categories are a lot like cost centers and profit centers in Xero. And the final thing to show you here is conversion balances. And this is the place you go to if you're converting over from a different accounting package to Xero. You can put conversion balances in for all your general ledger codes. So you may not need to do it for the profit and loss codes if you're converting at a particular date, such as the first day of the financial year, because they will all be Xero anyway. But you'll certainly need to put conversion balances in for things like your bank accounts, because I'm sure they'll have a balance when you convert your accounting over to Xero. So that's where you go to do that. So that's a little overview of the advanced accounting section. And just to finish off, like I showed you before, some of these settings, etc., are down here on the drop down menu. If you want to put quick links to any of the others on there, you just need to favorite them, and there now you can see history and notes. So that's it for advanced accounting. Let's have a look now through the payroll section. Let's have a look at payroll in Xero now. If you're going to run payroll in your business, then before you add any employees or do any pay runs, you'll need to set up the payroll first. So let's have a look at where to go to do that. If we go to the main menu here and click on settings, and then click on payroll settings, we can see here that there are a few tabs that we need to go along to set up certain things for our payroll. So this has of course already been done in the demo company, so we can just have a really quick look through it. And on the first tab here, you can see that you can set up the accounts, the general ledger accounts that relate to payroll, such as where the bank account that the money is going to be paid out of, and the general ledger accounts for the PAYG liability and the superannuation liability and the wages expense and a few other things as well. You can also set up some payroll tracking, which you can do by region, because we have that tracking category already set up here in Xero, but we won't go into that too much here because it is optional. It's not something you have to do. And then there's a few payslip options down the bottom here as to whether you want to show the salary and the employment basis and put a logo on it. So once you've set that up, you'll need to go through and set up your payroll calendars. So you may have more than one payroll calendar in your business. There might be people that you pay fortnightly, there might be people that you pay weekly. You can also set up other pay calendars. If we click on the add button here, you can see that you can set up twice monthly, 4 weekly, monthly or quarterly as well. So you can set up basically whatever you need for your business. And here in the demo company, they've already got fortnightly and weekly set up. And if we have a look into the settings here, it just shows you a couple of things about when the next payment is to be made, and whether you want it to be your default pay calendar. So we can just cancel out of there. The next thing you need to do is set up holidays. So in Australia, you can set them up by state if you like. So you can set up the public holidays for things like Christmas and Easter and Labor Day and that sort of thing by state, because different states have different public holidays. And when you add employees, you can select which group of holidays is going to be assigned to those employees. So that's relevant if you have employees in different states. The next tab is for pay items, and here you can see that there's already quite a lot of them set up. So one of the main ones here is an earnings pay item for ordinary hours, which would be, you would think, what most people would have on their pay slip every time they get paid. But there's also other things such as termination payments for leaving, overtime hours, redundancy, etc. There's deductions as well. So people might have deductions for fringe benefits tax or lease payments or anything else. There's union fees, which are quite common. There's reimbursements as well, if you need to reimburse staff for travel or other things that they've spent money on in the business. And one of the most important ones is leave. And here, of course, you have annual leave, which for a full-timer, you can see it's been set up to 152 hours a year. If we click into that, you can see it's units hours, normal entitlement is 152 hours a year. And this is selected to show the balance on each of the pay slips. So whatever balance the employee has left will show up on the pay slip. So here you can set up all your different leave types, like carers leave or sick leave, whatever you want to call it, parental leave, etc. It's all here. And for superannuation, this is where you go to actually set up the superannuation funds. So no doubt, if you've got a whole lot of employees, many of them will have different superannuation funds, and this is where you need to go to add them. You just click on this add superannuation fund here, and with the type you can choose whether it's regulated or self-managed, because some people have self-managed superannuation funds. So you'll need some extra details like the ABN and the ESA, etc., and the bank account. So there's no self-managed super funds set up here in the demo company, just a few regulated funds. So those are the payroll settings that you need to go through and set up before you do any pay runs for your business. And once it's all set up, then you can start doing pay runs as long as you've added employees. So I'll just show you all the different screens now that you need to go to process pay runs. So if we go to the payroll menu, and we can have a look at this overview screen, which just gives you a bit of a snapshot as to what's happening at the moment. So you may or may not really use this screen. There's a draft pay run set up, there's some leave to approve, and there's no timesheets to approve. And you can access all this information in the other screens anyway. So if we go to employees, this is where you'll go to set up your employees. You just simply click on add employee, and you can see in the demo company here, there's half a dozen employees already set up. And on the history tab here, this is where the employees will show up if they're no longer working for your company, if they have a termination date. So if we go back here and we have a look at one of the employees that's been set up, this is what you'll need to do for each employee that you've set up. You'll need to go along each of these tabs and fill in all the relevant information. So you can see here, this is just basic information such as their name and phone number, etc. In employment, there's a few key pieces of information you'll need to put in, such as their start date, what payroll calendar they belong to, and you might remember we just saw there was a weekly one and a fortnightly one. And there's employee groups as well, which you may or may not use. The holiday groups are what I was talking about before when I was saying in Australia you would probably set those up by state. So that could be a holiday group of Queensland if the employee is based in Queensland. And then their ordinary hours rate. Here you can see that pick the pay item of ordinary hours that I showed you before. And then there's certain authorizations here as well, which for most employees will be unticked. This is also the screen where you will choose what superannuation fund the employee belongs to. So you can just click on this add fund button here, and you might remember we just saw that there were two that were set up. So you just choose it here, and then usually people have an employee number with their superannuation fund that you'll need to add in here. So that's the employment tab. The taxes tab is also another important one. So this is a screen where you can submit the employee's tax details straight to the ATO instead of doing it the old paper-based way. So if you get the signed tax declaration off the employee, you can put their tax file number in here, and you can put their employment basis in, whether they're an Australian resident, and they will put on their form whether they're claiming the tax-free threshold, whether they have a HEX or HELP debt, etc. And then when it's all correct, this button down here that says File Now, this will be colored green, and you just click on the button and it will ask you if you want to send the details straight to the Australian Taxation Office instead of having to mail the paper form. So that's pretty handy. So this is disabled in the demo company, which is why it's not coming up. The next tab is for leave, and no doubt all of your employees will be entitled to some kind of leave. So there's a little history here of leave that they've requested, whether it's been rejected, approved, or requested and it hasn't been looked at yet. But when you first set up an employee, this section here will have nothing in it. So you need to assign leave types by clicking on that button. And sometimes there's also an option there to just assign default leave types. So everybody might be entitled to just annual leave and personal and carers leave, and you can just click on the button and it just comes straight up, which is very handy. The next tab is for their bank account, and this is where you go just to put in their bank account details for where you're going to pay their wages to. So that's pretty straightforward. The payslips tab just gives you a history of the employees' payslips if you need to get in there and access them and have a look. If you click on these buttons here, they download as PDFs. You can't actually open them on the screen. And the pay template tab, this is the template, or the calculation, if you like, of the employee's standard pay, which I'll show you this when we go and have a look at pay runs. So you can see here that LeBron James has some ordinary hours, 38 hours a week, and he has a union fees deduction, and there's some superannuation down here as well. And then the opening balances tab, this is really only relevant in certain situations. So particularly if you're converting over from another piece of accounting software, you might need to put in some opening balances for the employee for these various things here. And then there is a notes tab as well, and you can see there's no notes there, but you can make notes if you need to. And if we just go back to we'll go back to the details tab, and you can see here there's a little options box at the top. If the employee has left the company or is leaving the company, you can set a termination date. If they've just started in the company and you've just set them up here, you can send them an invitation to the payroll section of Xero, and that will give them access to certain things such as being able to apply for leave. And another thing to note is that if you hover over these two bits here, the information, it's quite sensitive information, so it's hidden on the screen. So if anybody's walking past your screen, they can't see the information such as the salary, but if you hover over it shows up there. So that's the employee section of Xero, and there is another way I showed you before, how you can click on that button to invite new employees to payroll. You can also do it here by ticking that box and clicking on invite to my payroll, and like I said before, that will allow them to go in and do things like applying for leave. So the next item down is pay employees, and that's where you'll go to process pay runs, but we'll just go to leave first and have a look in here. And because we're set up as someone who can review leave, you can see we've got these items of leave that employees have applied for and they're up for review. So there's a bit of annual leave there. If you want to approve it, you can click approve. If you want to have a look at it, you can click in here and click in edit. So there might be something that you need to change in here, and then you can reject it or approve it, and you can also reject it here if for some reason you need to reject it. Upcoming, these are leave items that have already been approved and that will go into one of the future pay runs. And you can also have a look at the history here on this tab, and you can see all of the items in history there have been rejected. So that's a little overview of the leave section. If you want to apply for leave for yourself, you can click on the new button and you can put your own name in here. And if you've got permission to do so, you can also put in leave requests for other staff as well. So the timesheet section, not all companies will use this. You might not use it in your business, but this is where you can go to upload timesheets for staff, which is particularly relevant for casual staff. And then there's a process to go through to add timesheets and to approve them. And once they're approved, they can go into the pay runs. Now this last item here, superannuation, this is something that is disabled in the demo company, but in your live account, it may be enabled if you have payroll. And so you'll see a different screen when you go into here. And what this will allow you to do is to pay your superannuation straight from Xero through a clearinghouse that Xero are affiliated with. So that will save you from having to do it another way, such as through the ATO's business portal. So that's a pretty handy thing to know if you want a nice simple way to pay your employees superannuation. So now that we've looked at all that, let's have a look at how you actually pay your employees. So we'll go into here and we can see that there's a pay run history here of the weekly and fortnightly pays that have gone through lately. And you can see there's also a draft pay run. So a draft pay run is one that's already been set up, but we haven't actually processed the pay run yet or paid anybody. And you can only have one draft pay run per calendar, so we can't add another fortnightly draft pay run at the moment. There's already one there, but we can add a weekly pay run if we click on here and we click on weekly. And those are the employees that are in the weekly pay run. So if we just close out of here, now we can see that we've got a fortnightly and a weekly in draft. So the other thing you can do is you can process unscheduled pay runs, and they're handy if you just need to make an adjustment to, say, one employee. You may need to adjust their pay or their leave balance or something like that. So you can just process an unscheduled pay run. So let's just have a quick look inside the fortnightly pay run. And you can see here we've got 3 employees listed. It gives us the totals at the top of the earnings and taxes, etc., that are adding up from here. They're all ticked to be included in the pay run, and there's a few different options down here, such as adding a message. You can delete the pay run if there's some problem with it. You can reset the pay run if you've gone in and tinkered with some of these things and you need to reset it back to its original state because it's incorrect. You can just click that. There's also some reports here. You can look at pay slips. You can look at the journal that's going to be posted to the general ledger accounts, and you can look at the bank payments that are going to be made to each of the employees. And then when you're happy, you can click on the post pay run button here. But before we do that, let's just have a look at one of the employees. So before, when I was showing you the pay template, this is basically the same thing. So this is LeBron James's pay template, and every time we go to post a pay run, his pay template will come up just like this, and then you can go in and you can make changes if you need to. So perhaps LeBron didn't work 76 hours that week and you need to change that. So there's the union fees we saw before, and down here are the superannuation payments we saw before, and here you can see it's also calculated the PAYG tax, and there's no HEX or help on here either. So this just gives you the overview of all of LeBron James's pay for this particular fortnight. So we can go back by just clicking here. We can see all the others. We'll just assume that we're happy with all of them, and then to post the pay run, we just click on post pay run. Yes, we're sure. And it's just telling us that it's been posted successfully. And now you can see we've got this pay run options drop down menu here. So now we can download an ABA file, which is a text file that you can upload straight into your online banking to help you process the pays a lot quicker than going in and manually typing them in. And you can also email pay slips directly from Xero to the staff members, as long as you put email addresses in each of their profiles. And if you've made a big mistake and you need to undo it, you can revert to draft. So once you've clicked on email pay slips, these little buttons here come up green, but I won't do it here because it's the demo company. So if we close out of here, we can now see that that fortnightly pay run that we've just posted has come down into the history. and the only draft we have up here is the weekly one that we added before. But now that we've posted a fortnightly pay run, we can add another one, because you can only have one draft of each calendar at any one time. So just close out of there, and now you can see there's another one there ready for posting, which is 2 weeks after the one that we just posted. So that's an overview of payroll in Xero. Like I said, it's a fairly big and complicated part of Xero. So that was just a brief overview of all the different places that you need to go. So let's finish off now by having a look at the contacts section of Xero. The last thing I want to show you in Xero is the contacts section. So you can see there that there's a contacts item on the main menu. So if we click on that and we go into all contacts, this will bring up a screen where we can manage our contacts. So at the moment we've got it selected to all. So down here, all of our contacts are listed down here. If we just want to look at customers, we can click on customers. Same with suppliers. We can also add employees as contacts. There's none added here in the demo company, but we can do that if we like. And then further down here, we've got contact groups. So you can create groups to save you some time with invoicing. So if we look at the contractors group, we can see that there's only one in there. But if we go to the support clients group, where there's actually 10 contacts, if we wanted to send the same invoice to each one of these support clients, we can do so by creating an invoice and then sending it to this support clients group. So that's a bit of a time saver there. And then further down, we've got some smart lists. So you can create lists and you can create groups for whatever you like. So for these smart lists, for example, here's a list of all the contacts that have actually purchased an item for us. Or we can create a list for, say, customers that are overdue by 7 days, and there's just the one there. So we'll go back up to the all list here, and we'll have a look inside one of the contacts just to see what's in there. So if we go down to one that looks pretty full of information, say this Bayside Club, and if we go in, we can see there's a lot of information in here. So this is the current situation for the client. There's an invoice awaiting payment, there's a bill awaiting payment, and there's a history down here of the activity of invoices and bills, etc. And then you can see over here on the right, there's a whole bunch of contact details for that particular client, their address and their phone, name, email address, etc. If you want to edit that, you just go into the edit section, and there's a whole lot of things through here that you need to, you don't need to fill it all out for each client, but you can fill it out. And you can see in the demo company, this one's pretty full. So it's a good example to work off if you want to create your own contacts. So I'll just click save there. And then if we look at this options drop down menu here, you can see that we can send the client a statement. So that would send them a statement for their outstanding invoices. We can add it to a group. We had a bit of a look at the groups before. If you've got a couple of contacts that have different names, so they're saved as different contacts, but they really should be the same contact, you can merge them. And then also you can archive contacts if you're not using them anymore. So you can do those things through that drop down menu, or if you go back to the main contact screen and you click on the contact and just check the checkbox, you can see here that all those options are available here as well, including edit. So that's a few ways that you can manage your contacts. To create the contacts in the first place, there's a few different ways you can do that. You can bulk import them, and if we click on the import button, we can see here that there's an import process. So there's actually an Excel file that you can download that you can put all the information into and then browse and upload it. And it's saying here it should be a CSV file or a text file. Sorry, it's not actually an Excel template, it's a CSV. And then when you hit import, Xero will check it and then import them. So that's a way of bulk importing contacts. If you have a bunch of contacts from some other source. You can also export your current list of contacts if you need to use it somewhere else. And again, you can send statements to contacts, or you can just add contacts individually by clicking on this Add Contact button, and that will take you to the screen where you fill in all the information. So that's one way of doing it, if we just cancel out of there. Another way of doing it that you might find handy is if you're in one of the sections such as the bank reconciliation or invoicing, so, you can create contacts that way. So if we go into invoices and we click on new invoice, if we say we want to invoice Officeworks, which is not currently a contact, it'll ask you if you want to add the contact, so you can just add it there. So you can't actually fill out any of the details for the contact on this screen, but you can add it here, and then you can go back into contacts, find it, and you can add the details in afterwards. And similarly, you can do that with bills, and you can also do it when you're reconciling the bank accounts. So if we go in to the bank account with unreconciled items, and let's just say we go and find one, let's say the Cooper Street Bakery. So we'll just use that name here, Cooper Street Bakery, and you can see that it hasn't found a contact called Cooper Street Bakery, so we can add it as a new contact. We can put that to entertainment and just reconcile it. And then if we go back into contacts, all contacts, we should be able to scroll down and find the Cooper Street Bakery. There it is, that we just created. So from here you can go in, you can edit the contact, and you can add in all the extra details that you need for that contact. So that's an overview of contacts in Xero. It's a pretty handy area, and like I said, you can actually create contacts from a bunch of different places. You don't necessarily have to come in here and add contacts individually this way. So that's it for contacts in Xero, and that's also it for our Xero overview. Please now check out our final video to find out what to do next. Thank you for watching our Xero overview video. I hope you learned a bit about what Xero has to offer you and your business. If you would like to learn more about Xero, please check out the links to our Xero courses in the description below. And of course, if you got some value out of this free video, please like it or share it and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Thanks again, and I hope to see you soon.
Okay. So, good afternoon, and let's go back to our discussion. No? This afternoon, our topic would be about the computerized accounting rules and regulations. No? So, this morning, I have discussed to you yung mga about the advantages, no, benefits ng computerization. And pinakita sa inyo ni Harry how the system work. No? So, ngayon, ang sabi ko nga sa inyo, lahat ng ginagawa natin, may batas, no? May rules, may regulations. That's why, dapat alamin din natin, since computer na ngayon, no? Computer world na tayo ngayon. No? So, we cannot do away with computerization. Yung sabi ko sa inyo na, we will adapt the computerization, nandyan na yung computerization. All we have to do is to equip ourselves with the knowledge and the skills so that kaya nating i-operate or gamitin yung tools ng computerization. Okay, but ang sabi ko naman sa inyo, lahat sa tax are regulated. Kahit sa pang-araw-araw natin na buhay, lahat yan may, no? If knowledge and the skills so that kaya natin sa library ng Congress, sa House of Representatives, doon nag-uumpisa yung paggawa ng sa tax. Napakarami, kaya halos lahat ng galaw natin yan are regulated. No? Hindi lang na-implement yung sa ganito, no? So, hindi mo lang mararamdaman, pero sobrang dami po ng batas natin. And isa na dyan, since we're talking about computerization, so we have to know also, ano ba yung batas ng computerization? Okay? So this is yung pag-aralan natin is about Revenue Memorandum Order 29-2002 and what is this for? This is the revised procedures in the processing and approval of applications for permit to adopt computerized accounting system or CAS or components thereof, which amend yung previous na RMO din 21-2000. No? So ito yung hindi pa na-amend hanggang ngayon. So mapapansin niyo 2002 pa to, no? I am one of the team na gumawa po nitong RMO 29-2002. During the deliberation, ang dami na din naming mga series of meetings sa taxpayer, may mga kasama kaming taxpayers bago po nabuo itong 29-2002. The objective of this memorandum is to prescribe policies, guidelines, procedures, define duties and responsibilities relative to the processing and approval of applications for permit to adopt computerized accounting system or components thereof. So we will discuss mamaya ano ba yung form that we are going to fill up at saka yung mga attachment, no? Ilan na sila, Hari? Tingnan ko muna yung listing, no? Before we proceed, tingnan natin yung listing ng mga participants so that sure tayo doon sa mga bibigyan po natin ng certificates. Asan yung, ito yung PM. So, tawagin natin yung mga uma-attend ngayon, no? Okay. We have Alvis, Paula. Itong naka, ano na, number, yung adalid, wala to? Ito.
Wala, hindi pa siya
Hindi pa, pero kaninang umaga nandyan. O sige. Auntie Alodia Victoria, Bakutok Tunit, Balmania Maria Teresa, Belio Arlene, Bobos Maricris, Kabantok Heidi, Kabatuan Marilyn, Cantano Samuel, Constantino Aiza, De Silva Marvin Brian, De la Cruz Josie, De la Cruz Noemi Sandra, Dongkab Carlin, Duterte Angeline, Duyag Brendalyn, Florentino Maria Cristi, Formoso Alessandro Rey, Gallardo Leslie, Guerrero Lady, Lamanilaw Megan, Lucas Novelin, Manalang Roan Jem, Mandapat Marisol Ann, Manlutang Sherry, Melgarijo Jessica, Mercurio Rialin, Midel Allen, Natividad Abigail, Pagara Ralph Waldo, Pastorel Ann Camille, Pastorel Edward John, Peralta Annalisa, Peralta Tricia Ann, Rasilis Sheila Marie, Redona Len, Sabordo Enrico, Sarmiento Maria Joalyn, Toledana Arlene, Torio Ivy Grace, Valdez Angelica, Yao Lilian, Zablan Maris Verel, Retada Gurley, Diqueros April, Moreno Julian. So yun po yung mga kompleto sila, 2 days, bibigyan po natin ng certificate of attendance, no, 2 days. Okay. So, let's continue with the discussion on RMO 29-2002. No? So, affiliated corporations, 2 or more organizations are allied with or closely connected with one another or with a central body, but each organization continues to exist. Why do we study affiliated corporations? Because sometimes affiliate corporations apply for a permit to use computerized accounting system. Isang system lang yung ginagamit nila. No? There are cases na group of companies, pero isang system lang ginagamit. It does not bear the construction that one of the affiliated organization is in all particulars identical with or covered by the parent or main organization with which it is affiliated. It depends, no? Pag sinabi mo affiliated, may relationship sila. Pero as to the degree of the relationship, it is different, no? Case to case. Branch is a fixed establishment in a locality which conduct operation of the business and as an extension of the principal office with at least one tax type. And sometimes yung tax type na yan is registration fee. Why? If you try to look at sa bago nating registration form na 1901 for individual, no? Makikita mo dyan lahat ng facility type, including the branch, place of production, warehouse, lahat yan are required to be registered. Computerized accounting system is the integration. Bakit integration? Kasi nakikita nyo kanina, dun sa pinakita sa inyo ni Sir Harry, iba't ibang mga module yan. Halimbawa, accounts receivable, accounts payable, payroll. May kanya-kanyang software yan. And then, bakit sila work together? Kasi pinag-integrate sila, no? Sa isang system. Kaya nga, tinawag natin na system kasi ang isang system, maraming softwares, no? So, the integration of different component system, no, to produce computerized books of accounts and computer-generated accounting records and documents. No? So, yun ang purpose. So, for purposes of this issue, once it shall refer to application for the use of any or all of the CAS components. No? So, computerized accounting system can be component lang, hindi full, no? Hindi lahat. Pag sinabi mong component lang, pwedeng accounts payable, pwedeng payroll, pero hindi talaga nila ma-do away yung general journal, general ledger, at saka yung mga subsidiary books. Kasi, saan mo i-record yung transactions? No? So, component of CAS is any system application adapted to generate accounting records, reports, and or documents. Pag sinabi mong component, part, no, ng computerized accounting system. Computerized books of accounts, ito na yung general ledger, general journal, sales book, purchase book, disbursement book, and others, which are system generated. No? So kung yung nakikita ninyo, these are the traditional books of accounts, no? Ito yung cash receipt, no? Pagdating na sa computerized accounting system, iba na yung itsura niya, hindi na ganito. Okay? Kasi manual lang to, no? Computer-generated accounting records are the official receipts, sales, cash invoices, cash vouchers, journal vouchers, billing statements, sales tickets, and then other underlying accounting records. Yan yung mga records na na-generate o pwedeng i-print ng computer, no? Ginagawa ng computer. Computer-generated receipts and invoices. These are part of the accounting records which are generated by the system with a capacity to produce sequential range of numbers. No? Yung sequential range of numbers na yan sa resibo pagka computerized, yung resibo mo, 19 digits po yung maximum na binibigay ng BAR as to the range of numbers that can be generated. No? After that, na-reach mo na yung 19 digits, balik ka na naman doon sa zero, no? I-reset. Computer-generated subsidiary accounting records. So what are these subsidiary accounting records? Ito yung cash receipt book, cash disbursement, or ito yung special books of accounts, no? Accounts payable book, accounts receivable, credit or debit memo. No? So, yan yung example ng computer-generated subsidiary accounting records. Ano naman tong CRM, cash register machine or point of sale machines linked to computerized accounting system? They are electronically connected to computerized accounting or to a central server via network. Bakit? Yung sabi ko nga sa inyo, itong cash register machine, di ba ito yung nag-i-issue na resibo? So with the point of sale machine. So this cash register machine, naka-connect siya doon sa computerized accounting system such that lahat ng resibo na na-issue nitong si CRM, binabato niya sa central server at nag-i-interface na siya ngayon na pa-process na ngayon yung information na yun kasama ng ibang mga information. So just like halimbawa yung cash register machine, nung na-generate niya ng sales, pinupost na yan ngayon doon sa subsidiary box na cash receipts. No? So yun yung mga CRM POS linked to computerized accounting system. Database, collection of information organized in such a way that a computer program can quickly select desired pieces of data. No? So, importante yung meron tayong information database. No? In fact, we have what we call now as commercial databases. No? So, itong mga commercial databases na to, talagang pinaggagastusan nila yan yung nag-iipon sila ng mga commercial information, no? Financial and commercial information, nilalagay nila doon sa database at binibenta, no? Just like halimbawa sa paggawa ng transfer pricing analysis, yung sabi ko sa inyo na transfer pricing is an economic taxation. So pag gumawa ka ng transfer pricing analysis report for your client, which is a requirement now for the companies with related party transactions, and you have to attach it in BIR form 1709, which is also an attachment to the annual income tax return that you filed, no? So anong ginagawa nung mga transfer pricing analyst? Bumibili po yan ng data or information from the commercial databases. And how much it cost? It costs so much. It's very high, no? Expensive. No? Mahal. Pag nag-subscribe ka naman sa database, meaning available yung information ng database anytime, then it will cost you also 100,000, no, ang pinakamura nila noon, $100,000 a month, no? So ganun po kamahal yung ah, information from the database. Pero kung bibili ka lang, mas mura siya, pero limited lang on a certain information, no? And these databases, these commercial databases, they collate or they collect their data or information in their databases such that it can stand scrutiny in court. It has an evidentiary value. Pagka nilagay na nila yung information sa database, talagang panindigan nila yan na totoo yan. At even if the case will reach the court, pwede mong gamitin yung data nila or information nila as evidence in court, no? Development software. Programs used to compile, interpret, and assemble many sort of programming languages. Yun yung software. Ano yung mga programming languages? Hari, explain mo, anong ibig sabihin ng programming languages? Kasi si Hari po is a programmer. At saka example ng programming languages.
Sample po ng programming languages is yung PHP, which is ginagamit po para makapag-develop po ng website. So, ito po ay consist ng mga codes.
Okay.
Opo. Yun po yung mga codes po. Another example po is yung Java programming language, which is yung para sa akin yun yung pinakamahirap na programming language.
Bakit?
Ang hirap kasi ng coding nun, ma'am. Marami pong terms.
Okay.
Kailan po?
Sige. So, yun yung development software. Kasi di ba sabi na natin yung software, yun yung nagpapatakbo ng computer natin. No? Yun ang nagtatrabaho. Okay, so disaster recovery procedure, backup, and recovery strategy. As early as this, I will tell you na once you apply for a computerized accounting system, very important itong backup. Huh? Kasi during the course ng mga evaluation namin in the past, one of the reasons na hindi ma-approve yung permit, no, application for permit to adopt computerized accounting system because of lack of backup and recovery strategy ng taxpayer that will be using the computerized accounting system, no? So ano tong disaster recovery procedure, backup and recovery strategy? This is a routine of procedures to restore from backup losses due to natural disasters, loss of power, internal sabotage, or any form that can damage components of a computerized system, no? So sino ang mag-install nito? Of course, the system owner, no? Kasi may cost din ito eh. Mas mahal pag meron kang backup recovery na mga na-install diyan kasi lahat ng mga entries, lahat ng mga ginawa sa system naka-record yan lahat, no? So ano dapat malaki yung memory ng capable yung system mo to keep track. Okay, so that recovery strategy describes how an organization is to deal with potential and or actual disasters. Plan consisting of precautionary and remedial actions to be undertaken to minimize, maintain, and or immediately resume mission critical functions in case of potential and or actual disasters. So ano tong backup recovery strategy? Ito yung halimbawa, nagka-bagyo, nabasa, nabaha. So what happened to your system? Nabasa. What happened to your information? Wala na. So ano yung gagawin mo to anticipate these things to happen at hindi masira, retain mo pa rin, nandyan pa rin yung information mo. Oh? So one of the backup strategy na ginagawa ng mga taxpayers is to transfer every day na backup sila. is to transfer yung records mo to a drive, no? O kaya yung mga hard drive para doon siya store. And then, yung drive na yan, store mo in other place, not in the place kung nasaan yung system mo, no? But ngayon naman, ang ginagawa ng iba, di ba, mayroon ng cloud reporting, no? So, saan nila na sinisave yung kanilang mga data? Nasa internet. So, di na siya nawawala. Mayroon ka nga lang cost, no? Cost of money for data warehousing mo. Okay. Electronic archive. This is a copy of files in a long-term storage medium for backup retention purposes. And ito yung mga electronic archive na files mo na halimbawa you will later on be subjected to audit ng BIR. So dapat ma-retrieve mo kaagad yung mga records mo, hindi yung ay ma'am hindi na ma-retrieve ma'am kasi nawala kasi na baha, nanakaw, na-corrupt. These are reasons na hindi po tatanggapin. No? Hindi po yan tatanggapin kahit anong gawin mo na alibi, you will still be penalized. No? Yung iba naman sinasadya, kahit hindi nawala, na-corrupt, sinasadya, magbabayad na lang ng penalty. No? Functional description refers to documents showing high-level description of the functions and features of a computerized accounting system under evaluation. So, sino nakakaalam nito? Your provider, your service provider, o kung sino yung may-ari ng software mo, no? Never attempt na ikaw yung bumili at alam mong gawin to. No? That's why I advise na if you buy a software, no, sa service provider mo pa lang, hanggat hindi na approve ng BIR, nandyan sila to assist you. Because whatever requirements that the BIR will require you, yung ibang requirements na yan, hindi mo kayang ibigay sila ng may alam. No? Global system, simultaneously used by taxpayer for head office and branches worldwide. No? Just the term na global, so worldwide. Worldwide po siya ginagamit. No? And it's very obvious nowadays because there are so many businesses that are doing their business worldwide. So, pag sinabi mong worldwide, simultaneous yan, ginagamit by any countries in the world. So, kung halimbawa, yung meron siyang business presence in 50 countries in the world, and then using only global system. So, at the same time, yung system niya, ginagamit niya ng 50 countries, no? So, head office is the principal place of business appearing in the articles of incorporation. Pagka corporation. So in the case of individual, the head office shall be the principal place of business. And saan yung mga books of accounts? Nasa principal place of business. And other related accounting records are kept and maintained. Pagka head office, nandun yung yung mga journal, ledger, cash receipt, cash disbursement, kung VAT registered ka. But if you have a branch, no, and then VAT registered ka pa rin, of course, yung branch mo are doing also sales. So, dapat may sales book din sila. Kung yung yung cash register machine mo na hindi siya computerized, no, hindi nakalink sa cash, ang requirement naman ng cash register machine, every cash register machine na meron ka, halimbawa 10 yan, meron niyang isang sales book, bawat isang cash register machine, wherein you have to record your sales every day on that sales book. So that is also a requirement. Hindi ibig sabihin na sinabi ni dito na sa head office lang nandoon yung books of accounts mo. Even if you have transactions in the branch, wala ka ng books doon, meron pa rin. No? Especially kung meron kang sales doon, so you must have a sales book. Why? Because you are going to record your sales every day. In-house customized computerized accounting system refers to accounting system developed internally in accordance with prescribed user requirements. No? So, nag-hire ng sariling programmer and then nagpagawa ng sariling system, pwede rin po. In that case, paano mo siya apply ng permit to use or permit to adopt computerized accounting system? May affidavit yung programmer, no? Nandun din nakadisclose sa affidavit mo kung sino yung programmer mo na gumawa. Okay. Large taxpayer, ito yung taxpayers that has been classified by the Commissioner of Internal Revenue. Pinadahan po sila ng sulat and they were informed na large taxpayer sila. No? May criteria yan and the Revenue Regulations 1-98. Kaya pumasa sila and then napili sila. No? Halimbawa, pasok ka naman, malaki ka rin doon sa criteria na yan. Pero bakit hindi ka large taxpayer? Because one of the requirement na magiging large taxpayer ka is that you are being notified. So in the absence of notification coming from the commissioner, malaki ka rin, you are not classified as large taxpayer. No? Kasi yung iba nagrereklamo, bakit kami, malaki kami, hindi kami kinlassify as large taxpayer, hindi kayo napili. Yung iba naman, bakit maliit lang kami, bakit kami na pili o nasama sa large taxpayers, ang dami pang mas malalaki sa amin na hindi kasama. No? So, ganun lang ang buhay. Kung kayo yung napili, yung iba hindi, then be it. No? Sometimes kasi, we have to accept the fact na iba-iba talaga yung nangyayari sa mundo na sometimes may mga it goes beyond our likes or hindi natin gusto, pero nandun nangyayari. Kasi nagtataka ako yung iba ayaw na ayaw maging large taxpayer. Yung iba naman nagbo-volunteer maging large taxpayer. Oh? Kasi ang sabi nila nakakatakot maging large taxpayer because straight to doon. Oh? Yung iba naman gusto. Bakit? Kasi prestigious yun biro mo, you will be classified as large taxpayer. Ibig sabihin, one of the few ka ng mga taxpayers dito sa Pilipinas, no? Kasi ilan lang ba ang large taxpayers, no? So, yung iba gusto, yung iba naman na nandyan sa large taxpayers na susulat yun sa commissioner na magpapadelete sila and then magre-reason out na maliit lang sila, no? During the time of Commissioner Hinares, pag may nagsulat ng mga taxpayers na magpapadelete, lalo niyang pinapa-issuean ng letter authority at saka under investigation ka agad, no? So, ang ibig sabihin lang doon, since napili ka, comply ka, no? Yung iba na hindi nasulatan, then wait for their turn na sila naman later. Kaya huwag magturo, no? Kung ano yung dapat mo i-comply mo, huwag mo ituro yung iba na, bakit sila ganito din kami, pareho kami, bakit sila hindi na LOA, bakit sila ganun. Bayaan mo na lang sila, no? Hintay ka na ikaw naman ma-LOA, no? So, or sila naman yung ma-LOA kasi ikaw tapos ka na no? So, national system refers to system which is simultaneously used by taxpayer for its head office and branches nationwide. So, yung kanina, global system, worldwide. Ito naman, national system, is nationwide, no? Off the shelf refers to a ready-made software or solution that is readily available in the market to support the business requirements of an establishment or a company. No? Ready-made na software, so mabibili mo na lang sila. It is called packaged software. Yung QuickBooks, yun yung example ng off-the-shelf, no? Kasi ready na, finish na, pwede mo na siyang bilhin. Pre-printed invoices or receipts. Mali ito, no? Nagkabaligtad sila ng process flow. Yung nagkapalit. Okay. So, ito yung pre-printed invoices or receipts is the sequentially pre-numbered receipts or invoices with approved authority to print ATP reserved for system downtime. So, halimbawa, approve na yung permit mo to adopt computerized accounting system at included doon yung issuance of receipts or invoices. Still, you will be required to print pre-printed invoices or receipts, yung resibo na printed no, ng printer. Bakit? It is also a requirement for you to have a backup receipts. No? So, ngayon sa backup receipts, hindi na pinapayagan hanggang pinaka-maximum kung marami kang branches, maximum lang na backup receipts na pinapaprint is 1,000 booklet. Bakit? Kasi backup lang yan eh. Kung wala namang down yung system mo, hindi mo siya pwedeng gamitin. And pangalawa, the receipts now will prescribe or expire after 5 years. So sayang lang na imprenta ka ng maraming resibo and then later on, hindi mo na siya magamit, pa-imprenta ka ulit. That's why, in order to minimize cost, 1,000 booklet na lang po inaalaw. No? Okay. Process flow is the flow of procedures presented in diagram form. No? If you buy your software, no, or license ka, kung sino man yung provider mo, sila yung gagawa nito. Because kung ikaw hindi mo alam to, no? Ikaw na bumili. Sila yung nakaalam kasi sila yung gumawa. Okay. Usually, nandyan yan sa manual. No? Kaya manghingi kayo ng manual nila na process flow or system flow. No? Nagbibigay din yan sila. Regular taxpayer, this is opposite dun sa large taxpayer. No? Yung regular taxpayer, hindi siya na-classify ng large taxpayer. No? Parang ito yung residual ng term ng large taxpayer. Pag hindi ka large, then ang bagsak mo, regular taxpayer ka. Sales or commercial invoice. Written account of goods sold or services rendered and the prices charged, therefore, used in the ordinary course of business, evidencing sale and transfer or agreement to sell or transfer of goods and services. So remember na ito yung resibo, ano yung purpose niya? Yan ang evidence ng sale. Yan ang proof of sale. No? So, bakit kailangan natin alamin yung sale or commercial invoices? Because nandyan yan sa regulations. At we are talking about bookkeeping. At ano ba yung bookkeeping natin? Sabi natin, recording. No? So, ano yung nire-record natin? Because we also said na bookkeeping has a rules, may regulations. So, kasama sa rules and regulations na ano ba yung i-bookkeep mo, ano ba yung i-record mo. That's, para sa akin, that's the most important. Kasi you know how to record, pero hindi mo naman alam ano yung i-record mo. Pwede ba yun na kahit ano na lang ilagay mo dito sa libro mo? No way, hindi siya pwede. Ano lang, for your sales, ano ilalagay mo dito? Yung resibo mo, yun ang issue mo. Ano yung proof ng sale ng goods? Sales invoice. Ano yung proof of sale of services? Official receipt. So, kung yun yung naging commercial transaction mo, yan ang ilalagay mo dito. Naglagay ka dito ng cash receipt mo. Nilagyan mo lang, pero wala kang resibo na inisyo. That is an outright violation. And what is the violation? Non-issuance of receipts, which is punishable. May penalty na kaagad. No? So, yun po yung sinasabi natin na hindi lang basta record ng record. Alamin kung ano yung regulations sa pagre-record. No? So, sale or commercial invoices, that's the evidence of sale. No? At meron tayong sinasabi na sale or commercial invoices. At Republic Act 9337, ang sabi doon, for sale of goods, sales invoice ang i-issue mo, that is your proof of sale. For sale of services, you issue official receipt, that is your proof of sale. How about yung mga sinasabi nila na subsidiary records or secondary records? Proof din sila ng transactions na may nangyari, may ginawa, Halimbawa, acknowledgement receipt, it's proof that you acknowledge receipt of the cost, but that is not proof of sale. No? So yung mga secondary receipts or invoices na yan, they are also regulated. Meron din po silang permit to print, pero yung purpose nila iba kaysa dito sa sales invoice at saka official receipt. No? You have to know that para alam nyo paano at ano ba yung dapat na i-record nyo dito. Is acknowledgement receipt dapat ba i-record sa books? Hindi na yan i-require. No? So for this purpose, sale or commercial invoices shall be limited to the following. Cash sales invoice, no? Pero since sabi natin, this regulation is 2002 pa, meron na tayong mga bagong regulations na superseded noong 2013, yun yung sabi ko sa inyo na yung sales invoice is the proof of sale, no? Charge sales invoice, this is also a secondary invoice, no? Issued for transaction involving sale or transfer of goods, rendition of services, but the payment or consideration is deferred or account basis. Kaya charge siya. No? Ito namang official receipt issued for the payment of services rendered, wala na tong goods sold on account. No? So, strike out nyo na yan. Kasi sa Republic Act 9337, ang official receipt is only proof of sale of service. Tinanggal na yung goods. Ang goods, nilagay na doon sa sales invoice. No? Kaya, yung iba, no? Kasi that has been the practice long time ago. Nung pinalitan na yan, noong 2013, actually 2005 pa, noong Republic Act 9337, but it was emphasized by the BR noong 2013 lang. Ang dami pa rin na mga offices that requires official receipt for the sale of goods, no? So, wala na yan, matagal na yan na parang tinanggal na yung ganyang klaseng sistema. Kaya wag mamilit. Yung iba, kawawa yung mga supplier. Bakit? They refuse to issue official receipt sa sale of goods. Hindi sila binabayaran ng kanilang mga customer. Then, tatawag sa BIR, magsusumbong. No? Sabi ko, pakita mo sa kanila yung Republic Act 9337 kasi batas na yan. So, buti na lang, pagdating ng 2013, during the time of Commissioner Inares, talagang in-emphasize nila yung ganong sistema. No? So, meron pa rin ngayon iba na hindi naniniwala, pero kunti na lang. No? Okay. Standalone CRM or POS machine. Kanina, yung CRM POS natin, cash register machine, link to cash. Ngayon, ano na siya? Standalone, no? That can run independently from computerized accounting system. Bakit siya makaka-run independently? Kasi mayroon na siyang sariling server niya. Record na rin siya ng transactions niya. Nakaka-generate din ng report. Kaya standalone. System demo. These are the requirements pagka nag-evaluate ka ng accounting system. Ano yung system demo? Ito yung walkthrough, no? Titingnan ninyo kung paano nagwo-work yung system. Yun yung sinasabi ko na we will simulate certain transaction, no? Example, and then key in mo yan, i-encode mo dun sa computer, and you see how that computer will process nung transaction na yan. Usually, ano yun, ang pinaka-favorite na example, yung withhold ka, no? Halimbawa, magbayad ka sa supplier mo, tapos titingnan ngayon doon sa report, paano siya nag-withhold since subject to withholding itong binayaran niya, no? And then, another example is yung how to cancel invoice. Bawa, may nabenta ka na, ito yung sales invoice na to. Kung nagkamali ka, ika-cancel mo. So, you cancel an invoice, paano naman ipaprocess yun ng system, no? How the system will generate also report based on the cancellation of that certain invoice. System enhancement. After the system demo, siyempre, dun sa demo, makikita mo na ngayon how the system work. So, during the demo, may findings, halimbawa, may kulang. Halimbawa na lang yung rate ng withholding. Instead na 1% lang for sale of goods, ginawa niyang 2%, parang sale of services na rin. So, anong gagawin mo doon? You have to enhance your system. Ang ibig sabihin ng enhancement of system is that you will correct, no? Or supply, kung ano man yung kulang, o kung ano man yung mali, i-correct mo, no? So, yun yung tinatawag na system enhancement. If hindi ka pa, hindi pa approve yung application mo to adopt computerized accounting system, you can do the enhancement right away. No, right away. Ayusin mo. But if, you already have an approved permit to adopt computerized accounting system, ginagamit mo na, at then nakita mo na may kulang pala sa system mo, nag-enhance ka kaagad, hindi na pwede. Why? Because every time you enhance a system which has been approved already by the BIR, every time you enhance, you ask for a permit. No? Hindi na siya pwede na wala kang permit. Kailangan, every time na galawin mo yung system mo, yung software ng computer mo, kasi yung hardware, maggalaw mo talaga yan eh. Walang problema doon. Pero pagka yung software na, yun yung nagpapagana, yun yung nagpoproseso ng mga information, yun na yung ginalaw mo, there must be a permit coming from the BIR. Wag mong galawin yung system na hindi ka nagpaalam, otherwise your permit will be revoked or canceled. System flow represent the inputs, outputs, and processes of a system. No? So, ibig sabihin lang ng system flow, how the system work. No? Kasi ito yung mga inputs, ano ba yung pinasok mo, ano ba yung output na ginawa, report ng computer, at saka paano niya pinrocess. No? So, yung system flow, sino yung magbibigay sa inyo dito? Also the service provider, no? Yung developer o yung programmer, hindi nyo rin to alam. No? Sila lang yung may alam dyan. Okay. System-generated number, ito yung number generated automatically by the computerized system, also used in a reference to particular accounting document. No? Yung system-generated number. Scope of implementation, taxpayer engaged in business, whether classified siya as regular or large taxpayer, na gagamit siya ng computerized accounting system or component. Ibig sabihin ng or component or part lang ng computerized accounting system. Isang module lang, dalawang module, shall apply for permit prior to its use. Okay. Ang karamihan na ginagamit, no, at saka yung nangyayari, meron ng computerized accounting system, ginagamit na, walang permit. Ang connotation doon or ang mangyayari doon, you are still maintaining a manual books of accounts. Bakit? For BIR purposes, hindi kayo computerized. No? So, anong ginagawa nung iba? Still maintaining a manual books of accounts kahit meron ng computerized accounting system. Why? For them, para lang daw yun sa internal purpose nila for management purposes. So, anong nangyayari? Doble-doble. No? Mayroon ka ng computerized records, meron ka pang manual books of accounts. At ang masaklap pa doon, sometimes, yung manual books of accounts at saka yung internal use mo na accounting system, hindi nagtatali. No? Kung ano lang gustong i-record doon sa libro, yun lang yung i-record, hindi na yung actual na nandun sa computer. No? So, that is also discouraged. Ngayon, napakahigpit na ng BIR. Lahat ng machine ng meron ka na pwede mag-generate ng sale, pwede mag-generate na records, lahat yan may permit na. No? Kahit na yung tinatawag natin na special purpose machine, na requirement din na may permit na. So, what are the components of computerized accounting system? Component meaning ito yung mga consist of this different books, no? So, general journal, other subsidiary records except general ledger, no? So, general journal and subsidiary records. Bakit? Kasi, bakit except ang general ledger? Because mandatory ang general ledger, no? It shall be mandatory to apply for permit to adopt a complete cast instead of applying a permit for general ledger only, no? So, hindi pwede na general ledger lang. Okay. So, ano pa yung mga component? Sales, purchases, accounts receivable, accounts payable, inventory, payroll, ledgers, subsidiary ledgers, and other accounting records. Any application system which generates subsidiary ledger, which is part of official accounting documents such as official receipts, sales and cash invoices, cash vouchers, journal vouchers, billing statements, sales tickets, kasama pa rin sila as part of the component of the computerized accounting system. Any application system which generates report as required by the BR, kasama pa rin sila as component. No? A separate report for void and suspended transactions to explain the deduction from sale, compilation of their integrated consolidated sales report produced every end of the day. No? So requirement din po yan. Bakit? Ano masabi natin sa sales? Sales should be recorded every day. No? And what is the rule? Sales for today should be recorded not later than 12 o'clock the following day. That's why if you have your sales book at may BAR na pumunta, nag-map na tiningnan yung mga books nyo, yung books of accounts nyo, especially yung sales book, should have a record of the sale yung kahapon or yung yesterday. Why? Pagka walang ganyan, ibig sabihin you are not recording your sales every day, you will be penalized. No? Point of sale machine or cash register machine connected through a network or linked to cash. So ito na yung mga nakalink sa computerized accounting system. Okay. So taxpayer applying for e-invoicing system shall apply for a complete cash. No? So sino yung nag-i-issue ng e-invoicing? E-invoicing are issued by those who have electronic transactions. Kaya nagtataka nga ako dito sa mga online seller, no? They were allowed to use manual books of accounts, no? Na dapat since ang business mo is online, ano dapat i-maintain mo? Electronic records, no? Sabi na, hindi naman nila kaya na mag-purchase ng accounting system kasi mahal. Then, require them to maintain only the component. Ano yung component? Cash receipt, cash disbursement, journal, at saka ledger. Component lang ng computerized accounting system, not the full. No? Kasi, kagaya nito, yung electronic sales or online sale, ma'am, no? May mga tanong sa atin. Ma'am, paano kami mag-issue ng resibo? Yung customer namin nasa ibang bansa. No? Ang tanong ko naman, bakit naka-deliver naman kayo ng goods nyo na nasa ibang bansa naman yung bumibili? No? So, ganun lang kasimple. Na-deliver nyo yung goods, bakit yung resibo hindi nyo kaya i-deliver? No? Pero ano dapat? Dapat e-invoicing. Kasi yung transaction nyo is done electronically. So, dapat yung resibo also issued electronically. No? Pero they were allowed to use manual books of accounts. Kaya magka-problema na tatawag. Sabi ko kasi dapat sa inyo computerized books of accounts kayo para wala kayong problema. No? Computerized System Evaluation Team, ito yung CSET. No? Ito yung, they were trained by the BIR to conduct evaluation of the computerized accounting system. And this team are required to walk through on your system bago po aprobahan. No? Pupuntahan talaga yan at then magde-demo kayo. CSET shall be composed of the following members. So ito yung mga members ng CSET. Hindi na natin yan i-explain sa inyo because that is internal to the BIR. And from time to time, pwede rin po yung palitan ng BIR. No? Okay. So, computerized system evaluation team refer for resolution legal issues that may arise in the course of their evaluation to law division in the national office or legal division in regional offices. Bakit? Are there cases na may mga legal issues? Yes, there are. No? So, pagka halimbawa during the evaluation ng permit, may mga legal issues doon, no? Halimbawa na yung system ng parent company, ginagamit lahat ng subsidiaries. So, ano yung mga giging legal issues doon? No? parang iisa lang yung system na ginagamit, no? So, i-refer yun kung aprobahan ba yan o hindi, no? Travel allowance or provision, ito na yung sa gastos ng mga siset, no? Pero in my experience during my time, every time na nagsisit kami, sino yung gumagastos? Yung RDO, no? Binibigyan kami ng budget. Okay. CSIT members shall secure a certificate of appearance from the taxpayer for tasks undertaken at taxpayer site. Why? Because sa CSIT, may ano na kayo dyan yung schedule na pupuntahan nyo talaga at the site kung nasaan yung system. No? Meron akong inalaw minsan na dinala na lang, ma'am, kasi hindi kami magpangkita at saka hindi sila makaschedule. Dinala yung system niya sa opisina. No? Sabi ko, nasaan na yung system mo, software? Wala man siyang dala, wala akong makikita ang bit-bit niya. Sabi niya, ma'am, nandito, kinuha sa bulsa niya, nandoon lang pala sa USB. No? Ganun lang pala yung software. Akala ko sobrang laki kasi system nga. Yun pala, hindi mo nga makita yung software Malalaman mo lang na nandyan yung software because it worked. No? So this workshop are undertaken by the BIR as an initiative to empower these revenue officers, yung mga members ng team, para marunong sila at matuto sila on how to evaluate the system. Okay. Meron siyang tinatawag na on-the-job training. No? And then yung mga in charge are being rotated. No? Kasi kung hindi mo yan i-rotate, kawawa naman yung palagi na lang na doon sa assignment. No? Especially mga examiners. Hindi na makatrabaho doon sa cases nila because puro computerized accounting system na lang. No? Okay. Sige. Sa policies, all application forecasts shall, whether head office or branches, shall be filed by the head office. No? So, mga policies na lang yan. Okay. So, if the branch adopt computerized accounting ahead of the head office, so mas nauna pa yung branch. Kasi sometimes, pag sinabi mong head office, not necessarily na yung head office has the same business with the branch or line of business with the branch. Sometimes, iba yung business ng head office, iba rin yung business ng branch, na sometimes nauna pa yung branch to adopt computerized accounting system. Halimbawa, yung head office dito sa Quezon City is the landowner, no, development company siya, real estate, no, developer. And then yung branch niya is a resort, no, may mga hotels and resorts. So magkaiba sila ng line of business, although head office and branch sila. So anong gagawin nung resort? Mas nauna siya na nag-adapt ng computerized accounting system kasi kailangan niya in the business. So, in that case, mas nauna yung branch to adopt computerized accounting system than its head office. So, pagka ganyan, saan mo i-apply yung application? Nasa branch, kung saan sila may jurisdiction. Okay. So, anong gagawin? Kukuha ng certification from the head office na hindi sila gumagamit ng cash at ang gagamit is only the branch. No? Halimbawa, kumuha naman ng permit yung head office. Isama na naman doon sa permit yung para sa branch, new permit na. You know? So, yung unang permit na kinuha ng branch, wala na yun. The new permit will supersede the previously issued. Okay. Halimbawa naman, iba yung system ng branch, iba sa head office. No? So, yung example ko nga, the head office is a real estate developer. Tapos yung branch niya is resort, no? Hotel. So, magkaiba sila ng system, hindi sila pwedeng pareho kasi iba yung line of business. No? Okay. So it shall apply for permit to adopt cash at the mayor office having jurisdiction over the branch. No? So yung branch ang mag-a-approve, yung district kung saan siya situated. No? Yung head office, ganun din, kung saan siya situated. Affiliated companies, sister companies, franchises, closely held corporation shall secure separate permits for the use of cash. No? Saan yan? Sa RDO or sa large taxpayers office. Okay. So this requirement is without regard whether they are sharing a server and using exactly the same system previously approved for use by its mother company or other sister companies. No? So, separate permit po bawat isa. Bawat head office at saka bawat branch. Okay, sometimes the actual system demo, yung walkthrough doon sa system can be dispensed with kung the taxpayers provide copy of the permit previously issued and certification of the approved system from concerned system technical team shall be submitted. So, itong may cases na hindi na mag-system demo. Kailan ito mangyayari? Kung yung computerized accounting na ginamit ng branch, inadapt din ng head office, o yung head office, inadapt din ng branch yung system na ginamit. No? So, hindi na kailangan yung system demo because nagkaroon na ng system demo noon. No? So, hindi na siya i-require. No? Kung meron ng previously issued na certification. Provided na pareho talaga yung system. Kasi, halimbawa, bago naman yung system, hindi na kagaya nung dating na-approve na. So, in that case, hindi magde-demo pa rin, no? This system demo will not be dispensed with kasi bago iba yung system na ina-apply na current, no? Okay. Head office applying for cash of additional branches. The branch adopting the same system being used by another branch. Affiliated companies, sister companies, franchises, and closely held corporation using exactly the same system. So, hindi na kailangan ng system demo. Okay. So, ito naman yung mga software na nasa accountant nila yung system, no? They are required to keep and maintain copies of the books of accounts, whether in soft or hard copies and other related accounting records and documents in its place of business, no? So, nandoon yung system. Dapat magme-maintain din siya doon sa kanyang office, hindi lang yung doon sa accountant, no? Okay. So, ito, obvious naman to eh. Yung taxpayer applying for cash or components thereof without computer-generated receipts and invoices shall apply for authority to print ATP. Bakit? Sabi nga natin, backup yan, no? Yung mga pre-printed na receipts, but it should have an ATP or the authority to print receipts, no? So, one of the provisions no, po ng BIR na very strict sila, ito yung mga provisions ng registration, tsaka yung printing ng resibo. No? The printing of receipts are also regulated. Why regulated? Kasi resibo yan eh. No? So, may technicalities dyan, may format. Ano yung format? Yung approved ng BIR at sino lang yung pwedeng mag-print? Only accredited printers ng BIR. Okay. Application for use of point-of-sale machine, cash register machine linked to cash. No? So, they will be processed following the provisions of the RMO. Application for use of stand-alone, not linked to cash or POS machine shall be processed under the provision of RR 10-99 regulations that may be issued amending RR 10-99. No? Hindi na to 10-99, inamend na eh. Ito yung processes sa pag-apply ng permit to use cash register machine. Okay, so taxpayers opt to maintain pool of CRM or POS machines. Ang nangyayari kasi dyan sa mga malalaking stores, no, kagaya ng SM, meron yan silang mga backup na mga machines, no? Mga cash register machines, backup na yan, ready na, naka-standby. Or ito yung tinatawag nila na roving machines. Ano yung roving machines? Kung saan yung may sale, kung saan yung nandun yung voluminous na transactions, palipat-lipat sila, not staying in one place, no? So the taxpayer should identify their application kung ang kinuhanan niya is the pool ng CRM, yung hindi ginagamit, no, na pang araw-araw. But pang backup lang siya at saka pang standby. No? Okay, so this machine shall be treated as head office machines. So pagka ganyan, hindi mo siya i-identify doon sa branch, identify mo siya sa head office. So sino magre-report ng sale noon? The head office. Only CRM or POS machines belonging to the pool shall be allowed to be transported for use in the branches or to any place of business of the taxpayer. No? So transfer to the taxpayer's branches of CRM POS machines belonging to the pool shall be subject to the approval ng large taxpayer or RDO having jurisdiction over the head office. Bakit? Kasi ang mga cash register machines, kung saan yun na permit, doon lang siya pwedeng gamitin. Hindi mo siya pwedeng dalhin kung saan-saan. No? Since roving itong pinag-usapan natin kanina, so pwede siyang gamitin kung saan yung may sale, magpaalam sa RDO or sa large taxpayer na nag-issue ng permit. In evaluating application for cash by head office involving branches located outside jurisdiction of the BIR concerned, the office having jurisdiction over the head office, the concerned CSET shall coordinate and refer to the other CSET having jurisdiction. Halimbawa, nandun sa Davao, nandito yung head office, pero gagamitin din siya nung branch sa Davao. So, nandoon halimbawa yung system sa Davao. So, yung magsisisit doon, yung taga Davao din ng BIR. Okay, so there are cross-RDO evaluation of branches. So, cash shall be submitted to the CSET having jurisdiction over the head office. No? So, doon na i-recommend yung approval or disapproval ng issuance ng permit to use cash. Permit to adopt cash shall be issued to the taxpayer within the following period. Actually, ano lang to, yung suggestion, hindi talaga yan nasusunod. Why? Kasi ang hirap magbigay ng permit kung may mga kulang. So that number of days hindi yan nasusunod, no? Kasi there are so many constraints. Ideal lang to, these are the suggested number of days. Pero sa actual, hindi po yan nasusunod. Okay. Stickers for CRM POS machine linked to cash to be used by the branches shall be issued by the BIR office having jurisdiction over the branches. Upon presentation by the taxpayer. So makita ninyo yung nasa likod ng cash register machine, nandoon yung, siguro sa susunod magkaroon ako ng video niyan, no? Magkaroon tayo hari ng cash register machine na actual. Kasi pakita natin sa inyo how it generates. So ang gagawin natin pala, we will request provider, no? Na mga CRM POS na yan. Then papakita natin sa inyo mismo kung paano para hindi kayo mahirapan. Kasi hirap na puro tayo dito kwento, no? Walang nakikita na actual. So magkakaroon tayo ng video na ganyan. Papakita natin sa inyo actual yung CRM POS machine at paano siya na-link sa cash, paano siya nag-i-issue ng resibo, paano yung mga requirements na magpo-post ka ng sticker, no? So, ganun yung gagawin natin. Or, pakiusap na lang tayo doon sa mga establishment na mayroon na silang CRM POS at doon tayo mag-demo, no? Okay. No temporary permit to adopt cash shall be issued kung hindi siya approved ng Deputy Commissioner, and how many days lang yung approval ng temporary permit? Only 90 days. No? Okay. Ayan. let's have a break of 10 minutes, no? CR lang tayo. Okay, so let's continue with our discussion on the computerized accounting system. No? Okay, so taxpayers with approved CAS or computerized accounting system uh, capable of generating reports such as but not limited to daily sales, accumulated sales, need not be required to maintain manual cash register machine sales book. Bakit? Kasi yung manual na cash register machine sales book, yun yung hindi nakalink to computerized accounting system. Pag may computerized accounting system ka na, yung pagre-record doon sa system, sa books mo, is done already by the computer. So, hindi na pwede na mag-maintain ka pa ng books. No? So, computerized report shall be made available during post-system evaluation of cost or duly authorized tax audit of taxpayers' records. Ngayon, yung mga may cash register machine, may mga point of sale machines, they are required to submit on a monthly basis yung e-sales reporting nila, diretso na sa BIR. No? Okay, so in case of systems downtime, taxpayers using computer-generated receipts and invoices but whose system has no redundancy, automatic switchover shall be allowed to issue manual receipts using any of the following. No? So remaining receipts, invoices out of the inventory of previously approved and used manually printed receipts and invoices. No? So, ano yung nire-require sa kanya? Using computer-generated receipts, pagka whose system has no redundancy or automatic switch over. Ano yung automatic switch over? Pagka nag-down yung system, no? So, anong i-require sa kanila? Remaining receipts, invoices out of the inventory of previously approved and used manually printed receipts and invoices. Yung iba kasi, bago ka pa mag-computerized accounting, meron ng mga resibo, so pwede nilang gamitin yon. Or, i-required sila to print nung manually printed na resibo. No? Anong sabi dito? For use during system downtime, which shall not exceed 1,000 sets. No? So, hindi siya mag-exceed ng 1,000 sets kasi pang ano lang siya, pang backup, no? In case of system downtime, downturn lang. Kung mag-failure yung system failure because of brownout, halimbawa, no? Yun lang, kaya konti lang yung inaalaw. Okay. Taxpayers with approved costs capable of generating receipts and invoices, whether global or national system, shall be required to secure advance approval of the next sets of pre-approved range of serial number from BIR concerned office within 30 days before full consumption or utilization of the previously approved range of serial number. No? Ito yung mga kinu-question ng mga manual eh. Sabi nila, bakit pinay-penalize kami kung hindi namin mapakita yung last booklet? Wala naman daw sa regulations. Wala siya sa regulations, pero may requirement na within 30 days, bago pa maubos yung resibo mo, kumuha ka na. Ibig sabihin na, anong proof nun? Siyempre, yung resibo mo na hindi pa ubos. Dito naman sa computerized accounting system, before maubos yung pre-approved range mo, nasabi ko 19 digits, 9999999 yan, no? Sobrang haba, naubos mo yun. So, bago yan maubos, within 30 days, full consumption, based on your experience, kaya sabi natin, very important yung information. Sobrang haba, naubos mo yun. So, bago yan maubos, within 30 days, full consumption, based on your experience, kaya sabi natin, permit ulit. No? Or pre-approve mo na ulit, mag-request ka na i-reset na siya. Kasi ang ginagawa niyan, i-reset na naman siya, ibalik sa 1, pero minsan may mga suffix na halimbawa, A, no? Ibig sabihin na-reset na siya, A, tapos yung number. O kaya nag-reset na naman ulit, B, tapos number na naman. No? So, depende yan. Kasi malalaman na yan kung nag-reset ka o hindi. Okay, so first number of the series of number being issued or used by the taxpayer shall be the continuation in the next set of range of serial number. So, pre-approved range of serial number, halimbawa, ng invoice, 1,000, 5,000. So, 5,001, 10. Yan yung mga serial number ng pre-printed. Pre-approved range of serial number, halimbawa, ng invoice, 1,000, 5,000. Also, submit a report on the range of serial number of receipts and invoices which has been consumed during the receiving tax to the concerned office within 30 days from the close of the taxable year. No? Yung range of serial number na receipts na nagamit. No? So, may requirement itong RMO 29-2002. Okay. Baka wala ng battery, ha? Yung range na. Kaya kailangan bumili na bumili kayo next week. Tsaka yung mic dito na nakaganon siya, tapos may meron yan. So, taxpayers with global system and using invoices and receipts printed abroad, set as precedent in BIR ruling DA 29598 shall not be required to seek advance approval, no? Ang next set of pre-approved range. Kasi di naman yan dito sa Pilipinas ang ginagamit yung iba, no? Present this pre-number invoices and receipts to BIR concerned office for registration prior to their use. Yun yung mga global system. The invoices or receipts referred to shall be tracked using office automation tools of the BIR office. O kaya nga during the evaluation at saka yung pag-approve kasama yung taga-RDC or Revenue Data Center po ng BIR. Kasi kikip track nila pati yung mga permits given to the taxpayer. No? Okay. For global system under which invoices and receipts are system generated, serial number of invoices or receipts issued or used during the year shall be stated presented in chronological sequence of issuance by date of issue in the CD-ROM that will be registered together with other accounting records with the BIR office having jurisdiction over the taxpayer within 30 days following the end of the accounting period. So, naka-CD-ROM. At sinasubmit sa BIR. Yun, yung mga range of number. Okay. So, yung ating tax law kasi, dapat naka-reconcile din yan with another laws. No? So, we have the e-commerce law when it comes to electronic records. No? So, the requirement of binding and stamping of computerized books of accounts or receipts and invoices generated by computerized accounting system hindi na necessary, no? Provided na mayroong soft copy, mag-iiba na yung compliance requirements for computerized accounting system. Bakit? Kasi soft copy na to hindi na kagaya nung loose leaf na i-bound mo siya after a year, tapos patatakan mo sa BIR. Dito naman, soft copy of the computerized books of accounts and other accounting records or documents in text file format shall be made available. Ano yung ilalagay mo? CD-ROM, no? Ilagay mo siya sa CD na read-only and then properly labeled with the name of the taxpayer, taxable year, serial number, and volume number, kung ano yung books of accounts na yan, and then stamp receive mo sa large taxpayer or sa RDO where the business is registered. No? So, yun naman yung requirements. Kaya iba yung requirements ng manual books of accounts, iba din yung loose leaf books of accounts, iba din yung computerized accounting system. Sige, no, as a review. Papaano yung compliance requirements ng manual books of accounts? Anong requirements sa manual books of accounts? Yung manual, ito siya. Tatak muna, no? Tatak muna sa BIR bago mo gamitin. So, bawal na lagyan mo muna siya ng laman bago ka magpatatak. Bawal yun. You will be penalized. No? So, pag nagpatatak ka ng libro, dapat wala pa siyang laman, hindi mo pa siya gamit. So, ano ba, magpapatatak ka ngayong November, dapat gamitin mo yan for December. No? So, wala pang laman bago ka magpatatak. Sa loose leaf books of accounts naman, yung loose leaf na ipiprint mo lang siya sa computer, ibabound mo siya at the end of the year, nung fiscal year mo or calendar year mo. Tapos yung 1 year period na yan, ilagay mo siya sa isang libro, nandun na yung journal mo. Iba naman yung, kung voluminous yan, iba din yung journal, iba din yung cash receipt, iba din yung cash disbursement. And then, bawat libro na yan, kasi ginawa mo siyang libro, patatakan mo siya, stamp mo siya sa BIR. So, ano pagkakaiba ng manual books of accounts and loose leaf? Yung manual, tatak muna bago gamit. Yung loose leaf naman, gamit muna bago tatak. No? So, gamitin mo muna siya, mag-print ka muna, tapos saka mo ipa-bookbind, lagyan mo na affidavit, saka mo dadalhin sa BIR. Yung computerized accounting system naman, paano? Soft copy naman, kasi electronic records ito eh. So, ano yung gagawin mo dito? Yung electronic records mo, lagay mo siya sa CD, and then meron siya nakalagay doon sa face ng CD, yung serial number, volume number, taxable year, pangalan ng taxpayer. Dalhin mo siya kung saan ka registered na large taxpayer or RDO, and then patatakan mo na receive. After na may tatak na receive na yung record mo, ibabalik yan sa iyo for safekeeping. Bakit? During tax audit, hahanapin sa iyo yan ng BIR. No? So, yun yung pagkakaiba ng tatlong klase ng books of accounts na mini-maintain natin. No? Meron tayong manual, tatak muna bago gamit. Meron tayong loose leaf, paano gagamitin? Gamitin siya muna bago i-bookbind and then patatakan sa BIR. Pero may permit ka to use loose leaf. Yung computerized accounting system naman, permit muna bago mo siya gamitin, and then pag gamit na, after the end of your taxable year, ilagay mo siya doon sa isang CD-ROM, and then yung CD na yan, dali mo sa BIR, patatakan mo. After na matatak, ibalik yan sa iyo. Why? Kasi yung mga books of accounts na yan, records, kanino safekeeping yan? Sino yung ma-penalize pag nawala yan? Ikaw na taxpayer. Kaya ikaw yung magtatago. So, adjustment to books of accounts and other accounting records or documents may still be submitted in a separate CD-ROM. Kasi halimbawa, di ba, after the close of the taxable year, may audit pa yan, no? So, halimbawa, may mga adjustment during the taxable year. So, pwede mo pa siyang i-CD-ROM ulit at patatakan sa BIR, yung mga adjustment, no? Okay. Yun yung requirement naman na isubmit mo siya in a separate CD-ROM before the deadline for annual income tax return duly certified by the independent auditor indicating therein the adjustments made. So pagka adjustment na yan sa books of accounts, may perma yung CPA na nag-audit, no? At bakit, may explanation siya bakit siya na-adjust. No? Okay. So, separate CD-ROM, read-only, containing the adjustment to books of accounts and other accounting records shall be properly labeled with the name of taxpayer, taxable year, serial number, volume number of the books of accounts, and other accounting records, duly stamped, registered, and signed by the large taxpayer or RDO. No? And then, electronically archive. Ano yung electronically archive? Yung soft copy mo rin, yun yung itago mo, no? You have to retain it for 3 years from the due date of filing or actual filing of annual income tax return whichever comes late. Pero in-amend na to noong 2013 at during that time, yung period of 3 years to keep your books of accounts has been extended up to 10 years, no? So itong 3 years dito sa 29-2002, noong 2013 ginawa na itong 10 years. Kaya mamaya during sa records retention natin, no, after this discussion, we will discuss yung record retention management natin, which is already 10 years. No? If in case taxpayers no capability to submit CD-ROM form, procedures under the manual system shall prevail. Hindi ako dito sa na to. Bakit walang capability to submit CD-ROM? Ang dali-dali. No? Pwede ba yan, Hari, na hindi mo kayang maggawa ng record yung e-copy mo? Electronic copy mo? Hindi pwede sa CD-ROM?
Pwede po.
Kaya nga. Anong sabi niya dito? Procedures under the manual system shall prevail. No? So, paano mo pa-receive yung electronic mo sa manual system? Na parang ito.
Sabi niya, pag hindi na napag-submit, gamit yung CD-ROM.
Hindi,
manual na lang yan.
i-hard copy mo? Wala. Pero para sa akin na, kung kayo yung nag-maintain ng computerized accounting system, ang gagawin ninyo, i-CD nyo na, huwag na dito na no capability. Bakit no capability? CD-ROM lang yan. No? Duly notarized certification in the form of an affidavit attesting the accuracy of the following shall be submitted to large taxpayer within 30 days from the close of taxable year. Ano yung close ng taxable year mo? Depende kung fiscal year ka or calendar year. Pag fiscal year ka, ang ending mo, hindi December. Pwedeng January, February, March, April, May, June, hanggang November. Pagka naman ikaw ay calendar year, ang ending mo December lang. No? Number of receipts and invoices used during the year. Ano yun? Soft copy of the books of accounts, other accounting records. So, ito yung ina-archive na accounts, no? Okay. So, in case of system enhancement, ito na yung sinasabi natin kanina. In case of system enhancement, taxpayer shall apply for new permit to use cash, no? So, ito, in case taxpayer is found using an enhanced system without the approval of the BAR, the permit originally issued shall be deemed automatically revoked from the time the enhanced system is adopted. No? So, parang hindi ka nag-computerized accounting system. Revoke ka agad yung yung system mo pagka nag-enhance ka or binago mo na hindi ka man nagpaalam sa BAR. No? Okay. So, for the permit to adopt computerized accounting system, these are the requirements, no? Accomplished BAR Form 1900, and then application for authority to use computerized accounting system yan, no? Yung BAR Form 1900. And then attach your company profile. Oh, so, ito na yung mga requirements po natin, ha? Attach your company profile, photocopy of the BAR certificate of registration, previously issued permit kung meron, photocopy of current registration fee payment, ito yung 0605 mo na 500, no? Which is current. Location map of the place of business. Alam niyo yung experience ko dito, yung liaison officer ng company, walang location map on the place of business. Pag gagawa mo sa kanya, hindi niya alam. No? So, be sure na yung liaison officer nyo marunong, alam yung location map ng place of business. Or, meron siyang location map na hindi mo maintindihan. Pag tinanong mo, hindi rin niya alam i-explain. No? So, be sure na kung sino man yung mga liaison officers nyo, nagpa-follow up ng mga permits or whatever requirements, alam nila. No? Kaya kasi yan yung nagpapatagal ng proseso. Inventory of previously approved unused invoices and receipts if applicable. And also list of branches that will use the cash, no? Kung may mga branches ka. So for the technical requirements, meron pa tayong mga checklist mamaya, no? For the technical requirements. Application name and software use, development and database. And then the functions and features of the application. The system flow, ito yung sabi natin kanina na yung system flow na to magagaling yun sa owner ng software na binili nyo. Process flow, ganun din. Backup procedure, disaster and recovery plan, you have to discuss it with your provider. Sworn statement and proof of system ownership, mamaya may sample tayo dyan. List of reports and correspondences that can be generated from the system. List lang kasi napakarami na pwedeng i-generate sa report, no? Facsimile of system-generated loose leaf books of accounts and list thereof in case ng loose leaf, no? Kasi ang loose leaf, pwede ka na mag-apply ng permit to use loose leaf using this form 1900 also. So additional requirements, photocopy of previously issued permit for mother or sister company kung meron, no? Certification from CSET kung may previously approved na system na. Receive the requirements submitted by the taxpayer applicant, then evaluate the validity, no? So itong mga procedures na to are internal to the BIR. So hindi natin yan di-discuss sa inyo kasi ang gagawa niyan yung BIR na, no? Forward permit, kung paano nila gagawin. Doon na lang tayo sa concern ng taxpayer, no? Okay. To procedure naman to sa CSET on how to evaluate the system, no? So if you want to know about it, although trabaho na yun ng BIR, then just read this. Basahin na lang ninyo itong 29-2002. No? Kasi itong mga marami dito, trabaho na to ng BIR, no? Now let's go to annexes, no? Ito yung mga attachment dito sa application. So let's discuss the application to use computerized accounting system. Ito yung BIR form 1900, no? So this is the example of BIR form 1900. So ang responsibility lang ng taxpayer requesting for permit to adopt computerized accounting system, yun lang yung mga requirements, no, i-submit niyo together with this mga affidavit, no, or yung iba doon procedure na yun sa 29-2002 para na sa BIR yun, no. So this BIR form number 1900 is the application for authority to use computerized accounting system or components thereof, or pwede din ito if you are applying for a loose leaf books of accounts, no. So line number 1, you supply the taxpayer identification number, no, and then the RDO code. So dapat itong taxpayer identification number and then the RDO code is same with your COR, certificate of registration. And then line number 3, you have the taxpayer's name, no? Sa taxpayer's name nyo, pag individual yan, should be the registered name of the individual, not the DTI name or the trade name, no? Kasi yan palagi yung dispute. Kasi taxpayer's name, lalagyan nila business name. Hindi naman taxpayer's name yung business name, no? Alam, lahat ng yan, sabi ko sa inyo, regulated. Pagka sinabi mong business name, regulated yan ng DTI. Ito namang taxpayer's name, sino nagre-regulate dito? The registrar's office, the civil registrar, and the NSO. So, kaya magkaiba yan. Huwag niyong paghaluin na yung taxpayer's name nyo is also your trade name for business name, no? Meron na akong tinanggihan niya na client o nagpapa-audit sa akin. Iba yung mga dokumento niya sa registered name niya. Hindi na. Ano ka na lang sa iba kasi bakit mo ginagamit sa official documents mo yung trade name? Individual ka. Iba yung registered name mo. Sinasabihan ko na sila the previous year, nagpa-audit na sa akin, tinanggap ko. The following year, the same pa rin. Hindi na ako pumayag. No? So, business address. Yung business address nyo should same also with your COR. Huwag yung lumipat na kayo ng address, nagbago kayo, pero yung certificate of registration ninyo sa old pa rin, no? So, see to it na itong mga information that you fill up in this BIR form 1900 is same with your attachment para hindi kayo mahirapan at pabalik-balik. Number 5 is the type or nature of the application. Pwedeng complete computerized accounting system with e-invoicing kasama yung issuance ng receipt or without e-invoicing. Pagka nilagay mo dito without e-invoicing, then you will be required to print your receipts manually. No? So computerized books of accounts can be general journal, sales book, purchase book, disbursement book, and others. Specify. Kung halimbawa meron kang subsidiary books, ilagay mo rin dyan. No? Computer-generated subsidiary accounting records can be cash receipt book, debit or credit memo, cash disbursement book, accounts payable book, accounts receivables book, others. No? And others na books na gusto mo. No? Note, any change in system, nandyan nakalagay. Any change in system, contents, and format for computerized accounting system or components thereof would require taxpayers' notification of change and submission of hard copy before phasing out old system contents and format. Ibig sabihin, binago mo yung system mo. So, paalam ka muna sa BAR. And this is signed under the penalties of perjury. So, signed by the taxpayer authorized agent and then the title, position of signatory, and then stamp received by receiving office ng BAR. No? Ang requirement dito, ang sabi dito ng BAR, pagka yung attachment mo is complete, i-receive. Pero pag hindi, hindi siya i-receive. No? Kasi sayang lang. Mapipending lang din, hindi actionan. Okay. So these are the attachment. No? Anyway, nabasa ko na sa inyo yan kanina. Doon sa regulations mismo. So try to take note na yan yung attachment dito sa BIR Form 1900. No? And then we have the Annex B, the application for permit to use cash register machine or point of sale machine, lalo na kung link sila sa cash. No? Ito yung BIR Form 1907. Okay. Annex C is the sworn statement, no? So ito yung discuss natin isa-isa sa inyo yung sworn statement. Sino yung pipirma dito? The president or authorized representative ng company. No? Okay. So sworn statement I, name of the affiant, which is the president or the authorized representative niya. So, I is the name of the affiant, nationality of affiant, no? Kung Filipino siya, America, Chinese, Japanese, no? So, lagay nyo dyan. Of legal age, designated as, no? Kung ano yung position niya. Duly representing, no? So, duly representing meaning authorized siya to represent. Name of the company or corporation with business address located at. Ito yung sabi ko naman sa inyo na reconcile it with your certificate of registration, no? So, kung ano yung address doon sa certificate of registration must be the address that you are going to write in this portion. So, do hereby voluntarily depose and say that the company is engaged in, no? So, line of business and existing under business name, no? That the software to be adopted in computerized accounting system or components thereof is customized or off-the-shelf. Ano yung customized? In-house, pinagawa mo lang. Ano yung off-the-shelf? Binili mo. No? That for customized accounting system or components thereof, the company, no, the name of the company, hereby contacted the services of, yun yung sabi ko sa inyo kanina, na pagka pinadevelop nyo lang, kumuha kayo ng sarili nyong programmer, nakalagay din yung pangalan ng programmer dito. Because in case of question, papatawag yung programmer, no? So, name of supplier of program or the system developer with tax identification number and business address or at, no? To develop the computerized accounting system. That the above-mentioned contract was entered into without intention of defrauding the government and in pursuance to existing rules and regulations of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997, no? So, as amended na by Train Law, Republic Act 10963, no? Noong 2018. That the system is secured, can provide information and generate a unique control number per transaction, no? So, yun na yung sinasabi na naka-affidavit yan, na secured, provide information and generate unique control number per transaction. Ibig sabihin, bawat transaction may control number. No? To, para ma-identify kung anong klase transaction yan. that the system is equipped with effective mechanism to keep track of canceled transactions and adjustments, no? Kaya nga sabi ko sa inyo pag nag-walkthrough kami, yung isang transaction na sample is canceled transactions, no? Ka-cancel ka ng transactions and then mag-generate ka ng report. Paano siya pin-process? Paano siya lalabas dun sa report? That the system can generate and print reports, no? That access to operations manual, application system, and database for system demo shall be allowed if necessary, no? Kasi kailangan yung system demo, especially kung hindi pa na system demo yung company, no? Ilan na yung nanonood, Hari?
May nanonood po ma'am na 56.
Okay. So, shout out tayo dyan sa ating mga participants, ha? Malapit na tayo. 2 oras na lang, no? And complete na yung 2 days nyo. And thank you for your effort, no? Okay. So, the access to operation manual application system and database for system demo shall be allowed if necessary. Lahat ba sila nabigyan na ng, na-receive na yung soft copy?
Yes ma'am.
Okay. So, since you have your soft copy, lahat ng pinag-usapan natin, pwede po ninyong i-review ulit and then you take down kung ano yung hindi nyo naintindihan, no? O kung mayroon kayong mga katanungan pa, ilagay nyo lang dyan sa comment section natin, pero limited lang po yung oras natin kasi Saturday ngayon. Siguro yung mga question and answers nila, i-comment na lang nila, Hari, and then sa comment portion na lang din natin sasagutin, no?
Nipon ko na rin ma'am. Lagay ko na
Marami na?
11.
Okay, sige. That the system can generate and print reports, no? That no changes, ito na, kasi you will be penalized talaga, i-revoke yung application, permit ninyo. That no changes, upgrade, and enhancement will be made on the original system covered by the approved permit. So, hindi pwede na yung system na pa-approve na ninyo, babaguhin nyo. That in the event that the foregoing be discovered to be in violation of existing rules and regulations, I hereby undertake to face any legal sanctions and pay corresponding penalties thereof as provided for under the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended by the Train Law Republic Act 10963. No? So I hereby declare, under the penalties of perjury, that the foregoing attestations are true and correct to the best of my knowledge, signed by the President. No? So supply also the TIN and then the address, no? And then notarize. Okay. Functional and technical evaluation appraisal checklist, no? Ito na yung sa BIR, no? So what are these functional and technical evaluation appraisal checklist? You supply the taxpayer identification number, the company name, address, contact person, telephone number. Ito na yung mga requisites, no? Yes or no, and then remarks, no? Number 1, can the system provide information on a per transaction basis? Can it be viewed? Can it be printed? Anong sagot nyo dyan? Lahat yan dapat yes. Pag may no dyan, di kayo ma-approve, no? Number 2, is the system equipped with effective mechanism to keep track cancellation of transactions? Can the system deny cancellation of transaction? Can the original entries be retrieved, viewed, or printed? Can the source document be cross-referenced and retrieved? Can a report be printed on all canceled transactions? No? Anong answer? Lahat yes. No? Same again, pag may no dyan, hindi ka ma-approve. Is the system equipped with effective mechanism to enable or track adjustment? Yes. Can the system generate and print reports, regular requirements of BIR, summary of sales and purchases, ad hoc, exception? Ito yung mga reports na kailangan ng BIR. Pwede ba siyang mag-generate? Yes. Does the system generate unique control number per transaction? It is a requirement. So, dapat yes. Are all technical specification adhered to? Ano yung mga technical specification? Yun yung sa software, requirements, sa hardware, no? So, yung mga disaster, backup recovery, yes. issues and concerns, no? So, sino yung pipirma dyan? The CSIT members, the evaluator, no? So, there are 4. Okay, permit to use accounting system or components thereof. This is the example. Isang page lang po siya ng long na bond paper, no? So, nakalagay dyan yung permit number, month and year, RDO number, and sequence number, no? So, yun yung permit number. Kaya pagtingin pala ng permit number mo, makikita na kailan yan na issue at saang RDO. At pang ilan ka doon sa binigyan ng permit, no? Permit to use computerized accounting system or components thereof, and then the date, name of the company, the address, and then the tax identification number, no? So, nakaspecify dyan yung permit is hereby granted on your application dated blank for, no, nakalagay dyan kung complete computerized accounting system or CAS, or e-invoicing ba siya, or general journal, nakalagay na dyan, no? Check lang dyan kung okay. Integrated ba siya or independent? Applied by the head office or the branch, and then this permit shall take effect subject to the provisions of Revenue Memorandum Order Number, no? Dated and shall be valid until revoked, no? The approved software to be used is blank, no? So, yung QuickBooks is AP Business One, or ano pa yung mga ibang software, no? So, it shall be understood that any upgrading, integration, or modification made in the systems without prior approval shall mean automatic revocation of this permit and shall be subject to penalties and sanctions pursuant to the provisions of the Tax Reform Act of 1997. No? Note, schedules duly attached under Annex E1. No? Applicable. And then may dry seal siya, signed by the RDO. No? Okay. Ito yung mga attachments sa permit. No? List of branches, list of document reports generated, no? Kung CRMPOS, yung description, then the approved range of serial number, no? From to. Yung sabi ko sa inyo, pagka i-invoice yan, 19 digits yung ina-approve, no? Approved method of record keeping, books of accounts, manual or electronic. Okay. Branch to use computerized accounting system. So, meron din po siyang permit na i-issue, no? Sa branch. A schedule of attachment in the branch permit, same also with the head office. Permit to use cash register machine or point of sale machines, maliit lang siya, no? Saka sticker lang siya, dinidikit siya sa likod ng cash register machine, no? Letter of denial na application for permit to adopt computerized accounting system pagka na-deny, no? Pinapadalan siya ng sulat informing at saka kung ano yung mga kulang. And then temporary permit to use computerized accounting system, which sabi ko sa inyo is good only for how many days? 3 months lang, no? Okay. Register of permit, ito sa mga report na to ng BIR, yung mga list ng mga registered permit, no? List of permits issued to branch. Okay. Inventory, no? Sa BIR na yan. Report of range of serial number, sa BIR na lahat yan, no? Ito naman yung post-reporting requirement for computerized accounting system in lieu of hardbound computer-generated receipts. Ito yung affidavit, no? No all men by this presence, name of taxpayer, representative, nationality, of legal age, designated as, no? With business address located at, do hereby certify the following, that with business address at is duly registered corporation organized under the laws of the Philippines, that the above mentioned corporation maintain a computerized accounting system or CAS under head office or branch permit number, no, issued at on. For purposes of compliance under RMO dated, the above mentioned corporation in lieu of hardbound computer-generated books of accounts, other accounting records for taxable year hereby maintained CD-ROM form duly labeled with the name of taxpayer, taxable year, serial number, volume number of books of accounts, duly signed, stamped, registered, and signed by the authorized revenue officer, or maintain the above-mentioned books of accounts and other accounting records or documents in archive information form. That the aforesaid books of accounts, accounting records are herein listed. No, so, okay. That the receipt or invoices or other documents assigned, no, as are follows. That the books of accounts, invoices, and receipts and other accounting records or documents above mentioned in the form of CD-ROM in an electronic archive information which have the capacity to retain information read only for a period of, sabi ko sa inyo, 10 years na ngayon. So, in witness hereof, ito na, signed by the affiant or duly authorized representative, and then notarized. No? Okay. So, yun po yung ating regulations on how to adopt computerized accounting system. So, we have discussed to you the applications and the procedures, and then yung mga attachments at saka yung mga technical requirements, and also yung post-reporting requirements. No? So, before we go to record retention management, let's go to yung 16-2006 at saka yung
Ang wala dyan mga sa desktop.
9-2009. Itong 60-2020, saan kaya to? Hindi bale, meron naman tayong ito yung bago. Notice to unregistered businesses. Ito yung sa online sellers. Let's have a break of 10 minutes. Ha? Ilagay mo dyan yung 16-2006 at saka yung 9-2009. Hindi.
na lang, ano?
Ha?
Yung nandito na lang.
Yes. Yung ilan sila? 50 plus, no? Oh, sige. Okay. So let's go to the Revenue Regulation 16-2006. No, yung mga hindi pa nakatanggap ng email, i-email po namin sa inyo ngayon, no? So this is Revenue Regulations 16-2006 on the submission of taxpayers' electronic books of accounts and other accounting records in the course of a tax audit or investigation. Bakit? Since sabi na nga natin, you are using a computerized accounting system. So, iba siya kaysa doon sa manual. So, how are you going to submit now your records or your documents which is electronically generated, no? Soft copy. Okay. So, this is yung power nito is coming from the Section 5 of the National Internal Revenue Code na pwedeng i-require ng commissioner, no, yung isang taxpayer to submit documents, no? Okay. So, hindi na natin yan tingnan. Dito na tayo sa computerized accounting books and records. We have discussed that. The electronic documents, we have discussed that. Ano ba yung electronic documents? These are the information, data, figures, symbols, modes of written expression. Saan to galing na definition from the e-commerce law, no? So, describe or however represented by which a right is established or an obligation extinguished or by which a fact may be proved and affirmed. No, ito yung may evidentiary value. Which is received, recorded, transmitted, stored, processed, retrieved, or produced electronically. Okay. Electronic documents refers to information or the representation of information, data, figures, symbols, modes of written expression, no? So yan yung electronic signature, no? Distinctive mark, characterized. Itong mga ano na to, definition, no? For yun na lang to read, no? Basahin nyo. Kasi we're running out of time, no? Po 4 o'clock na. Kulang tayo sa oras, no? More or less, binigyan namin kayo ng guide kung ano yung mga regulations na babasahin nyo in connection with this electronic record submission during the tax audit. No? Okay. Itong mga iba naman na to, na-discuss na natin to kanina sa 29-2002. Itong fixed length file or field or data element, records file, data, ito yung isasubmitin nyo sa BIR during audit but in electronic or soft copy. No? And then this is the guide on the file formats na i-submit ninyo. The D-based file format, delimited format, no? And then the authentication. So authentication is very important since electronic records po ito. No? It is the confirmation that the record is accurate, complete, and appropriate to the actions taken. No? So what is the method of authenticating electronic records? Authentication of hard copy document. Kasi, di ba sabi natin, so ito na lang reminder ko sa inyo. Di ba sabi natin, ito yung books of accounts mo. So, sa electronic, instead na ito siya hardbound, soft copy. But the requirements on recording at saka yung substantiation, documentation requirements in the recording, pareho lang. No? So, bakit siya pareho? Because the authentication requirements is the same. Ano yung authentication requirements? Kung ano yung ni-record mo, doon sa books mo, whether electronic or manual, dapat nandoon din nakalagay yung supporting documents mo. Halimbawa, purchases mo yan, no? So, that should be authenticated on, pwede mo siyang i-verify doon sa hard copy ng resibo na na-purchase mo. Oh, that's the documentation requirements. So, walang pagkakaiba yan sa manual at saka sa electronic. There is still a documentation requirements required. So, authentication of a hard copy document that accompanies the electronic media, authentication of a label attached to the media, linking a digital signature to the electronic file or documents, and design of a unique location-specific procedure for authentication of electronic records. No? Palagay ko, Hari, ito yung tutukan natin sa mga video natin pagka ano na. Kasi why? Because this is the demand of the time eh. No, yung mga electronic records because of the online na lahat ngayon at saka ito na yung new world natin eh. So if we keep on talking about the manual, parang hindi tayo nagbago. So, as a way of transition, no, na makakatulong din tayo sa mga viewers, YouTubers natin, yun yung ating tututukan. No? At saka siguro talagang we will coordinate with the service provider kasi gagamitin natin yung kanilang mga samples, yung kanilang mga machines. Gusto ko kasi sa video, ipapakita ko talaga sa inyo kung paano yung actual na process, no? So, magre-request tayo, marami na mga service providers dyan. And then the actual machines, the actual na mga software, hardware, no? Ipakita natin sa inyo para mas madali maintindihan. Examination of computerized books of accounts and other accounting records. So, dapat meron tayong sample ng mga CDR, DVDR, no? Para papakita natin sa kanila. You just wait ha, yung mga nandyan sa inyo, we will have extra effort na papakita namin sa inyo talaga yung actual. So, the books of accounts and other accounting records or documents, schedules, and other information submitted by a taxpayer in electronic form. Collectively referred herein as computerized accounting books, records, may be examined by duly authorized revenue officers. Yun talaga ang purpose, no? Ng revenue officers. Talaga ang trabaho niyan, nag-audit talaga, no? Kaya, in my case, for 29 years, yun po yung naging trabaho ko sa BAR. Audit, no? Nasa audit and investigation po ako for 29 years. Ang number of years ko sa BAR is 31 years. For the first 2 years, I do clerical work, no? Na-assign ako sa district, na-assign ako sa collection, then sa assessment, then na-assign din ako sa registration, no? Concurrent with assessment. So, lahat yan, nakita ko how it is being, how the BAR work, no? So, iintindihan natin yan. And for 29 years, I do tax audit and investigation. So, yun po talaga ang trabaho ng examiner. Kaya huwag kayong magalit pag na-examine kayo kasi trabaho talaga yan ng examiner. No? At the time of examination, the written computerized accounting books and records of the taxpayer must be capable of being retrieved from the computer system and converted to a standard format that would allow efficient examination and testing of such records using BIR audit tools during a tax examination, particularly in cases involving large volumes of transactions. No? So, bakit na ang large taxpayer mandatory sa kanila to maintain a computerized, fully, hindi lang component, fully computerized accounting system? Because of their volume of transactions na imposible or sobrang hirap na kung magmamanual ka ng audit. No? Submission of taxpayer accounting records in electronic form. So, within 30 days from close of taxable year, no? Ito yung 29-2002, you are required to submit yung records mo doon sa CD or DVD. No? And then, the books of accounts or records shall be submitted to the revenue officers, no? Pag may LA na, no? So access to the computerized accounting books or records shall be restricted to the revenue officers assigned to handle the tax examinations. Sa large taxpayers kasi hindi lang isang examiner ang nag-audit yan, no? Kasi large nga, minsan isang taxpayer, 4 na examiner, 2, and then kasama yung supervisor. After the report of investigation and the tax docket of the case has been reviewed and approved by the authorized revenue official, the revenue officer shall return to the taxpayer their computerized accounting books, records intact, no? So, ibabalik yan sa taxpayer. No? At saka kayo din ng taxpayer, kunin nyo after the examination. No? So, if there are discrepancies found upon tax audit, so ito na yung tax assessment ng revenue officers. No? So, the examiner may request, pwede, certified true copies in hard copy and or electronic format kung ano yung portion daw ng accounting books na nagkaroon siya ng audit findings. No? So, requirement for submission of accounting books records in electronic format. Siyempre, yung sinabi natin kanina sa 29-2002, di ba, after the end of the year, within 30 days, isubmit mo yung records mo na whole year na nakalagay na doon sa CD. No? CD R, no? Yung read only, or DVD-R, yung read only. Tapos, patatakan yun sa BAR yung may tatak. No? Pagdating na ng LOA mo na ma-examine ka na, yung may tatak na yun sa BAR na pinareceive mo, yun ang ibigay mo. In case na mayroong adjustment at nag-submit ka uli, because audited na ng CPA, yung CDR na may perma din ng CPA na nag-audit, yun naman ang ipakita mo sa examiner. No? Okay. Okay, yun na yung na-explain ko. Sahin nyo na yan. Retention of electronic documents and electronic files. No? Doon sa i-submit niyo ng mga electronic copies, may file format. No? Explain mo sa kanila, Hari, ano yung ibig sabihin ng file format? At ano yung mga klase o iba-ibang klase ng files?
Yung file format po, yun yung parang sinusunod na format para sa for example po, may isang form. Tapos, bawal natin baguhin yun kasi yun yung parang pinakang format na requirements ng isang company. Tapos ang iba't ibang type po ng format is yung kung PDF ba siya or Word or Excel file. Yun po yung mga tinatanggap. Depende po kung ano po yung re-record nilang file format.
Okay. So, yung usually, ang require ng examiner na file format, yung kaya niyang hindi naman edit, no? Pero yung kaya niyang i-convert doon sa file na pwedeng mabasa at saka gamitin ng examiner. Because meron tayong, yung sunod nito, yung 9-2009, meron tayong CAATs or computer aided tools and techniques ng BAR na yung electronic records nyo will go through the CAATs laboratory. At yung machine or yung CAATs laboratory na yan, siya yung mag-a-analyze ng records nyo kung may mga discrepancies. No? So requirement yan sa large taxpayers na lahat ng docket doon na that undergo examination, may naka-attach na data analysis ng CAATs laboratory. No? So kung may findings doon yung CAATs, incorporate mo yan doon sa report of investigation ng examiner. No? So retention of electronic documents and electronic files. No? So pursuant to Section 13 of Republic Act Number 8792, the books of accounts and other accounting records or documents, files, schedules, and other information submitted by taxpayer to the BAR in electronic form should be retained in their original form. No? So ito na yung retention ng documents natin. So dapat original form. And it should remain accessible so as to be usable for subsequent reference. No? Retained in a format which it was generated, sent, or received, or in format which can be demonstrated to accurately represent the electronic document generated, sent, or received. No? So, dapat i-retain mo yung kopya mo. No? And sabi na ngayon, ang number of years that you are going to retain your records is already 10 years. No? Legal recognition of electronic document. No, ito yung Republic Act 8792, yung e-commerce law natin. So, electronic documents for purposes of tax audit or investigation shall have the legal effect, validity, or enforceability of other document. No? So, kung yung electronic document is able to maintain its integrity and reliability through time, no, and can be authenticated, no. So, it should remain complete and unaltered apart from addition or any endorsement. And then, it can be relied upon for purpose of which it was generated. So, hindi siya binago, no. Electronic document has been presented or retained in its original form. There exists a reliable assurance on the integrity of the document, no? So hindi siya binago. The document is capable of being displayed to the person to whom it is presented, no? So lahat 'yan. So compliance enforcement natin, the procedures prescribed and issuance of subpoena dos stecum shall be followed. Halimbawa, since ang pinag-usapan dito is audit, so hindi kayo na-comply with the requirements of the BAR, then that can be a basis of the issuance of subpoena dos stecum. Ano yung subpoena dos stecum? This is a letter coming from the BAR Legal Division na mandating the taxpayer to produce the records, no? I-present nila sa legal. And then, hindi ka pa rin nag-submit or nag-submit ka partial because partial compliance is not a compliance, no? So, kailangan kumpleto. So, they will file a case against you for contempt of court sa korte na, sa fiscal na, no? So, penalty clause sa in IRC, sa National Internal Revenue Code na violations, no? Sa usually depende yan sa RDO. Pero yung mga violations, kung large taxpayer ka, then it is also the large taxpayers who will determine how much is your penalty, no? Okay. So 2006 pa po itong regulations na to, no? So let's now go to the next which is Revenue Regulations 9-2009. Pagawan mo nga ito ng ano kay Alvin. PowerPoint, no? Para mas malalaki. So, this is Revenue Regulations 9-2009. So, kung mapapansin nyo yung una, 2006, ito 2009, on the maintenance, retention, and submission of electronic records, no? So, ano yung nire-require naman dito? Okay. So, yung purpose, definition, no? Basahin nyo na lang yung mga definitions na yan. Okay. Electronically readable format, ano ibig sabihin yan? No? Means information supported by a system capable of producing accessible and usable copy. No? Pag sinabi mo accessible copy means the taxpayer must provide an acceptable copy of the electronic records in an electronic readable and usable format to BAR tax auditors, no? So this is in continuation with the 2006 the requirement also to submit electronic records to the examiner during tax audit. Nag-umpisa ka na bang mag-email? Ha? Oh, sige. Sige, so kung meron kayong access ngayon sa website, dun sa mga nanonood sa atin ngayon, i-access na lang po ninyo yung 9-2009, itong, at saka yung sa kanina, yung 16-2006. Para
Bigyan nila ako ng link, ma'am, para pag-click nila, diretso download na.
Sige. Sige, no? Para may ano kayo. Pero hindi natin kasi ito ma-explain sa inyo in detail lahat, no? So we'll just giving you the guide kung ano yung titingnan ninyo ng mga regulations so that basahin nyo, kayo na magbasa, ha? Yung kasi yung iba, nandiyan na sa regulations, tanong pa rin ng tanong, no? Kasi ayaw magbasa, no? Gusto nila spoon feed mo lang, no? There is no such thing as spoon feeding in this world, no? Kung yung spoon feeding na gusto nyo, sa mga bata lang yan, no? Pero if you really wanted na to improve in your tax services, kayo talaga ang will do the effort, no? Para matuto. Yung sa atin dito, this is only a guide. You can just imagine na 2 days lang to, no? So, hindi lahat pwede natin explain in detail. Because of the time constraint, no? Okay. Storage only imaging system. Ano ibig sabihin ng storage only imaging system? Means a system of computer hardware and software that provides for the storage, retention, and retrieval of documents originally created on paper, no? So, ano na rin advanced na rin ang technology sa computer, no? So, meron ng storage-only imaging system. It does not include any system or part of a system that manipulates or processes any information or data. Yung sa kanya, parang Xerox lang, no? In-image lang niya, kinopya lang. Content on the document, hindi niya pwedeng baguhin in any manner or other than to reproduce the document in hard copy or as an optical image, no? Taxpayer means corporation, companies, partnership, or persons. Electronic record keeping means those electronic business systems that create, process, store, maintain, and provide access to the financial records of a person, including but not limited to custom and commercial accounting software, point-of-sale systems, and internet-based electronic commerce business systems. So, yun yung sabi ng electronic record keeping. Kaya nga, nagtaka nga ako na itong mga online sellers doing business, ayan, no? Internet-based electronic commerce business system. So, online seller po yan. Kaya nagtaka nga ako, why is it that they are allowed to maintain manual books of accounts? Because under this 9-2009, ano sabi dito? Electronic record keeping, no? So, ito yung requirement sa mga online sellers, no? So, emphasize natin to sa mga, sa mga YouTube natin, no? Means those electronic business systems that create, process, store, maintain, provide access to the financial records of a person, including but not limited to custom and commercial accounting software, point-of-sale systems, internet-based electronic commerce business systems, no? Media refers to the physical forms of recorded information. This includes paper, film, computer disks, computer tapes, and any other materials on which information can be recorded, no? CDR, compact disc recordable. So, optical data storage written and read only, hindi mo pwedeng baguhin. Using lasers that can be read or viewed only but cannot be modified, deleted, or written over with new data. So, ito yung requirement ng BIR kasi hindi pwedeng baguhin, no? Recordable CDs are warm, write once, read multiple, no? So, hindi mo siya baguhin. Minsan mo lang siya isulat, hindi ka na pwedeng sumulat uli. So, meaning, hindi mo siya pwedeng baguhin. DVD-R is the digital video disc recordable. Also refers to new generation of optical disc storage technology which holds more data than the CDR. Kaya DVD-R, no? Ito na yung electronic record keeping requirements, no? So, meron ka ng request to the commissioner to use computerized accounting system. Approve na. Okay, so retain the records required to be kept. No? So, yung electronic and hard copy formats. The taxpayer shall make the records available to the BAR in electronic format upon request of the commissioner or its authorized representative. Nothing in this regulation shall be construed to prohibit a taxpayer from demonstrating tax compliance with traditional hard copy documents or reproductions thereof in whole or in part, whether or not such taxpayer also has retained or has capability to retain records on electronic or other storage media in accordance with these regulations. Kasi, yung sabi natin na kahit you maintain an electronic books of accounts, yung mga supporting doon still hard copy yun, no? So, electronic record keeping requirements for large taxpayers, no? So, 2009 ito. All large taxpayers. So, ito yung 9-2009 mandated the large taxpayers to be to maintain computerized accounting system, no? So, all large taxpayers classified under Revenue Regulations 1-98 are required to maintain computerized accounting system or components thereof. Accordingly, all books of accounts and accounting record shall be in electronic format. So, lahat po ng books of accounts ng large taxpayers should be electronic. All large taxpayers who are currently maintaining their books of accounts and accounting records in manual form are required to register their computerized accounting systems not later than December 31, 2009. No? Pero until now, ang dami pa rin large taxpayers na hindi pa fully computerized. Kasi kahit meron silang computer sa office, hindi nila pinapa-approve. No? So, a large taxpayer using commercial and or customized software to keep books and records electronically is not relieved of the responsibility to keep adequate electronic records because of deficiencies in the software. No? Electronic record keeping requirements, electronic records, general requirements. Electronic records used to establish tax compliance shall contain sufficient transaction level, detailed information so that the details underlying the electronic records can be identified and made available to the BAR upon request, no? Kasi ano ba yung, balikan natin yung first day natin kahapon, what is the purpose of the government or the law kung bakit nire-require yung record keeping? In order to ascertain the total tax liabilities of the taxpayer at any time of the year by the revenue officers, no? So, taxpayer has discretion to discard duplicated records and redundant information provided its responsibilities under these regulations are met, no? So, at the time of an examination, the written records must be capable of being retrieved and converted to a standard record format in accordance with 16-2006. Yun yung pinag-aralan din natin kanina, no? So, taxpayers are not required to construct electronic records other than those created in the ordinary course of business. So, bawal yung gumawa ka ng records, no? Ano lang yung day-to-day business mo, yun lang yung document na i-present mo. A taxpayer who does not create the electronic equivalent of a traditional paper document in the ordinary course of business is not required to construct such a record for tax purposes, no? So, electronic data interchange requirement. Where a taxpayer use electronic data interchange processes and technology, the level of record detail in combination with other records related to the transactions must be equivalent to that contained in an acceptable paper record. So, for example, the written record should contain such information as vendor name, no? Invoice, date, product description, quantity purchase, price, amount of tax, indication of tax status, shipping detail. Codes may be used to identify some or all of the data elements. So, kaninang umaga, pinakita sa inyo ni Harry yung paano nagtatrabaho yung electronic process ng accounting software, no? Yung bookkeeping doon sa pag-record ng mga transactions. So, makita ninyo doon yung mga product description, invoice date, yung mga quantity, purchase price, amount of tax, no? So, yung detail ng transactions, nakikita ninyo doon. May mga codes, di ba? So, codes may be used to identify some or all of the data elements, provided that the taxpayer shall provide a method which would allow the BAR to convert coded information into auditable data. Kasi kung coded information yan, hindi alam yan ng BAR yung code, dapat ipaalam sa examiner, no? Taxpayer may capture information necessary to satisfy Section 5.21 at level within the accounting system and did not retain the original EDI transaction records provided the audit trail, authenticity, and integrity of the written records can be established. So for example, taxpayer using electronic data interchange technology receives electronic invoice from its suppliers. No? So taxpayers decide to retain the invoice data from completed and verified EDI transaction in its accounts payable system rather than retain the EDI transactions themselves. No? So depende na yan sa method na gusto or gawin ng taxpayer. Since neither the EDI transaction or the accounts payable system captures information from the invoice pertaining to product descriptions and vendor name, they contain only codes for the information. The taxpayer also retains other records such as its vendor's master file and product code description list and make them available to the BAR. Why? Kasi kung yung diretso na lang yung document na ipakita, hindi mo maintindihan. Kaya dapat meron siyang vendor master file at saka code description list. No? So the taxpayer need not retain its EDI transaction for tax purposes. Electronic data processing system requirements. No? So it should be similar to that of the manual accounting system. Why? Kasi kahit na electronic records yan, we follow also the accounting standards. No? So it should be similar to manual accounting system. No? It should incorporate methods and records that will satisfy the requirements of the regulations. Okay. Okay, so ano pang isang requirements? Taxpayers keeping electronic records must also retain source documents. So sa National Internal Revenue Code natin, meron din diyang retention ng source documents, no? Especially for substantiation purposes in the claim of deductions natin, no? Sa income tax natin. They are also required na may source documents tayo. Just like the electronic records, the source documents are also required to be maintained, no? Retained. Source document includes items such as sale invoices, purchase invoices, cash register receipts, formal written contracts, no? So contracts are also very important. Credit card receipts, delivery slips, deposit slips, work orders, docket checks, bank statement, tax returns, and can also include emails and other general correspondence were relevant for tax purposes. Okay, so lahat ng electronic records na yan are very important. Business process information, no? So, taxpayer shall be capable of demonstrating, among others, the functions being performed as they relate to the flow of data through the system, no? So, you have to demonstrate or show proof what is the function performed by the company. The internal control used to ensure accurate and reliable processing. The internal control used to prevent unauthorized addition, alteration, or deletion of written records. No? Documentation, kasi pag weak yung internal control mo, o kaya weak yung mga capability mo to safeguard your data, it lessen the value of your records, to parang hindi reliable. The documents required for electronic records retained shall, among others, include the following: record format or layouts, field definition, including the meaning of all codes used to represent information, file description, dataset name, and detailed chart of accounts and accounts description. The following fields are mandatory for the following. Pagka general ledger yan, dapat may date yan, reference, brief description or explanation, account title or account code if chart of accounts master file is available, no? And then the debits and credits. Okay. So general ledger, date reference, brief description or explanation, account title or account code if chart of accounts or master file is available, the debits, credits, sales journal, date, customer's TIN, customer's name or customs code available, address, description, reference document. Sa sales journal po yan, no? The amount, discount, what amount or output tax, and then the net sales. For the purchase journal naman, date, supplier's TIN, vendor's name, address, description, reference document number or sales invoice, the amount, discount, what amount or input, and then the net purchases. No? So yun naman yung nakalagay sa purchase journal. Inventory book, no? So very important yung inventory book. Yung iba nakalimutan na itong inventory book. Ngayon, active na naman yung BAR, very strict about inventory, no? Yun yung kaninang umaga na nag-excuse ako sa inyo for a while. I'm talking to the supervisor at saka examiner na yung findings nila on the inventory, no? So ang daming findings ngayon because tinututukan ang inventory. So inventory book, ano yung dapat nakalagay doon na information, the date, kasi nga yung requirements pa natin doon sa transaction should be in date order, no? So sequential. Product name or product code if product description master file is available. And also the description, the unit, price per unit, and then the amount. The Commissioner of Internal Revenue or its authorized representative can prescribe additional fields when needed. No? Transaction integrity and security systems controls. Taxpayer carrying on a business with an electronic business system must ensure that adequate controls are in place, no? Which safeguards the accuracy, security, integrity of the electronic records processed and kept in that system. No? So this can include access controls to ensure that only authorized users can have access to a computer system to process data. Also, input and output control that ensure the accuracy and security of the information created, received, and transmitted. No? So, dito pa lang sa mga requirements natin, ang dami na nire-require ng BIR. Ha? So, take note, kung kayo yung nasa accounting, no, ng isang company, at saka kung kayo ay nasa large taxpayer, then see to it na alam nyo itong guidelines na to so that this can help you a lot in discharging your work. Hindi yung nakaupo na lang doon sa upuan, kung ano na lang yung sasabihin ng hepe, kung wala din alam yung hepe. No? Kasi minsan yung hepe di rin nagbabasa. So ako, when I become a supervisor, ako lang yung nag-research, hindi ako tinrain kung ano yung gagawin ko as supervisor. No? Ako lang. And then, may mga hepe na natutuwa. Meron din yung iba na hindi, no? Pagka marunong ka. No? Pero there's no substitute na alam mo yung ginagawa mo. No? So, take this na mga regulations as your guide kung kayo yung in charge na isang company. Processing controls that protect and ensure the integrity of the information processed by the system. Also, backup controls that guarantee the retention of backup copies. Kasi requirement yun sa 29-2002, yung backup natin and disaster recovery. Controls to ensure there is no accidental or intentional editing or deletion of recorded or completed transactions. Bakit? Dapat nakikita to lahat ng mga edit, deletion sa record dapat nakikita sa system, no? Nakalag. Okay. So, changes to any recorded transaction must be made by journal entry and adequately documented at include the following, no? Persons making modifications. Actually, kung maganda yung system nyo, talagang nakalagyan doon kung sino yung nag-modify, no? Date of change, previous transaction details, current transaction details, and then the reason for the change or deletion. No? Changes to business system. No? So, If changes to operating and or electronic business system occur, the capability to access and retrieve data must be preserved. No? Changes must not result in a loss, destruction, alteration, or of information and data relevant to determination of taxes payable. No? So baka sinadya na talagang sisirain yung records. No? So hindi pwede, bawal yun. Adequate documentation must be retained to preserve accurate chronological record of the change, including changes to software systems. No? These changes must be reported to the BAR before implementation of such changes. So ito na naman yung system enhancement, changes sa software. So before implementing a new business system, the taxpayer must ensure that sufficient detail will be captured and produced to ensure proper determination of internal revenue taxes. So bago yan galawin, bago yan palitan, dapat meron niyang na-capture lahat yung mga records na nandoon. And then audit trail of its transaction will be preserved. Adequate internal controls incorporated in the system. Adequate internal control is very important. Why? It adds value to your reports, no? And credibility to your records. Kasi kung walang internal control then weak yung inyong documentation. The system ensures transaction integrity and security. So may integrity and security meaning protected yung mga information ninyo. And it's secured yung information, hindi nahahack, hindi nababago, no, nadidelete. The system will capture and save readable format the information required by the BIR. BIR auditors will have access to all information produced by the system and required by the BIR to verify the filed returns. Ito yung ideal ha, although sa actual parang hindi din ginagawa, no, na lahat ng records sa computer nyo nabibigyan ng access yung examiner. Adequate backup and restore procedures in place. No? And sabi ko nga sa inyo, this can be a ground for non-approval of the application for permit kung kulang yung backup nyo. System will continue to offer capacity to export the required information into a commonly used non-proprietary format. So yung sa mga Excel format, no, na kino-convert yung records para magamit ng examiner. Record maintenance and location requirements. Maintenance. Taxpayer computer hardware or software shall accommodate the extraction and conversion of written electronic records in accordance with RR 16/2006. No? Records that are retained by copying or backing up the data to another medium must be done so in accordance with the media manufacturer's suggested procedures, with particular attention given to the suggested shelf life of the medium. Yung shelf life niyan is 10 years dapat, no? Yun ang pinaka requirements. Okay. So, information must be stored in an environment free from hazard that could affect the media, such as magnetic fields, direct light, excessive moisture, and temperature extremes. So, yung mga magnetic fields, alam nyo, yung sinasabi natin na magnet, ano din yan eh, parang may resources din yan ng Earth eh, na may magnet. Kasi sa atin dito sa Pilipinas, ang dami natin na magnetite sand. Ano yung magnetite sand? Yung mga buhangin na kung anuhin mo may mga magnet pala siya. Oh, tingnan mo yung buhangin na maliliit. Lagyan mo ng karayom. So, masama sila sa karayom. No? So, pagka electronic yung records mo, nasisira sila pag may, lalo na kung malakas yung magnetic fields. No? Sa Negros, mayroong isang bundok doon na may kalsada, no? So, nagtataka sila. Hindi nila alam na kung bakit nangyari yun eh, no? Kasi minsan, pababa kasi yung kalsada. Ngayon, yung series bus na nagbabiyahe doon, huminto kasi may bababa na pasahero, no? So, huminto siya. ang kalsada pababa, nagtaka sila bakit yung bus hinila pataas, no? Nakahinto eh. So, nag-move yung bus pataas. So, yung una parang natakot or ano, yun, magnetic yun, no? Kasi, yung mga resources natin ng magnet, nasa ilalim yan ng, ano eh, ng lupa, no? So, magnetic field, hinihila niya yung, ano, kasi babakal yung ano eh, yung materials ng bus, no? So, kayang-kayang hilain yun ng magnet. So, ganun din yung ating mga computer, no? Sa records natin. Kaya nakakasira yung magnetic fields. Direct light, excessive moisture and temperature extreme, yung sobrang init, nalulusaw yung ating mga media dyan. It is the taxpayer responsibility to ensure the current and or prior period data files have been archived or backed up properly and adequately to meet books and record-keeping obligations. Since mas sophisticated po yung electronic records natin, so mas sophisticated po yung requirements sa atin to preserve it, no? Bakit? Kasi kagaya nga ng i-preserve mo yung CD. So, mas sensitive yan kaysa doon lang sa hard copy. Yung hard copy, hindi na pwede naman ilagay mo yan kahit mainit, hindi siya masisira, no? Pero yung computer records, masisira yan pag sobrang init. Okay. So when backups of electronic files are being used as method of record retention, procedure must be put in place. No? So ito na yung requirements kung nagba-backup tayo. A, ensure that the backup data files can be restored in a format that will be accessible and usable by the BIR. No? Usable yan can be, halimbawa, converted. Yung PDF file mo, pwedeng i-convert into ibang files. No? Letter B, ensure that the intended data is actually being written to the medium being used. No? So, nakokopya siya doon sa CD or DVD. Ensure that the backup procedure does not override prior period backups or logs, destroying them. No? Kasi yung mga prior period should be preserved. Kaya nga sabi natin, 10 years yan. O kung nasira mo. Ensure that the medium is uniquely labeled in a readily identifiable manner. No? Okay. Ensure that a log is prepared to identify what records and data have been recorded on such medium. Ensure that the log states how long this medium is to be retained before it can be overwritten or discarded. No? So, 10 years. Ensure that the name of the software and the version number used to create the records are noted on the medium label and in the log. Ensure that the proper electronic business system software and operating system are available to restore the backup files to their original environment. And also ensure that there is periodic testing of backup records to verify that the backup records can be restored into electronically readable format. No? So yun yung mga requirements. And then location. Records must be kept at the taxpayer place of business. No? So, doon talaga sa taxpayer place of business. Pero yung backup mo, dapat, ano yan, doon sa outside your business premises na safe siya. No? So, records kept outside the Philippines and accessed electronically from Philippines are not considered records in the Philippines. No? So, where records are maintained in location outside the Philippines, the BIR may accept a copy of the records provided these are made available in the Philippines in an electronically readable and usable format for BIR officials, and they contain adequate details to support the tax returns filed with the BIR. Okay, so yun na yung sa properly labeled yung mga information. No? Backup of electronic records are stored at a site other than the business location. So, yung example dyan, may isa tayong airline companies na may backup siya sa India, may backup sa Australia, may backup siya sa US, dito sa Pilipinas. No? So, talagang safe na safe yung mga records. So, it is the taxpayer's responsibility to produce the record for inspection, no matter where those records are located. So in case of, yung sabi natin na global accounting system, so no matter where those records are located, so it is the responsibility of the taxpayers to produce the records for inspection at dadalhin dito available sa examiner who will be examining the records. Businesses that operate via the internet and are hosted on a server located outside of the Philippines should be cognizant of their responsibility to maintain their records within the Philippines. Internet-based businesses have the same responsibility related to record retention as all other business operations. No? Ito yung mga online sellers. Use of third party for electronic record maintenance. No? Ito yung mga outsourcing. Taxpayer may engage in the services of a third party to provide custodial and or management services of the record and shall notify BIR prior to such arrangement. Okay. So ito utilization of third party shall not relieve taxpayer of tax obligations under these regulations. Kahit pina-outsource mo pa yung sa third party, kung may problema, the taxpayer is still liable. Okay, so access and submission of electronic records. O ito na, paano mo i-submit, no? The access will be provided in one or more of the following manners. Taxpayer may arrange to provide BIR with the hardware, software, and personnel resources to access the electronic records. And then, taxpayer may arrange for a third party to provide hardware, software, and personnel resources necessary to access the electronic records. Taxpayer may convert electronic records to a standard record, no? Specified by RR 16-2006. Original files or format files in its native format should also be submitted along with the copies of the convertibles. So, taxpayer and BIR may agree on other means of providing access to the electronic records. Ako kasi, pag ako yung nag-audit, I always see to it that during my audit, di ba, nasa premises ng taxpayer, meron talagang isang representative yung taxpayer na uupo dyan sa habang nag-audit kayo. Why? Because every time meron kang itatanong about the records, meron kang mapagtanungan at magtuturo, no? Alternative storage media. Okay. So, for storage and retention, taxpayers may convert hard copy documents received or produced in the normal course of business and required to be retained under this regulation to microfilm, microfiche, or other storage-only imaging system, no? And may discard original copy documents provided the conditions hereunder enumerated are met. No? Okay. So microfilm, microfiche, and other storage only imaging system shall comply among others with the following requirements. Excuse me. Nandyan pa sila? Sandali lang. Okay, so kailangan tapusin natin to no? So, what are the documents, no, establishing the procedures for converting hard copy to microfilm, no? Or storage-only imaging system? They should be maintained and make available upon request. No? It should contain sufficient description to allow original document to be followed through the conversion system as well as internal procedures established for inspection and quality assurance. Procedures must be established for the effective identification, processing, storage, preservation of the stored documents, and for making them available for the period they are required to be retained under Section 10. No? Okay. So, basahin nyo na yan. Kaya nyo na yan. Hindi na natin i-explain. Logbook shall maintain to include among others date of the imaging, signatures of the persons authorized and performing the imaging, description of the record's image, whether source documents are destroyed or disposed of after imaging, and the date or source document was destroyed or disposed. Dito, kung ipa-outsource ninyo yung imaging, be sure na meron kayong kontrata with the contractor. Especially kung malaki yung voluminous yung records nyo. And then, convert nyo into, ito yung soft copy, no? So, and be sure na may kontrata kayo na yung record ninyo, once it is stored now to soft copy, yung medium na yan, dapat ibibigay sa inyo at hindi maiwan doon sa walang kopya yung contractor yung gumawa, no? Just to be sure na sa security ng inyong information, no? Okay. Ito ang masakit, no? Pakinggan. Pakinggan nyo to. There is no substantial evidence that the microfilm, microfiche, or other storage-only imaging system lacks authenticity or integrity. Otherwise, such converted documents may be wholly or partially disregarded by the BIR during tax audit or investigation. No? So, tingnan nyo, magiging questionable yung inyong dokumento. And shall resort to other evidence-based obtainable to establish the correct tax liabilities of the taxpayer. So imagine kung disregarded yung inyong electronic records, no? So very important po yan. Prior permit from BIR is required before use of microfilm, microfiche, and other storage-only imaging system. Hindi to computerized of accounts, ha? This is the requirement for retention of your records. Pero kailangan pa rin ng BIR permit, no? Hard copy record keeping requirements. No? Okay, so taxpayers are not relieved of their responsibility to retain hard copy records created or received in the ordinary course of business. So ano yung mga records na yan? Mga resibo yan, no? Hard copy records may be returned on a record keeping medium as provided in Section 8 of this regulation. So hard copy records are not produced or received in the ordinary course of transacting business. No? Such hard copy records need not be created. No? Hard copy records generated at the time of transaction using credit or debit card must be retained unless all the details necessary to determine correct tax liability relating to the transactions are subsequently received and retained. No, I understand na yung marami tayong mga online transactions na card lang yung ginagamit, no? So, dapat nakaka-capture yan. Kasi right now, wala pa tayong law on digitized business. May isang gumawa from Bicol, no, ng representative, gumawa siya ng digitized business law. Pero tiningnan ko, kulang-kulang, no? It does not provide specific instructions on record keeping, which is very important. Sa pagka may batas ka, and then taxation yan, kasama talaga yung record keeping dyan, kung ano yung requirements mo on the documentation. Computer printouts are created for validation, control, or other temporary purposes need not be retained. Okay. So, nothing in this BIR prevent na mag-request ng hard copy or printouts in lieu of written electronic records at the time of the examination. Sabi mo na, ano kami, computerized system, bakit nanghihingi pa kayo ng hard copy? No? So, they are not prevented. Why? Kasi part yan ng trabaho ng examiner to authenticate the records. No? Electronic records retention, the time period. All records required to be retained under this regulation shall be preserved pursuant to Section 35. No? So, ngayon, 10 years na yan. Registration requirements. All computerized books of accounts, electronic record keeping, electronic business system, components thereof shall be registered with the BIR, no, in accordance with RMO 29-2002, yung binasa natin at na-explain kanina, no? So, any violations under 255 of the NIRC, no? Okay. So, this has been approved originally by the Commissioner Joel Tantoris, no? At yung Secretary of Finance noon is Teves pa, no? Taga Dumaguete yan. Margarito Teves. Okay. So, yan po yung revenue regulations natin 9-2009. Wala pang tumawag sa cellphone. Okay. So, this is Revenue Regulations 9-2009. Basahin niyo po ito. At para mas maliwanagan kayo doon sa mga requirements natin. Now, tuloy-tuloy na lang po tayo kasi 4 o'clock na. Let's go to the record retention management, no? Okay. Let's go to record retention management as required ng BAR, no? That we have to retain our records for a period of 10 years. So, in defining record retention, no? So, document retention is the program which includes the systematic storage. Systematic storage, ibig sabihin, naka-arrange, no? Systematic, may sistema. Tracking and destruction of business documents and records, no? Kasi, tracking, hanapin mo na sana yung records na yan. And the destruction, pwede mo na i-distract kasi pumasa na siya doon sa time period na dapat siyang i-retain, no? So, retention program identifies records that need to be kept and outlines guidelines for how long different record types should be stored and how they should be destroyed, no? So, yun ang purpose ng retention. Kailan ba siya, how long ba siya itago, and then kailan siya pwede nang i-destroy, no? Why do we have to maintain the record retention, no? To protect you in litigation. Bakit litigation? Especially, you will be subjected to tax audit, no? So, hahanapin lahat yan ng examiners. And also to help ensure compliance with the retention laws, no? Itong federal and state retention laws sa Amerika to. Dito naman sa atin, we have also our law, which is kagaya nito sa BIR, ano ba yung nag-require na i-retain mo yung copies mo, the BIR, no? And that is in connection with the audit and investigation of your tax cases, no? So, evidence of a consistently enforced retention program proves to the court that the destruction of business records meets all rules and regulation and can help you sidestep serious fines, no? So, pag wala kang records, you are at the mercy of the examiner pag audit ka, no? Pero kung kompleto ka ng records, then you are compliant, no? Hindi naman ibig sabihin wala nang findings yung examiners, but as long as kompleto yung records mo, then you are compliant to the requirement. Hanging on tulong, pag sobra-sobra naman, no? Kailangan mo nang i-dispose yung records, no? So, kailangan mo pa siyang i-maintain kasi hindi organized yung pagka-arrange mo dun sa mga records, no? So, you will be running a legal risk, no? Especially kung wala ka ng dokumento. That's why you have to keep all your records, no? Sabi ng OECD, tell your taxpayer or your clients to invest in documentation, no? Because it will save you from a lot of trouble, no? So as example, ito yung Morgan Stanley na were fined $13 million because of poor retention management, no? Besides also improperly storing client information, they also shredded or destroyed records before the required detention periods, bringing swift legal punishment for disposing too early. So sinabi ng BAR, 10 years itago mo yung books of accounts mo. Third year pa lang, wala na, tinapon mo na. So you will be penalized pagka na-issue ka ng letter of authority, wala ka na ipakita ang dokumento. Exposing to data theft and breaches, no? So yung data, ninanakaw diyan. Sinong nagnanakaw ng mga data mo? Your competitors. Why? Para pag alam nila kung anong mga strategies na ginagawa mo at saka yung mga pricing mo, no? So if record past the retention periods and start to accumulate, the danger is the increased chances for information to be stolen or lost, no? So nawawala. Think of it like holes in the wall surrounding your business. The more records you have, the more potential holes you can have, no? Okay. So what are the records to retain? Medical records, no? Lalo kung may mga insurance kayo ang kinuha. For the financial records, ano yung mga financial records natin? These are contracts. Ito yung mga articles, yung mga resibo, no? Nasa business documents yung resibo. Employee and personal records, ito yung mga payroll, and then yung mga records na employee. Patents, copyrights, and trademarks, insurance records, real estate documents, pension, and profit sharing records. No? So, business record retention times, very important yun sa atin, 10 years. No? Okay. So, what is the record retention program? So, in your case, kasi kung halimbawa kayo accountant or kayo yung may business, you must have a record retention program, no? So, that provides for the systematic review, retention, destruction of documents received or created in the course of business, no? So, meron kang program to do that. Record retention program identify documents and business records that need to be maintained and contain guidelines for how long certain documents should be kept and how they should be destroyed, no? So 10 years para sa taxpayer, no, for to keep the records. Bago pwede mo na siyang dispose or yung iba sinusunog, yung iba nilalagay sa hukay, no, tinatakpan ng lupa. So, why do you have to create a record retention program? For protection on litigation and helping ensure compliance with the state laws and regulations, no, para compliant ka sa regulatory agencies requirements. Evidence of clear and consistently enforced record retention program enacted for valid purposes will get a long way to convince the court that the destruction of document or business record was reasonable. Especially kung nasa korte na yung kaso, no, involving nga yung documents, no? Okay. So what concern should be weighed? How long to keep the documents and when and how to store the document and how to dispose of the document, no? Yung how to dispose the document, yung sabi ko na pwedeng sunugin, pwedeng ibaon sa lupa. Okay. Is there legal requirement for keeping the document? Yes, no? The BAR requires. After the document is passed, has passed its useful life, what other purpose could it serve, no? Could it be used to support or oppose position in investigation or litigation? Huh? So if the item was mentioned in lawsuit, then suddenly destroyed, the presumption will that the distraction was accomplished deliberately, no? Deliberate kasi under lusot pa tapos dinispose mo na. Kanda parang bad faith, you are in bad faith, no? At hindi ka papanigan ng korte pag ginawa mo yun. Can the item be reliably reproduced elsewhere if needed, no? So, information available from public library, online source, database, or company central files. Okay. So, how do you implement record retention programs, no? So, you have to communicate this to your company, no? So, kung sino yung mga involved na mga tao. Paano natin i-store yung records? We have discussed that on the regulations. Okay, so this suggested business record retention times, no? Articles of incorporation, permanent yan. So, hindi mo siya i-dispose. The bylaws, capital stock, advance records, no? Contract and agreement, hindi yan, no? And then the legal correspondence and the minutes ng mga meeting, no? Permanently should be retained, no? Okay. So, ito yung mga type record and then the retention period of years dito sa atin, no? Iba yan or wala. So, the BAR lang talaga na nag-require na should be 10 years. Yung labor naman requires that payroll should be kept for a lifetime. Why? Because yung payroll mo dyan involves benefits of people. No? Okay, so type of records, these are the retention time period. No? Okay. So, yung mga inventions, anong copyright retention times, no? Yung patents, permanent, copyrights, trademarks, service marks, permanent po talaga yan. Okay. So, insurance record, retention times, accident, 6 years. Fire inspection, 6 years. Group disability record, 6 years, no? So, insurance policies, no? Retention period begin after termination, expiration, disposal, and others of item. No? So, group disability records, insurance policies, safety records, settled insurance claims. No? Okay. So, those are just, ano yun? Yung may number of years. Dito naman, permanent. Ano naman to? Actuarial reports. Usually, saan nangyayari itong actuarial reports? Yun yung sa mga benefits, no? Ng employees. Associated ledgers and journals, permanent. Financial statement, permanent. IRS approval letter, permanent. Plan and trust agreement, also permanent. Huh? Okay. So, ito yung sa electronic document record facilities, no? Na-discuss na natin yan at meron na tayong mga recommendations na ginawa sa inyo kanina, no? The creation of records, maintaining the records, archiving of records should be 10 years at nakalagay sa CD or DVD-R. For the loose leaf, nakabound. For the manual books of accounts, yung manual books of accounts mismo, yun yung i-archive natin or itago natin for 10 years. No? Disposing of the records, depende yan sa inyo, but kailangan yung pag-dispose mo ng records niya, hindi na magamit ulit. No? Consideration for records management, documenting, communicating the policies, procedures associated with all records management, developing and implementing control mechanism and procedures for every phase of records management. Okay. Importance ng record management, of course, ngayon mag-iiba na yung record management because saan mo ba siya i-record? So, current age of technology, redundancy processes, terabytes, gigabytes, duplicate copies of information. Record management is mundane yet critical practice ng organizations, no? So, yung mga nandyan na mga companies, no? Matagal na, alam na nila how to do with their records, no? Role of record management in the organization, very important. Why? Because your records will tell you who are you, no? Kasi ibig sabihin, wala kang records, then paano nagtadrive yung business mo? Okay. Statistical assistance to decision making, no? Pagka intact yung records mo, easy collection of statistics. Avoiding information loss, no? So you have to prevent. Meron kang safety measures, no, to prevent loss of the information. It can happen very easily, no? Pwede. A file is deleted, the wrong folder is readed, a bad employee walks out of the building with sensitive data, parang dinala na yung data mo, no? So, make sure that there are preventive processes in place, no? Kasi nag-aral ako ng security, no? Certified security professional ako. May mga thesis kami on that. No? So, you have to prevent the process or pag nakita mo na hindi na secured yung premises mo, yung mga documents mo, especially those na makikita mo na vulnerable na to risk, gumawa ka na ng paraan, no? May mga sistema ka na i-adapt. Organizational benefits of good records management. Very, very, very beneficial, no? Yung good ang record management mo. Kasi kung hindi, napaka sakit sa ulo pagka yung records mo hinahanap, hindi mo makita, no? Accidental distraction and permanent loss is avoided kung meron kang record management, no? And then you help maintain good organization. Okay. So madali lang mag-respond to the clients kasi kompleto ka ng records. Outsourcing as an option, no? Pwede mo ipa-outsource. Magbabayad ka lang, no? So, yung mga retention mo ng documents or ng data. Okay. So that is for today. We have finished discussing to you the record retention management, no? So with that, I would like to say thank you to you and sa mga participants natin. No, what we got today. So in the morning, we discussed about the computerized accounting system and we compare it from the manual at saka yung computerized. And then in the later in the morning, tiningnan ninyo yung mga example, no, ng mga software, how does the computerized accounting works, no? And then nung hapon, I discussed to you the Revenue Regulations 29-2002 and also yung record retention and also yung mga requirements ng i-submit yung electronic records when required by the examiners, especially during the tax audit, no? Okay. So with that, no, I would like to say to you na thank you po sa inyo at saka yung mga nakakumpleto sa atin nung 2 days na seminar natin ay bibigay na namin sa inyo yung certificates. Pero next week na po, no? At saka holiday pa sa Monday, so follow up nyo na lang ng Tuesday, no? Yung kanilang soft copy na email mo? Okay. Sige. So, we will now, with that, I would like to say thank you. Kasi kung face-to-face ito, sana may mga picture taking pa. Wala na, no? So, we do away with that kasi, hindi tayo nagkikita-kita. But thank you very much, no? Our participants is coming from different places. May Pangasinan, no? Iba-iba yung places na kung nasaan kayo, pero we learn together. And thank you for this opportunity thank you tayo sa opportunity na binigay sa atin ng YouTube because of the facilities, no? That kahit malalayo, naka-reach tayo with each other. No? So, we will now go to the answering of your questions, no?
Ito ma'am, yung first question galing kay Bernadette Lonon.
Okay, so shout out, Ma'am Bernadette Lonon.
Yung accounting system, pwede ba ako mag-adapt maski maliit pa ang client ko? Gusto ko lang comfortable ako sa paperwork.
Yes po, pwede po. So, ang kukunin mo rin yung system na pang small entity muna, no? Huwag ka doon sa mga complicated na accounting system. Pwede po. And then, yung iba, for a start, ginagawa nila, nagko-computerize sila for internal control purposes. Kaso lang magdoble-doble ka, kung gagamitin mo yun for internal control purposes, mag-maintain ka pa rin ng manual books of accounts. So, para hindi ka madoble, ipa-approve mo na sa BIR, no? Yung computerized accounting system mo. So, pwede po.
Next po, galing kay Johanna Aquino.
Okay.
Anong accounting software or system ang convenient for small businesses?
Yung QuickBooks, no? Sa experience ko, hindi ako nagre-recommend. Excuse me. But, ang dami po talagang gumagamit ng QuickBooks. Pero ngayon, yung sa latest ko na feedback, yung Xero, marami din, no? So, depende na yan sa inyo. At saka contact ka ng yung service providers, no, yung mga makapag-recommend sila sa inyo from the vendors, no, yung mga nagbebenta ng software.
Next po, galing kay Alin Midel.
Okay, shout out Alin Midel.
Paano po i-record ang input bat sa balance sheets? May sarili po ba siyang account name? Pati yung output bat?
Yung input at saka output, ilagay yung iba. Kaya nga, depende yan sa chart of accounts nyo eh. Pwede kayo maglagay ng input, pwede kayo maglagay ng output. Ano yan? Kasi pag output, di ba, but payable. So yung iba, dinalam na nila doon sa tax na payable nila, no? At saka doon sa mga deferred taxes, no? Or accrued taxes. Depende na yan sa gagamitin mong chart of accounts. Pero kung gusto mo na ang chart of accounts mo is input tax, at saka output tax, then pwede rin po.
Next po, galing kay Tere Penarubia.
Okay, so shout out Ma'am Terry Penarubia.
Pwede po ba ang mixed accounting system? Paano po entry ng official receipt once nagpa-OR manual receipt po ang customer?
Mix na system, yun yung sabi mo na may manual ka and then partly computerized. Mix po yan, pwede po. Kaya nga doon sa RMO 29-2002, di ba nakalagay doon na CAS or component thereof. Yung or na component, ibig sabihin, mix ka doon. Why? Kasi hindi ka fully computerized. Some of the system na ginagamit mo, computerized, some are manual. O kaya pwedeng mix. Yung next question niya about the resibo. Ulitin mo yung question.
Ang question niya, ma'am, pwede po ba ang mixed accounting system? Paano po entry ng official receipt once nagpa-OR manual receipt po ang customer? Type ng business daw niya, ma'am, ay services.
Pagka nagpa-OR yung customer, halimbawa electronic ka. Pagka electronic yung system mo sa issuance ng resibo, hindi na ka na pwede na manual kasi ang manual allowed only as backup. No? Pero kung halimbawa mix ka, yung issuance ng resibo mo is manual, then manual ka mag-issue ngayon sa resibo mo. Same sa ordinary na pre-printed yung gagamitin mong resibo, yun yung printed ng printer. Tapos kung may duplicate siya or second copy. So pag nag-issue ka noon sa customer mo, yung original copy would be issued to the customer and then yung second copy, ma-retain siya doon sa bound mo na resibo kasi pre-printed, no? And then kung halimbawa i-record mo na siya doon sa electronic journal mo, i-input mo na siya, i-encode mo, no? So, ganun po yung magiging proseso pag mix kayo. May manual intervention pa na tinatawag. Samantalang kung fully computerized kayo, wala na. Computer na yung mag-issue ng resibo, computer na rin yung mag-post doon sa mga journal at ledger. Since mix kayo, you issue the receipt manually and then i-input nyo siya doon sa ledger, in-code nyo.
Next question po, galing kay B, Natividad.
Okay.
As mentioned yesterday, pwede pa rin i-claim yung EWT kahit hindi binigyan ng 2307
Yes,
form.
pwede, yes, pwede. Pero during the filing lang. During the audit, hahanapan talaga kayo. Kaya anong gagawin ninyo? Manghingi talaga kayo. No? Anong ginagawa ko? At saka sinasuggest ko dun sa iba. Gumawa na kayo ng 2307 ninyo na form and then papirmahan nyo na lang doon sa kung sino man yung nag-withhold sa inyo. No? Kasi usually, sino ba ang mag-withhold? Di ba yung seller? Kung ikaw yung purchaser, ikaw yung buyer, i-withhold ka ng seller. No? Kasi yung seller, hindi. Yung seller ang mag-withhold kung ikaw yung buyer. Tama ba? Sino ba yung mag-withhold? Kasi halimbawa, bumili ka. Sino ba yung mag-withhold? Yung bumili o yung nagbenta? No? Di ba yung bumili ang nag-withhold? Kasi yung nagbenta, yun yung seller, may goods siya na binili mo. So, anong gagawin mo? Especially if top 20,000 corporations ka, mag-withhold ka. So, anong gagawin mo? Hindi mo siya babayaran kung hindi kanya bibigyan ng resibo, no? May mga ways kasi yan eh. Kaya mag-demand kayo, no? Yung iba kasi na ginagawa during the payment, sabay na, kumbaga sa kaliwaan na sila ng dokumento. So, huwag niyong pabayaan na yung certificate of withholding hindi kayo bibigyan. Because that is a transaction, no? So, hindi yan makonsummate kung yung isa hindi magbibigay. So, huwag niyong hayaan na yung 2307 na form, that is advance payment of taxes, no? So, sayang. At saka hindi lang yun. Since withholding yan, reported yan sa BIR, pag hindi mo yan ni-report dito sa VAT mo or sa income mo, yung nangyari na transactions, magkakaroon ka letter o ng letter notice. And that Form 2307 is part of your bookkeeping requirements, na documentation. Kaya huwag niyong pabayaan na wala lang kayong withholding. Kasi remiss kayo doon sa inyong obligations. No? Kaya yung sabi ko na i-claim nyo kahit hindi kayo binigyan, pwede yon sa filing pa lang. But during the audit, talagang hanapan kayo. Why? Because that is mandatory for you to maintain your records. So, anong gagawin nyo? Manghingi kayo. You demand for the 2307. Ang dali lang nun. Pag halimbawa sabihin nila, walang available, gumawa kayo ng form nyo, dalhin nyo doon, papirmahan nyo sa kanila. No? Kasi ang nangyayari dyan, ba't hindi kayo binigyan? Hindi nila niremit yun sa BIR. No? Yun ang reason kung bakit hindi sila nagbibigay. So, para protected kayo, basta gumawa kayo ng 2307, papirmahan sa kanila. Kung hindi man nila yun ni-remit, they will be the one to be penalized, hindi kayo.
Ma'am, may karugtong kasing sinabi niya, ma'am, na pero parang nasagot na rin, ma'am. Sabi po, paano during BIR audit nang hingi sa examiner ng lahat ng copy ng 2307 na dineclare? Ma-question po ba yun? Kasi dineclare yung EWT kahit hindi nagbigay si client ng 2307.
Maku-question talaga. Maku-question talaga. Kaya sabi ko naman sa iyo na i-declare mo siya kahit hindi ka binigyan during the filing lang. But after that, kumuha ka naman. Why? That is your obligation. No? Recording requirements yan. Bakit mo pinabayaan na hindi ka bibigyan? No?
Next po, ma'am, galing kay Kiara Ferda. Good PM po, ma'am. Kailangan bang ma-i-register sa BIR yung in-house accounting software kahit na manual po yung books of accounts?
Component lang yun. No? Ano ba yung ginawa mong software? Sa payroll, sa accounts payable? Kasi Ang pinaka-list, no, sa component are the journal, ledgers, and the books of accounts, no? So, yung iba, mga system lang yun, no? Module lang yun, Pero dapat talaga, pag sinabi mong books of accounts, ang i-register mo, books of accounts, no? Kasi parang, ano ba yung pina-register mo kung hindi mo sinama doon yung books of accounts, no? So, pinaka-importante talaga dyan na pina-register mo, books of accounts, o journal, ledger, yung mga posting na yan. So, pwede rin naman na yung component payroll, nag-computerize ka, pa-register mo, pwede rin naman, no? As component.
Next po ma'am, galing kay Marilyn Montaril Kabatuan.
Okay.
Ma'am, ask ko lang po sa declaration po ng income. Magkakaproblema po ba kung ang City Hall ay nagpabago ng gross income declaration mo para hindi bumaba ang collection nila sa tax against BIR file?
Alam nyo, yun yung mga dati nang ginagawa yan ng mga taga City Hall, no? But there are taxpayers, especially kung naintindihan mo yung batas, talaga hindi ka papayag. Why? Kaya yung dispute between the taxpayers, huwag kang pumayag, gawa ka nila ng sulat, ng letter, and then i-present mo ngayon yung VAT returns mo at saka yung income tax returns mo. Bakit? Kasi that can be a ground na i-assess ka din ng BIR ng higher, no? Kaya mga taxpayers talaga na hindi sila pumapayag. Why? Kasi during the tax audit, anong gagawin ng examiner? I-match niya yung records mo sa City Hall at saka yung records mo sa BIR. Kung mataas yung sa City Hall, whichever is higher, i-assess ka niya ng kulang, no? So, in-assess ka na ng City Hall ng sobra, i-assess ka ulit ngayon ng BIR ng sobra para tali sila. So, kung nagbayad ka ng sobra dun sa City Hall, bayad ka rin ng sobra dito sa BIR. So, anong gagawin mo? Doon pa lang sa City Hall, i-protest mo na hindi pwede na taasan nila because yun yung magiging reason mo. Magiging meron kang non-declaration of income for BIR purposes.
Next po, galing po ulit kay B. Natividad.
Okay.
Nagbigay si tenant ng 2307 kaso hindi po tali sa payment niya. Ayaw niya baguhin kasi narimit na daw po niya. Paano po adjustment ang gagawin ko as a lessor?
Ikaw yung lessor.
Apo.
Sige, ulitin mo nga.
Nagbigay si tenant ng 2307 kaso hindi po tali sa payment niya. Ayaw niya baguhin kasi narimit na daw po niya. Paano po adjustment ang gagawin ko as a lessor?
Report mo yung tama, and then kung ano lang yung withholding na niremit nung lessee mo, yun lang i-claim mo sa withholding. Huwag ka namang mag-claim ng sobra. Although, i-declare mo yung tamang, kasi nagresibo ka doon no? So, kung under withholding man siya, then kulang yung withholding, yung actual na withholding, yun ang i-claim mo. Huwag ka nang sumuobra ng claim. No? Kasi yun yung na-remit sa BIR. No? I-declare mo pa rin yung tama kasi tali mo yun sa resibo mo, nag-issue ng resibo doon. No? Wala naman siyang bearing. Ang mape-penalize dyan, yung nag-under remittance ng withholding, hindi ikaw.
Next po ma'am, galing kay Jam Palpalato.
Okay.
Ma'am, we are NGO and we use QuickBooks with permit to use for CBA.
Okay.
If we shift from offline QuickBooks to online version, do we still need to apply for new permit at mag-demo sa BIR?
Yes, talaga. Kasi magkaiba yan. No? Yung offline, iba yun At saka yung online ngayon na, uso na kasi ngayon yung online na parang magre-rent ka lang, yung magbabayad ka lang monthly sa kanila. Magkaiba yun, no? Magkaiba yung system. Di ba sabi natin kanina, kahit enhancement lang yan, may binago ka ng konti dyan. As if revoke na yung dati mong permit. That's why you have to apply a new permit.
Next po, galing kay Ma'am Tere Penarubia.
Okay.
Pwede na po ba gamitin ang POS if wala pa approval ni BIR or pending po ng RDO? Pwede po gamitin manual receipt and after approval ng system, i-input pa po ba yung sales sa system?
Bawal na bawal, no? Kasi pag wala pang permit yan at ginamit mo na, ang laki ng penalty, no? So, bawal. So, ano dapat? Bago mo gamitin yung POS mo, may permit muna sa BIR. Ngayon, kung issue ka ng mga pre-printed na resibo, yung bound, i-record mo na lang yun sa books of accounts mo. Huwag mo na siyang i-record doon sa POS. Kasi ang POS, hindi naman yan pwede na i-manual mo na mag-input ka lang, no? Wag mo nang i-input yung sa POS kasi ma-double sale ka, no? I-account mo po yung sale mo doon sa pre-printed na resibo, i-account mo pa yun sa POS. So, magkaiba yun, no? So, madoble yung sale mo. Kaya ang gagawin mo, i-record mo yung nasa manual, iba yung nandoon sa POS.
Ito ma'am, sabi ni Ma'am April Garcia. Po, ma'am, yung iba kasing supplier, pag humingi ng sales invoice o OR, sinasabi nila mag-increase daw ng price o yung iba sinasabi, iba daw ang discounting, mas mababa.
Yes, bakit? Kasi hindi nila nire-report yan sa BIR, no? Maraming ganyan. Pag nanghingi ka ng resibo, mag-add sila ng 12% na VAT. So ano yon? Taka ka na lang, no? Nangyari yan sa akin. Bumili ako, no? Sa Divisoria. Ito lang. Tapos may pahingi po ng resibo. Nung nanghingi ka na ng resibo, nagdagdag ka kasi mataas. Why? Kasi nag-add-on sila ng tax, no? So pag nagreklamo ka, sabihin nila, huwag kang manghingi ng resibo para same lang. Why? Kasi hindi nila nire-report yan sa BIR. No? So, nangyayari yan. Ikaw naman, anong gagawin mo? Since you are in business, no? Ang daming umiyak niyan talaga while I was still in the BIR. Umiyak sila. Bakit? Kasi pumayag sila na discounted. Wala silang resibo. So, ano ngayon yung disadvantage mo na wala kang resibo? Hindi mo maklaim ngayon yung cost of sales mo, no? So, iyak siya ng iyak. Kasi, ma'am, saan ko kukunin? Hindi naman ako in-issue ng resibo. Kasi pumayag ka na hindi ka issue ng resibo dahil naka-discount ka. You are in business. So, anong mangyari ngayon? Subject ka sa VAT, subject ka sa income tax. Wala lahat, ano yan? Wala ka lahat, kung baga sa input at saka yung deduction sa income kasi wala kang ipakita na resibo, disallow lahat. So, anong babayaran mo? 100% mong babayaran yung VAT. And how much is that? 35% yung income, 12% ang VAT. So, that is 47%. No? So, halos kalahati nung benta mo, mapunta lang sa tax pagka wala kang supporting. No? So, yung iba, they take it for granted, nagre-risk sila kung hindi sila ma-audit, hindi makita. Pero kung ma-audit, yun ang mangyayari talaga, no? You will be losing a lot pag hindi ka hingi ng resibo.
Next po ma'am, galing kay Ma'am Ami o Clarit.
Okay, always po yan si Ma'am Ami.
Sa live sa gabi.
No? Sipag si Ma'am Ami.
Ma'am Elsa, as lang po if yung may-ari ng building ayaw magpa-deduct ng withholding tax, ayaw magbigay ng TIN number. Di tuloy namin ma-report sa BIR yung rent expense.
Yes, yan ang
10,000 yung rental, ano pong gagawin?
Yan yung mangyayari. Hindi nyo talaga siya ma-report, no? So, ano mangyayari diyan? Hindi mo ma-claim as an expense. Or halimbawa naman yung ginagawa ng iba, ayaw magpa-deduct yung may-ari. Ang problema mo dyan, ayaw din magbigay ng TIN, no? So, ang ginagawa ng iba, sinushoulder nila yung withholding tax ng rental ng 5%. So, in your case, halimbawa, 9,000 a month. Magkano yan? 450? No? Yung 5%? No? So, si shoulder mo, add-on mo na lang yan doon sa expenses mo. So, instead na 9,000, ang expense mo ngayon is 9,450. No? And then, since na bayaran mo yung withholding, i-claim mo na siya ngayon as an expense. Wala siyang resibo, lagyan mo dyan, refuse to issue receipt. No? Ang problema mo dyan, away kayo ng lessor mo. No? So, prepare ka na lang ng away and then paalisin ka dyan sa pwesto mo. So, yun yung nangyayari. Na actual, hindi ko yun sinasabi na disadvantage or whatever, pero yun ang senaryo na nangyayari. Kasi nangyari din yan sa akin na ayaw mo pa-deduct nung may-ari. So, anong gagawin mo? Ang kagandahan lang doon, nag-i-issue siya ng resibo. So, anong gagawin mo? I-shoulder mo ngayon yung withholding, no? So, instead na 9,000 yung ano mo, rental mo, 9,450. And then, dito pa lang ha, doon pa lang sa, nag-umpisa kayo ng kontrata na nag-rent kayo sa kanya, dapat very clear na kayo on the provision ng withholding at saka ng resibo, no? Dapat nung una pa lang, nanghingi na kayo ng resibo. Kung wala man siya maipakita ng resibo, pa-resibin mo siya every time na nagbayad ka. So, yan ang gagawin mo. Every time na nagbayad ka ng rental, papermahin mo siya sa papel na kinuha niya. So, ano ngayon yung magiging proof mo na nagbayad ka, no? Kung wala din siyang ini-issue na resibo. Ano ka na lang ng resibo or gagawa ka ng resibay, pa-receive mo na lang sa kanya yung payment. And then, bayaran mo yung withholding, so i-claim mo siya ng expense, and then lagyan mo na lang na refuse to issue receipt, no? Para siya na lang yung ma-penalty ng BIR, hindi ikaw.
Next po ma'am, galing kay Maria Jovalyn Sarmiento.
Okay?
Lahat po ba ng business kailangan magbayad sa BIR?
Yes po, lahat. Wala namang exemption ang payment ng taxes, no? Kasi very strict tayo sa exemptions. Yung una, meron pa tayong tinatawag na marginal income earners na pag halimbawa yung income mo hindi siya umabot ng 100,000 in a year, that is only for livelihood daw, hindi business. So, hindi siya pinapabayad ng income. Yung BMBA ngayon sa mga City Hall, pag hindi umabot ng 3 million yung asset mo ng business, mag-apply ka. Ngayon, DTI na kasi ang nagbibigay ng BMBA, no? Yung Barangay Micro Business Enterprises. Ini-exempt din sila, pero applyan mo yan. So, yung tanong mo na, lahat ba ng business magbabayad? Generally, lahat ng business dapat magbayad ng tax. So, but there are exemptions na binibigay. So, kung ayaw mo nang magbayad ng tax, you apply for the exemption. At isang mga exemption dyan is yung BMBE na sinasabi natin, yung Barangay Micro Business Enterprises. Applyan mo yan sa DTI, dalhin mo sa City Hall, dalhin mo sa BIR pag nagpa-register ka para hindi ka matatax, no?
Next po ma'am, galing kay Alin Midel.
Okay.
Opo, paano po ma'am if ang gagamitin na accounting system is open source or free?
Okay.
Yun lang po.
Pagka free kasi yan, mahirapan ka magpa-approve. Kasi limited lang yung duration yan, no? Pero depende naman kung free, hindi naman ibig sabihin na walang bayad yan, di mo na pwede gamitin. Pagka tama naman yung system at saka nagwo-work yung system, pwede mo ring gamitin, pa-approve mo sa BIR. As long as it is compliant, then the BIR will approve. Okay.
Next question po, galing kay Ma'am Lilian Yao.
Okay.
Ma'am, paano po kung late na nagbigay si buyer ng 2307? Pwede pa rin po ba i-report sa BIR?
I-report mo sa BIR pero mag-amend ka na. Kung halimbawa late na, nakapag-file ka na nung una mong return, original, mag-file ka ulit, amended return, no? Pero wag mong pabayaan na hindi mo isama yung 2307 na yan because naka-report na yan sa TRS or yung Tax Reconciliation System ng BIR. Magkakaroon ka ng discrepancy, papadala ka ng letter notice.
Sabi niya ma'am, kasi po sa recording ng sales, di naman naka-reflect yung creditable withholding tax. Yun lang po.
So, hindi mo siya kinlaim yung 2307. Oh, pero naka-report yung sales. No? So, kung naka-report yung sales, hindi naka-report yung withholding, pwede mo na siyang isama doon sa annual, no? Kung doon mo ginawa yun sa quarterly. Pero kung magkaibang taxable year yan, you might as well talagang mag-amend ka. Otherwise, sayang yung withholding mo. Hindi mo na siya pwede i-claim the following year. Huh?
Wala na po tanong ma'am. Yun lang.
Sige.
Wala na follow-up.
Wala nang follow-up. Pwede na umuwi si Harry. Okay, so this is the day 2 of our free bookkeeping seminars. Ilan lahat yung nakagraduate?
Nasa ma'am, 57.
Okay, so 57 will be issued a certificate of attendance. No, next week po kayo mag-follow up. And thank you very much and let's call it a day.